Когда собираться в группу.
Are you ready for us?
I'm trying to.
How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
We just go in the backyard.
Okay. Pulses racing. You're moving on ahead, chasing the dream. Suddenly so far.
Yeah, the emotions run high here at the best League of Legends league in the world. Hello, I'm Hysterics. This is Dagda, and that is irrefutable. If you think otherwise, well, you're just wrong. Turn off the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back here with more League of Legends, and I got to say, the LPL's already fired up nicely to kick us off for summer.
I know, and it's been already a few upsets, a few changes that are coming into the LPL. I'll keep going.
I think changes are very good word for it, because yesterday, if you missed out, there were some changes like W.
Onbezorgde kindertijd niet in
We
de weg
got
staan.
really outmatched by
Dry Knight
Sunny.
geeft maximale bescherming voor
I
3
was really
tot
surprised to see
15-jarigen.
Sunny came
Dry
in after
Knight.
their game.
Minder
Coming with
zorgen,
the
meer
same old
inzijn.
teacher ma Rome, we've got this, but Sunny outplayed, outmastered WE. We're going to pick up that victory.
I'd expect them to be leading the charge this early on, but that's a pretty crucial win. They just slaughtered, spanked. I don't know what word you want to use over BLG.
Yeah, it kind of felt like something, but VG, slow, methodical, able to pick up their victory there as well, and it looks like maybe this team is starting to
Maybe the leadership are coming. Maybe the belt is already out. We've got some Levici gaming. But moving on, here's what's happening for you today. The victorious V5. Going up against OMG, but that's a little bit later. I think LGD and E.
Discarded a
I know, I'm
mysterious
certainly
group
waiting
of
to see what
self-proclaimed
both LGD and E-Star look like. Especially as for E-Star, Crying no longer in the roster, or Fun coming in. And for LGD, there's been mix-up across the board.
That's right. Also notice that Finford last split was on LGD, played a couple of games. Now he's on E-Star. So he has to versus his old organization. One match that I know people are waiting for. We have to have a quick chat about our match of the week. It is the finals rematch versus Top Esports. A finals that went all 5 games. That is going to be coming up this Sunday.
I cannot wait to see this rematch, especially after MSC. I was kind of looking to see, okay, maybe these teams will come into summer with a little bit more of a mix-up, start to change things around, and especially for that match of the week, that's where you need to be picking up the victory for both.
We'll give you lots of reminders towards social media and of course on the broadcast as well. That's coming up this weekend. But let's first jump into OMG versus V5. Two teams who, I mean, coming in at OMG losing against RNG, V5 celebrating a little bit up.
And they actually looked like a proper team.
Yep.
There wasn't, everyone changing their roles. There wasn't 4-man 5. They actually looked like they know how to play League of Legends again.
And we're talking, it's a bit of a party as we look at him. Like V5 sitting second, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know what happened, but my God, does this team look good. And especially when you look towards the bottom lane, Sam D and PP God have looked...
They have. I know a lot of people out there will be saying that, you know, not all teams have played, and yes, there's more series win than they picked up combined in 2020 spring. And you were mentioning the bottom lane before. It's a point of interest because you're right. They came into their first ever LPL series and shocked and awed.
And when you look at Sam D in particular, 14 kills and 18 assists on Kalista. V5 have to rely on Mole anymore. They've actually got another lane that they can look to carry. And speaking of just not only the bottom half of the map, but also towards the rest, Wei did an incredible job of tracking the jungler throughout the series. You look at Mole as well his return to form, this team really looks set to take over. And it's a celebration.
It is, isn't it, ladies
Let's
and
go.
gentlemen? We had our own, I forgot the party
The
popper.
party
We
popper.
rehearsed this as well. Hang on, gave me two. You
I
knew
know,
I'd
I
screw
know.
this up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologise, but moving to V5, it's been 2 days since their series win. Will it continue forward? I don't know, because going up against Mike, I'm just going to say they look like the favourites.
They actually do, and that's the really surprising thing. V5 upgrade, they are working well together.
Sorry,
I
keep
think
going.
we've got a couple underneath
I
the
had to
desk.
get-
I think really overall, this is the team that across the board has stepped up for me, including in that I did not expect him to actually come in and
Yep.
look good. But after what I saw out of his performances on Suning, I was like, okay, cool. Well, this is going to be playing. Now, yes, there was some hiccups, but definitely everyone on this roster is
After we watch them versus OMG today, Bubu way back together again, the Suning old players,
Yeah.
and then you look at Suning S on Sam MD, where he's a mismatch of Suning coming into the V5 roster. We have to transition over, and while we're celebrating V5 for OMG, they got absolutely slaughtered by RNG in their first ever series, and we thought that
And the real struggle started in that mid game where RNG were just able to run away with it, and it was thanks to OMG leading to picks. And even when they got off to a decent start in game 2, because they kept messing up and making that gold lead for RNG just spiral out of control.
so well said. OMG were beaten to a pulp, but by AFR will take that as RNG playing up rather than OMG getting and slaughtered as much as we're making it out to be. Look a bit slow.
Well, you say that. Look at what's on your screen right now. SMLZ over. Going to see the next play as well that comes in here, which is Icon trying to 2v1 for some reason in the top lane and getting mistakes from OMG as much as it was RNG stepping up to them.
Remember last split in spring, it was OMG starting well and then continuing that This is not the start you expect for OMG. However, against V5, this is a win that they must take to show us that they are still that good as well. That people like Icon are playing well towards the end of the split. SMLZ and OMG now heading into that first game. It's going to be Curse starting in the top lane. Hacker there in jungle, Icon mid, SMLZ and Cold also no news tuning in.
And I want to see this team now play towards their early game strengths. This is where they found success in spring to summer now.
Can they do it here against V5? For OMG, Curse, we saw Alia's coming into this roster as well, interesting dynamic. But Curse has been that solo kill, solo lane mentality that I think OMG need.
I think as well, having picks like the one can really help this squad because it's in the early stages of the game, but look to snowball into those later game cards.
He will be going up against Bubu in the top lane here, Weiwei in the jungle. Remember, it's like Suning remade here. Mole in the mid lane, Sam D and Pete B God in that bottom lane. And yeah, that bottom lane looking pretty happy there after their debut in the LPL.
And I'm very happy with the way this
Millions
roster
at
has
this point,
mixed
yeah.
up. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to pick up a few. Coming into this game, I think we're going to look toward PP God looked fantastic. Solo kills, lucky play team fights exceptionally. I think that this is where you can now look V5 and going, okay, let's put our
Bottom lane for Sam D especially will be, what can he play outside the realms of Kalista? In that series, we saw 2 games of Kalista. He looked fantastic, but if OMG put the priority there, then Sam D has to show us something new, and it's when a little bit meh.
I think though, still looking at Sandy, I was pretty impressed with his positioning. It's the overall AD carry mechanic that really shine through, and I think if even we see him on the likes of Felios, I doubt we'll see the Varus get through here to their style from him. And I think as well, because it really did feel like it was Roll versus Roll spring split, and when you're coming onto this roster now, you've got an upgrade on the bottom side. Now Mold plays to make things happen for
By the bottom lane. So it's very well said. Wei had a great jungle performance. Sooning. So we are still talking up V5. Of course, after what we saw.
And one of the to punish DMO. Even when they fell behind in game number 2, their ability to find picks. And I think with OMG, the way they were playing against to punish again here in this game.
We brought our windows and we brought our game one. Let's bring some realism to this. Of course, we want to see more from V5. We are talking them up because it's massively. Now, who then banned across the board? Syndra being banned towards Mole. Okay, that's fair. Actually been taken away.
Kalista is gone. You're seeing the Varus gone, so I wouldn't be surprised to see something like an Aphelios maybe block high priority on this Zoe. So this gives you multiple different options. Say this long range poke, or if you want to, you can still have. So
takeaway from Mole too, right? Mole only played Zoe in that first series. We know from last is the Zoe too. So they go from here. The Aphelios still being looked at. What else?
There's some big options in the jungle here. They're still there. The Graves is the one that stands out of mind, or the Trundle to that pick or ban scenario. And a lot of them go pick as we pop over towards OMG to see what they want to respond.
If he wants it in this environment or not is going to be a big question. But no AD carry picked up yet for SMLZ. He doesn't have SMLZ on Ezreal.
Okay, so if we do see this Ezreal locked in, OMG are looking very heavily at this sort of mid-game composition where you've got a lot of poke in your kit. You can still go, maybe if you want to, towards to try and disrupt the likes of the Aphelios in these fights, but definitely you're looking at a very strong mid-game.
K-Cast is called the Team Rocket composition, just specifically LS. You know, you got Meowth, you got Jesse and James. I think we got it. Tom Kench. No, actually, no, it is the Yuumi. Because Tom Kench is like the Persian, right? The evolved form of Meowth. Start Team Rocket for OMG, that's the direction they're going. While for V5, the TF locked in.
I think this is a good call from V5. I mean, you're already sealed. So right now, if Mole is going to go towards the Twisted Fate, he can play off towards these side lanes and not have to really deal with OMG, or at least drag them coming through from the Aphelios and the Graves.
Okay. Dagda, we're going to pair it up with Mole though. We're still looking for a support and a solo lane from V5. Still looking for OMG, so Olaf is taken off the board already. Bit to choose from.
I think Trundle will be the next bank coming out from V5. Both these pair super well with the Yuumi that the not the Olaf, even the Trundle gives you in keeping people at bay is really strong here. So I would Ornn already banned away from OMG, so not wanting to give the opportunity for this heavy engage coming through from V5 to keep you at range.
I guess the Lee Sin does that as well. We've seen what Yuumi and Lee Sin can do, especially when it's Hacker's champion that he's been so Trundle still available. OMG banning out solo laners here.
The only thing that sucks with the Trundle pick is you're counter picking yourself into the Clee Graves can clear out that jungle, get out onto the map, and even just keep you at arm's length in that jungle matchup. So maybe just calling out too, but it won't make a difference to us.
Oh, V5 got to pick first set. Anyway, after losing the Wukong here for View, so going a different direction. Surprised, we haven't seen much thing left open. Doesn't have the highest win rate in the LPL so far, but our team still love it.
But look at the way OMG are disengage, or at least, you know, keep back a potential on OMG that the Renekton's really going to struggle to get into the squad unless you can try and find something to start that heavy engage. But with the composition,
oh my god, we're going full poke. I mean, poke the crocodile, and you're right, he's not going to be able to get near them. What do you add on top? We don't have a Syndra.
I mean, the Jarvan can work well here, so all in engage tool, you can actually use the EQ out and away. Yeah. And as well, then you've got decent in-game, and you want to have your time to...
I mean, you talk about disengage, well, if they...
Fantastic time. I think they're just going to struggle more. of a heavy engage tool.
The LPL, it's just been towards that bottom lane ready to succeed as we get towards. Yeah.
Set up well with vision control back at that stage. Just soak up damage.
To accelerate here with the way their poke sets up. We'll be talking more about that as we get into the game. Remember, OMG really struggled against RNG. For the OMG fans, they'd be a little bit concerned as the performance they saw from players like Icon, the franchise player, alongside SMLZ, got caught out every other minute. But V5 fans who are growing in numbers, they want to see that success continue on. As we head into the Rift here to start off your week number 2, day 1. It's OMG taking on V5. Jayo! I'm sorry, there are none, ladies and gentlemen. We are in, of course, well, not us specifically, the players, back in the arena in Hongqiao, but the audience is empty for now, of course, for safety. But it is good to see the players back on stage, I will say, Dagda. It feels like we're getting back to normality here, which is a very nice touch. Now, running into this first game, you know what we talked about? We said, what is Mole going to be going here on the Twist of Fate? Well, it is the Unsealed Spellbook, and he's taken the Teleport, which is a much nicer choice. I know in the CP LoL last night there was a bit of an Ignite Electrocute conundrum in the mid lane.
Yeah, that is basically, if you want to go all out and you just think, I can kill you, you go with the nice in. One, giving you a bunch of options in this matchup, of course, helping TF just survive throughout. But cooldowns that are coming in a lot faster on those summoner spells, so you can play the map a lot better with those teleports and destinies.
Very true. And for Mole, see how he performs up here against Icon, who himself didn't have the most successful looking to as well, but falls on that because we're going to walk into Curse here. And I'm OMG, Dagda. So now you're going to tell me at what points we should be looking for. Where does Hacker have to go, if anywhere?
So for Hacker, what you're trying to do with them, because the moments when V5 are strongest is at these early stages before you've got like the Ezreal build coming to hit those 2 items. When they do hit those 2 items though, that's so much damage, especially on Jace, Zoe, Ezreal, all spike around about the same time, so they can look to put
composition. We got V5 as well. Same players you remember from the first series, with a side note towards emphasis on Sam D and PP God. This we've seen on Sam D here in the LPL, but everyone knows that Aphelios is overtuned. So I don't know what word I was going for apart from that.
He's fun and interesting, is what I'll say. But looking at this top side of the map, Weiwei has cleared his bottoms. Curse hasn't actually pushed in this wave as quickly as he'd like, so he's kind of overextended on this top side and could give the opportunity for Weiwei and BuBu to set up to be able to get up there. Looks like Hacker trying to sneak in here and see if he can spot out exactly where Weiwei is.
But he was spotted out. Nice little roam up from Mole, who was posturing aggressively himself. Weiwei now here to shadow BuBu. Every time BuBu goes in, he gets punished pretty damn hard, as we've seen with the Jace versus Renekton before.
This is a little bit of a skill matchup. Jace, and he does miss position. You can do a lot of damage as Renekton. But I don't think Curse is going to give him that opportunity, especially as you can see already a huge amount to poke struggle continuously underneath this turret, which is why, as we talked about already, Hack sure that he can keep his laners safe until they can get to that mid game.
Always sucks as a Renekton though, because when Jace is in habits, pretty much then and there you're going, okay, well, we'll try another day. As Weiwei's down here on the bottom lane, there is a pushed in bottom wave from carries level 4. SMLZ and Cold on top of each other here with the next wave coming in, but Weiwei just positioning around the Crux.
Just trying to clear out possible, but we'll get spotted now by Hacker.
Hacker's here. Weiwei doesn't have the smite available, nor does Hacker, so it's going to be an auto battle here. It's back and forth with the end of the line, and it's going to add a bit of pressure. Nothing really happens from there.
Aggressive on small there, but yeah, either way, these are things you can do as Weiwei. Just get in aggressive. You know that Hacker can't really go too heavily against you in that one escape from this Jarvan, that you're going to be totally fine.
Oh god, the camera's going to stay up here because he's on HCS. This matchup very, very well, right? The aggression we talked about from Curse as a player is why we like him as a top laner. He aligns the shy, like Zoom in certain cases as well. Like even, what did we see that we saw with the split?
We will see though, just as we start to move into the next kind of jungle routes coming topside, so... Oh, actually might just be going straight for a gank here. I was going to say might try... Oh, there we go.
Wants to put down a ward, flag and drag, and remember he doesn't have that many. That was bad timing for Bubu, and this lane for OMG looking mighty fine.
So, watch you... Ooh.
Big PP god, okay. Alright, there's going to be a cleanse away from SMLZ.
Nice hook from PP, talking these guys up so much. They're in an aggressive lane where they can look to take, coming out pretty heavily in their favor.
Dagda, you know I'm going to focus a lot of this early game on that top side because the camera will keep taking us back to their own jungle. He's about to camp behind against Weiwei. Sorry, I was talking about Hacker there, and that means a level at the moment as well as the Graves towards the top side and some minions. Still 17 behind, but hopefully that'll edge itself out as he pushes it against Tara.
Down bot side here.
It's okay for now. Depends on the troll bubble. Good dodge away by SMD and PP God as to push them out of lane, so the back will come through.
And it will give the Icon or SMLZ to push out this lane, but Icon is losing minions and experience in this mid, alongside giving a bunch of gold over towards Mole. And as a TF, where you've already invested into the Merc threads to try and avoid some of these ganks that are coming through, that extra bit of gold with that Rod of Ages really nicely.
Notice the Demolish taken here with Inspiration as the primary, secondary tree into the Resolve, so we don't have any. So
what it does mean is that it's doubling down on this split push, because when you go for this Resolve tree, you take the Demolish, and then that Mole is all in on this split push, so we'll probably see him go that Rod of Ages just so he can be a nuisance on the side lane. And I think this is great. We already talked about it. If you start to just group up around these objectives as V5, you are going to struggle. No heavy engage to get onto OMG, and they'll force them to play around the map, and you can ease that burden a little bit.
Now that Vision after pushing the wave with PP God coming mid, so the pressure going to start being applied now that Destiny is available. Weiwei going for the invade here as well to take blue away from Icon. Good. PP God already making his movements known up towards this top side. We're going to resolve it. We're going to start giving View a bit more attention.
OMG picking up that dragon is really good towards... Actually, I'm going to hold on to this point.
He has flash available, but does he want to use it? Icon has his own. Cleanse there as well. Just pressuring him off yet again. On bottom lane, don't worry.
Going back to the point, though, that when you start to get to those two items, there's going to be, you know, looking towards some of the more aggressive and stacking dragons. That having that first dragon really does give them a nice lead into that strong mid game that we were talking about.
We're talking about 1-2 items there as well. So for OMG, a team that around these objectives seems pretty difficult for V5 to contest. But having said that, we look towards the bottom side with V5 getting the shove. We're kind of just forced back. That means PP God.
That's amazing for V5.
Bloody big.
And this is the thing, is usually we see this trade when OMG have committed towards moving. This is just V5 and SamD punishing this to actually get that timing. And now you still have the potential for Weiwei to go up and contest on this Rift the hacker has started.
And it's not even the only lane that's succeeding. While we are looking towards the Herald, I mean, mid gets another bit of plating as well for Mole with us. Destiny's come through. The gold card locked him down. The flash was already burnt with Dominus Curse on 5. Turn around that top lane.
And this is a bad back timing from Icon. He ended up moving home for this first item for himself.
Yep.
The problem is, Mole at the shove in, gets up towards that top lane. And you can see Hacker had already started up that rift of answer for the plays that V5 are making, but now you're, well, I thought they were going to start up at least on Mole that first gank off, and it's so crucial as a Twisted Fate to get not able to make these successful ganks happen. You'll start losing out pretty heavily as V5 in these early stages.
What can Hacker do? He started the rift Herald before, now he's going very obvious to the side of V5 that this is being done, but Mole still hasn't reset. The teleport was used before, but he's still here in the mid lane with Catalyst of Aeons. And hover option is to take the Rift Herald. They're going to give that one over to OMG as well. So 2 objectives for OMG.
So V5 didn't want to start it off to begin with, because Kirsta, look, if V5 are in and around these objectives, it makes it super easy for Curse and Icon to poke them out. And I think as well, look at V5's skill and on their Aphelios, they don't really want to be fighting just yet for Sam D, Mole, and Weiwei has just finished his jungle item off of that.
Oh God, he just presses it again. He's going to try once more. Note that while we see backstreaming here from the bottom lane of V5, I want to look at the items, but Sam, so we'll pause on that one because he's been sitting on a BF sword in a while, but Mole, he's gone back. He's picked up the Rod of Age, one of the first items in Summoner's Rift here for a laner.
I want to see Mole now using this pressure that he has mid lane though to get down into this bottom side on this our bottom turret, but if you can get Sam D and PP God ahead, you're going to do far better than if you just put Bubu ahead. Evened out that lane a little bit, help this Renekton get towards some of his items, but Riton would just be a meat shield. That's all he's going to be able to do in this game. You've got to get the rest of your Aphelios and your Graves rolling instead.
That's what Weiwei seems has been roaming between mid and bot. It's been pretty exciting to see that Sam lane, while they had pressure to Mole's lane, they look to be shadowing and trying to pick up the movements of Hacker, who is sitting opposite Brush. You can see V5 difficult position if he gets caught out here. Over the wall they go, spotted out in the Warden. Dagda, he ready to die. They flash away immediately, rather arcane shift. Still the flash in hand as Cole. They won't let him return to his master. And again, V5 strike D.
They are playing this composition so well. You've now got them a gold lead for themselves, and when OMG are trying to get towards those 2 items, V5 have suddenly injected a bunch of gold to let them get to the 3 items where they'll start to take
game. Sam D is humongous. 115 CS. He's now got a bounty on his head after 2 kills, and he just picked up the soul. Big Aphelios here for V5. Big TF as we saw before. And as you said perfectly before, Bubu was evened out in that top lane with that gank, and now V5 going to get the drag. Ocean Rift with set Aphelios. Do not. That would be absolutely terrifying.
Especially for the composition OMG is running. They're reliant on this poke, on forcing back V5. So if you give, they're going to be so happy because they're just going to heal back everything that you try to land on. Got
an Infinity Edge now for Sam D as well with a Zeal kill.
So sick.
Very, very large man there. And while the Rod of Age is stacking up in the mid lane, Seeker's Arm Guard is added towards the inventory. And managing Curse in this top lane. Bubu going towards the bottom side to react to SMLZ and Cole.
And one of the things that impressed me about V5, well, they were able to snowball when they got ahead against DMO. It was, they knew where they wanted to put their advantages. And even in the game 2 against DMO where they fell behind, they did a great job of turtling and playing the map super smart. Your TF looking great. He can play off towards the side lane. Who's rushing towards these 3 item affiliates.
But I'm curious as to what OMG go for here. They've got turret plating about expires. Herald won't take the full turret, but the grouping up here of OMG. We're going to now start seeing some of the poke that V5 were fearing. OMG group up.
Mole has done a good job. This group effort that they have in the mid lane. Clear coming through from Weiwei. He's got the end of the line. Push these out with an Infernum. So overall, push is never really going to come too much, and will give Mole time to pushing these sides.
On the bottom here, screen 1280 on the side of V5 here for this game 1 early gamers. Rob Bubble's going to land, but at this point, I'm not sure Icon can do too much. Still not enough damage from Mole at this point. V5, their response is going to be towards this top side, and they're going to be leading 2 turrets to 0, with OMG being very passive. OMG losing out in the trades once again.
Coming through from Mole, we talked about how be for a side lane push on Twisted Fate, but I think he's a little bit scared that with the pushing power that OMG have right now, where they're trying to play underneath the turrets. Wait, no one saw it. Okay, lane's pushed in by OMG. The hacker can just swing by and do a quick Dranyas instead to just try and keep himself safe, some sort of counter push or map pressure.
Which is now complete as well, by the way. Also, like, against Curse, who's probably, you'd say at this point, one of the most dangerous members on the side of OMG. Wants to deal with him thusly. And with the Sonya's Hourglass, a lot of that lethality is going to be cut in half. Who has Renan's Hurricane. We're looking towards that next dragon in 1:45. And Dagda, we talked about this a little bit earlier. We talked about what V5 can do in this game if we get towards the later stages. But more importantly, around these objectives for a team like OMG, who have that poke available, it's going to be curious.
Muscle?
There we go. Well, a bit of muscle involved, I will agree. Destiny's going to be used. But where is Destiny? Well, he's up towards the top side.
The big thing about this next dragon is you're going to really see OMG start to come online. We talked about those 2 items. Well, you can already see the Sheen in the pocket of SMLZ. You're going to have our Icon who come back as well before the fight happens to pick up another, at least half item for himself. So this is where OMG are super strong. So I think V5 are doing the smart thing here, which is pick up the Rift Herald just before it starts. And what it'll give you is the opportunity to just say, hey, cool, you guys have your second dragon. We don't care on the map. And now you get these inner structures down, or even this mid turret down, and this split push pressure takes.
Say, even if V5 can test the dragon, wouldn't you be scared as OMG at this point too? I mean, they're so far ahead. They are 5,500 further up. So at this point, I'd say maybe. I
mean, it is. I think you just want to wait one more Zeal item coming in for this Cephalios, and then you'll be good to go.
It's just,
yeah, I know he is very close to getting to that stage, and that's scary. If you're an OMG fan.
Oh, if you get caught out though, that's going to be a very. You can see OMG 2 members down the bottom line here in Hacker and Curse. After going down mid, V5 have a very fast push, and with the Rift Herald here as well, pressure added.
And where's OMG? They're only starting to go down off of this Rift Herald, and now they'll be the ones that can move in first, get control over this river. And OMG need to be slowly getting control of these objectives, so then they know where all members of V5 right now. He's a great flank.
Got the Scuttle Crab available, but he's running down the mid lane here for OMG as their final call. They will get the turret as a trade, and finally their first turret of the game.
Mole is going to work through these towers so easily, and you can see no response from OMG. I'll take that trade any day.
Even without the way. So Mole, the level 12 Twisted Fate. OMG have sent Curse down to deal with him, but you're right, turret goes down, and it is a trade in them. Ocean secured, V5 heading towards that Ocean Soul on 2 Dragons time.
Look at the Baron that's going to come up as well, because ideally OMG would want to get this. You know, Baroned ups when you're going for these sieges makes OMG's trying to get that Baron is the big issue here, because if they ever empty the...
I know, Curse is dead.
Yeah.
He's walked too far. Kaboom! So, you know what? Good attempt at trading here. Flash over the wall,
no.
dead. Don't listen
Whoa.
to Castles. What are you doing? He goes a bit too far forward. And first mistake out of V5 there. Curse survives, making it a trade until vs.V5 teleports in. And I thought he would.
I'm not sure why vs.V5 teleported in though. To be honest, shenanigans get this top lane tower, so it's a bit more gold over towards OMG. But yeah, I'm not sure what was the point in wasting all this.
Just like we saw in their very first series.
There's some
against
hiccups along the way. There's some hiccups. It's still good from V5 though. I mean, this Aphelios is really starting to come online. Lichbane is starting to come through for Mole, and this is where the V5 comp will start to really because their side lane pressure is going to be on point. They have great wave clear already, and unfortunately OMG is not really able to get anything going for themselves in the early game and falling behind as a result.
Yeah, lack of direction has been there so far for OMG. What's 2-item point here out of some of the carries in Icon, SMLZ, and Curse. Manamune, or Muramana, sorry, is complete by SMLZ. Icon has the orb ready to turn into an Iceborne option here for the Ezreal as well. So we'll see. Aaron sitting up there and waiting as well. Sam D's just been sitting mid for about 10,000 years. And the level 12 Ophelia making with a redemption on board here for PP God. So good news stories not being taken.
And the thing for OMG, where we're talking about that 2-item spike through, you've now got the 2 items on the Ezreal. Usually this is where they'd be really heavily accelerated. That power spike has started to drift off a cliff, and this is a big issue. The opportunity to poke them in or something along those lines. They should be fine to just play around these side lanes.
Again, we know how important it is for vision here with poke compositions. V5 narrowly miss out from the engage edge. Blocked on down. Everything used here from OMG, but they get their first kill of the game, and V5 are forced back.
All they had to do was not group, and V5 run straight into the hands of OMG here. You still have Mole down in this spot trying to create any pressure, and V5 just gifting over kills and managed to get for themselves.
They send the man with the teleport, the Jason Curse with 2 items down to receive that bottom wave. Teleport available. OMG hovering around now, getting vision around that Baron, which for the longest time they did not have. And after Mole clears that out, they walk back up for V5. Direction where?
Well, ideally they want to still try and have Mole down on this side lane, keep the wave as close to that bottom turret as possible. The bigger issue here though is trying to avoid situations like this where OMG spot out where everyone on V5 is, you have no way of engaging on them, and they can have hacker play front line. So this is, as you can see, where they play very aggressive. If
this game, then V5 without that Ocean Dragon, without, I guess, the Baron as well, very hard with Icon. Vision still maintain around on the Baron, mixed of course, but
all rotate up towards this top side and towards soul point for V5, and let second turret in the top side while all this dancing is going on.
I mean, he's got the Ghost, he's got Exhaust. Remember, unsealed Spellbook here for the TF. It looks like right now OMG confident to push up mid, but Dragon's going to be started here by Weiwei in, and OMG have no interest in this. Might have actually found Mole. Curse versus Mole. Lethality's there. Destiny, you pop him in time, and Mole will escape before Icon gets there.
They spotted a Mole just peace out, wanted nothing to do with it. It gives V5 the Dragon though. These Ocean Dragons counter OMG so well. You're just healing everything that OMG
So 5 minutes, folks. And at the 24-minute mark, still V5 maintain 1,000 in their first game against a team that's not DMO. So we wanted to see what it was like.
Are we two games in a row?
I don't know,
Like,
sir.
I don't know if I'm ready for this.
I think after seeing V5 int a little bit up there on the top side, I'm not sure. And even Wayway getting caught out now here with the lost chapter. Hooks flying. OMG have their poke set up here as Sam D finally makes his way in as well. But then now Bew attacks them immediately. 3 dead in the blink of an eye. Still massive.
OMG have missed their opportunity. They even go into a pit for no reason on top of them. V5 now will turn towards this Baron. Icon and SMLZ will have to do everything they can.
Keyword once again to use. PP God lands the hook though. Icon has to cleanse away. Mole continues. SMLZ and Icon at full health. But they're going to be... And so they're going to give V5 the Baron here in game 1.
Push just takes on an entirely new level. Lichbane, Twisted Fate, who can play down towards that bottom side of the map, but while the rest of V5 can look to answer in that mid and top side of the map as well. But you can see here they tried the whole idea of this comp is to have Hacker as the last piece, the finisher. But when he just starts off the engage trying to get a pick, because OMG are dragged into it because of the composition they have, will always come out on top.
Bottom lane showing up again though here for V5 alongside Mole. So very good news story if we're seeing absolutely none in spring. It's already a massive level up. Baron now in the hands here of V5 here at 26 minutes in the game as well. Fourth is holding on to a BF sword. That'll be a GA soon enough.
Interesting one as well. He's going for the rapid fire cannon, so looking to be more of a...
He kind of misses. His curse might actually bullet him all game long. Golden in the nick of time through the true shot barrages. Mole has now come in, is on, and he's feeling himself. What an early game he's gone through. And Mole forward into this one. SMLZ and Cold.
Where about the top lane? You've got Wayway battling through bot. You've got the rest.
Yep, they walk through mid and V5, the story continues, huh? We thought one series, that was massive. Oh, up. They've had control of this game all day. One, they'll take the Nexus and move to match point.
Looked like V5 ever flipped against OMG in this game. From start to finish, it was jungler, and then it was just about scaling, getting towards those later items where you win, or they just have TF split push all day long. And Victory 5 played a very clean game.
V5 are leading the charge apparently, so at this point it's that OMG didn't really stand a chance. As soon as the ball got rolling for V5, it was the ganks through mid. Ganks bottom, not a word I used with V5 in the past either, was there all time long.
But credit to very quickly. You can see Way invading, looking towards Mole in this mid lane. The ganks that he got off with that Twisted Fate in the early game really started the snowball winning lane that OMG had. Keep that in check, get you towards bot. We already said Sam D. Now we're off to the races. It just looked great from start to finish.
Once we know an Aphelios is fed, that's when you stay away from a nail in the coffin for OMG. I still like the composition. We rarely see dedicated poke comp. That execution here for OMG, much like it was against RNG.
And that's the big OMG versus RNG, where they weren't respecting the pressure that come out from the mid in the early stages, not playing towards champion It's like the Twisted Fate, where you need to try and manipulate those waves so you're either playing close to your turret, seeing them out and getting back to your own home space so you're not going to be caught out occasions doing just that. And from there, V5 could run away with it.
You look V5, right? Those small early engages that set the ball rolling and then taking everything that was available to them on the map. So for V5 as well, I mean, it was something simple to execute. It was all about how Mole moves around the map, which he did early on and moved around way well.
And it got to the mid game, V5 never gave OMG a chance to enact their composition.
Yep.
So we saw it when, okay, cool, we've got the Rift Herald, we're going to plonk that down before you're able to come and aggress on us and try and poke us out. Okay, so we're losing the Terror top lane, but we've already got Twisted Fate down the bottom side of the map who's clearing out your tier 2. They were always trading up or finding smart ways to avoid.
Come back to the shot calling here in V5 and cleanly. I mean, Lyric and I talked about it last time where the comms on V5, when you look at their cameras, PPGod is very vocal. I'm curious because you would look towards this team as Mole being the team. Weiwei in the past, I know, has been quite a vocal shot caller. Not sure how it works here in this team, but we'll find out.
Well, the thing is, don't forget the PPGod trained under Crisp on FPX. LGL team.
FPX plays, yeah.
FPX plays, yeah. So he's worked underneath someone who's obviously very vocal in FPX as well. And World Champions know to drift across onto PPGod here. He still looks absolutely incredible. His plays have been on point. He's obviously very vocal, and I'm really looking forward to seeing a lot more of this guy.
3-0. You're not hearing that wrong. V5 are 3-0. They're 1-0. Up against OMG. Break and find out if their run of luck, or should I say skill, continues here in the LPL. We'll be right back.
他去把支线锤掉的话，感觉他这
那波线啊，这里要被越了，
可能能换
过
啊。
来，塔姆过来劈口是把杰斯给含到了肚子里，保障了杰斯的安全。杰斯砰砰2枪将其带走。
他要是这波闪现好了，
想抓 W 应该是没能踩中。铁魔想去找一个非常有大招的，要不要回到过去呢？救梦在旁边，但是救梦自己的位置在屏幕的左侧是比较危险，一个大波罗直接将其收掉，这个伤害太爆炸了，梅森自己也不好走啊，一个正义冲拳往左边去冲，自己又开始减速了一下，但是没办法，虽然说嘲讽了一个3个人在等他，但是一波 double kill。提升马身上又刷了一个王者搬架，拉一下骚大的。这是别人钻过去了，两边瞬间打了一波1换1，女枪已经被秒了，艾克他秒杀了男枪，看一下要不要真男人来一波大战。提着马身上一个王者扮演，他能走掉吗？交出了一个死亡闪，站到了一个弹尽粮绝。但这个时候巨魔跟皇子还是有些等级差的，11对12，悲伤这个时候血量不好，恩手先把皇子给做翻，对吧？龙还是被搜。给抢了下来，这波 W 是要溃败了，又是一个大招。看一下苏尼，这波一波追击之势，卡瑟琳你还是15级，但是他马上就要，到。顺势他们一个加速，疯狂的去开团，一个阿拉霍顿开，3个人运过来。再来开个以去其一，红双已经不太好学了。卡萨琳一波 double kill， 再找第3个人，再收一个由杰斯收到他的人头，去死围城，再一个闪现接，而且呢夸抓 kill 的卡萨琳，仿佛吸入清明蔽月，飘摇兮，流风回血，这个团灭。
The sun is high, but I wish I could lie. Ooh, shadow fall. Memory is the hardest beating slow. I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Well, the party continues for V5, huh? One game in the bag and potentially one more to go here against OMG. We started out with a party for them, but it looks like the ball will keep on rolling. I'm hysterical. This is Dagda, and V5 somehow look great.
And I mean, there's nothing else to say. These guys have played a couple of different styles now, but definitely every time it comes to it, they've figured out how to play against the enemy, how to figure out what's the best way for them to enact their game plan.
Yep.
And compared to what we saw in spring, where it was just like, okay, cool, over and over again, they just fall straight up 1v1s, or their skill in solo lanes, it's just been an entire turnaround here.
I just don't know what to say. For V5, of course, let's be realistic. DMO first. DMO's doesn't look like a great team. It will be a test of them going further against better teams in the LPL to see how they perform. But for now, we can say that. And so does Mole here, who's your MVP for game number 1. Mole played well. The Twisted Fate was super clean away. And there were a couple of mistakes from V5. But apart from that, alongside down the hatch.
And it's great to see Mole starting to come back into his own, because when he started on BLG back in spring 2018, he looked and was tossed in the mid lane. But very quickly, as that our split went on, he started to fall off. Now, though, with this new role, those expectations come back.
I mean, it was this gank bottom lane that I thought, wow, like destroyed Cold and SMLZ. And that's when we added Sam D into the equation as well on his FL. Bullied all game long, then came in himself and started knocking on some doors.
Especially when Bubu was put so far behind in the early stages, just off of the pressure that Curse was putting down. That one gank from Mole turned it all around.
That's right.
Bubu then came online. You saw how strong, as you said, Sam D, but also PP God. The objectives were crucial to stopping this pressure from OMG coming through, and already the entire team stepping up.
Kind of a bit of a surprise for us. Of course, for audience tuning in, I know they'll say, why do you guys just hype up V5 all the time? Go
They
really
didn't
suck.
win! They won a game!
They were 0
No
16.
series.
That, you know, or should I say the flight home, right?
They still hold the record. They hold the record right now
in
for the
LPL,
worst LPL.
Oh, for V5, Summer's a very different story so far. We'll see how we go into game number 2. I'm looking down here because I'm looking towards draft. Just have seen him on Callista. I'm curious as to how far else that extends, of course. Mole's champion pool, we know, has never been an issue. It was the Zoe first pick to take away that big power.
That's why I loved the change in draft that we saw come through for V5, where they did opt for Mole to go for this Twisted Fate, because you already saw the A's into the Yumi. You're like, right, we know exactly what game plan you're going for from that. We're just going to play side lanes, and it worked out wonderfully for them, on top of punishing in these early
And
stages.
now we've got V5 on the blue side. You know, they've it's here. So I'm curious as to how that changes, because with the priority in Callista, the Karma ban, which we've seen every once what is going to be the first pick here for V5? I expect to see Sam D priority yet again.
It could be some deep priority. I also really like the Graves for Weiwei. I think if you are just so damn good in the current meta, why not just grab...
Having an ode to silence for OMG. And while we are talking about OMG, RNG that were looking super clean here against V5 as we move into pick and ban. We apologize
just for the V5 memes that are currently...
No to silence, because after that the V5 fan account's going to start popping off again. 10.11. The Varus Graves, a very different pick ban so far from both teams.
I mean, look, some hands of Weiwei in the last game. There was just no answer from OMG. Hacker, but now coming into this, they at least have a better opportunity to play that jungle map, dictating the pace of that early game.
Super interesting. Solo lane, in which solo lane bans throughout. Mole's not going to get his Zoe. And a couple 80 carries open if V5 want to go down the same path.
Could go for the 80 carry, could go for something like the Trundle. There's a lot of mix-ups that, of course, is still coming in as that flex pick. Can go bottom lane if Sam D wants to go towards that. So again, this is actually a pick OMG are going to go for. It can work super well against him on the bottom side of the map.
Being down there for the Syndra, right? We know Mole played down as we saw a lot in spring with the Syndras across the world, but not much.
See the Aphelios locked in, so we'll keep our eyes on how that bottom lane matchup goes. Curious though, what will be locked in, like the Trundle here, or you can go towards the support as well, but just making sure that you're still keeping your options open as you go through the rest of this draft.
Thresh has been now here in summer. We've seen Thresh being LPL and taking that away from PP God, who found so much success. Seems to be a wise move. The least thing going to be locked in though. They don't want to look at anything else. And there you once again on Callista.
It does say though the V5 are going to be looking towards obviously this team fight, very much that mid-game focus with the Callista and the Syndra, and that Lee Sin now paired with it as well. So OMG wouldn't be surprised to see towards late game scaling, pick up something like the Orin here, and you just play hands off in the early stages of the game and not work V5 in this mid-game.
Oh, hang on. Dagda, let's go a different direction. Now that can be flexed, but Icon is an Echo player. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, actually, here's a little funky one. Don't forget, Callista's a flex as well. So,
yeah,
technically we can see a mid and top. Well, I'm thinking Mole would still have the Syndra go bot for Sam D. So there is still flexibility here.
Back to Mole going any lane as well. So Mole could actually take it top. Bubu could play Syndra mid. And then Sam D goes whatever.
Even you could just have
Callista.
this Syndra. So look, there's a lot that can still go on here, okay? Okay,
You're
just
crazy.
pointing it out.
You're super crazy. Let's move forward, because Trundle is going to be backo in a solo lane. Just a bit of a flashback here in the LPL. Echo was played so much during the jungle, now it's only kind of base Shang, as we've seen, who will pick that up on the side of WE. A newer roster coming together with, not really a newer roster, you know, new season, I should say.
I love looking at the comp that OMG are going is either split push, which is probably what you're going for here with the Echo, or you can still play this kind of heavy. This Gragas you can pair well against Weiwei in the early jungle, and as Bay you can force back Syndra. It means you've got a lot of stuff you can work with here for Hacker, and he played it so great.
We've got 2 jungle bans, so we're looking towards a different direction here. We do apologize for the issue.
Got it!
Hey, now we're hyping you up. It's so weird doing a pick and ban without music. It's just you forget the.
Honestly, I'm just like a difference regardless.
Okay, well that's such a nice thing to say. Thank you so much. After the 2 support bans, OMG. The lock-in here is going to be towards the Olaf, so for Hacker and Weiwei.
Okay, so we see, okay, OMG here just going, look, we're missing though for OMG something that can be that big engage tool here. You've got champions, yes, that really want to get in aggressively in the Echo and the Olaf, but I love this from V5 reading that, okay, if you want to go aggressive, that's fine with us. Tarek pairs some early laning phase, but also does great against the likes the Olaf and the Echo because you can throw down that Cosmic Radiance.
I mean, we got a super simple comp, right? We got the Renekton, we got the Syndra running into the mix. We'll talk about that in a second, because on the side of OMG, it's now about what hits that top lane. Go back to, is this the option he wants to take on? Yes, it is. GP Echo. And we got the Aphelios.
So OMG with that Gangplank now have given them the option again to play towards that side lane we were talking about with the Echo Gauge tool with that Cannon Barrage. So when you're looking towards the short range 5 have, well, that's going to work perfect for them, because Kallista's going to struggle with the Cannon Barrage. Syndra doesn't want to try and navigate her way around that. So this pretty good time, and again, look at the scaling you have here on OMG between that Aphelios and the gang.
But I will say for V5, right, the amount of burst that can come through and the participation. PP God uses his Cosmic Radiance at the wrong time. V5 will get slaughtered.
Definitely towards Weiwei here to try and get something rolling in the early stages of the game. It's not the best of matchups for him in the jungle, but when you've got this composition with the Kalista and the Syndra, if you're not getting off on the right foot, and even with the Renekton paired on top of that, you're really
big cliff, right? Like it's gonna be falling off Mount Vesuvius at this point, right? Or maybe into it, we'll see. At this point for V5 was a very strong showing, even though we talked about, you like the, because again, we don't see many poke comps. OMG, you can see their direction, but how is their execution going? They're 1-up, undefeated in summer. One way to find out as we head on to Summoner's Rift here on the road to Worlds. And Dagda, you know what I said last, goal to Worlds. Very, very ambitiously so. But V5 onto the Rift they go.
can keep up at games like this against, you know, JD, top end, I'll come back and we can address that. But I think at the moment, look, either way, it's been a very marked. I've got very high hopes for what they can do, especially for the likes of that bottom lane. Samdi and PP God have really impressed me coming into this.
Bubio as well. He absorbed all the pressure in game number 1 and sent it right potential in fade, which is not going on. It's towards the top side that Icon.
I think the best thing that OMG can do here is actually invade, but have Hacker still look for it in the later stages, because Curse should be able to poke out Bubuticon, who at least in the later stages should be able to push in aggressively. So when you hit that level kind of 5-6 mark, that's when I expect Hacker Weiwei's jungle and being useless.
Alright, Raptors versus the red buff start here for Weiwei, but same buff starters. Nice little trade in the bottom lane, but think nothing of it just yet. Says Sam D will trade back harder than that. And Cold actually moved to half health very early on, while the shove in the bottom lane, 2 at this point, could be hit first with the next wave coming in.
And that's the thing, if you're trading aggressively like that as Cold, you've got all these minions that are turning. Now they're not hitting the creeps, so
True.
You're getting damaged, you're not getting your pushes quickly to heal everything back up as he goes towards that level 3. So V5 taking control once again in this bottom side of the map.
This is a very interesting graphic that just popped up. Level 2 has been hit though. Icon going to do the same here. Nice little phase dive onto Mole. The electrocute proc comes through. There is a trade back, but remember, phase rush here, not electrocute of the same here. He's got cookies, thankfully, to pull him back up to that.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Mole here just shove in this wave back, try and pick up a Dark Seal, and just try and ease out the pressure that Icon can put matchup, where if this Echo is consistently trading aggressively, and then he hits towards that level 6 where he can rewind time and not worry about the Syndra ultimate.
Puzzles come through here. Cold versus PP God, the health pretty much the same. Pot's going to be burnt yet again here. Cold actually running out of pots while PP God and SamD are backing off, but is it in time? Hacker lands the undertow onto 2 onto PP God. There's their focus for the flay back nicely. Dazzle's great, but he has to flash as well with the exhaust on down. He still finally shows us something in this series.
OMG with that hook from Cold managed to turn that around. It looked like it was going to be all for none, but just about.
Oh, Pew Pew, hang on. That's Cold the Big. Dagda, sorry. Go on.
I'm trying to figure out where's Weiwei's down on this bottom side, so this is still pretty dicey here, and the power of the gangplank early.
You know, you saw that there. He has to flash with the cripple. One more auto necessary as Harred. Okay, V5. What was that?
Early game not going as planned. Ended as a OMG now ahead in this bottom lane, which is again where they want to start getting a lot of this gold funneled. SMLZ and this Aphelios wants to get up towards those 3. At least for Curse, this is a winning matchup for the gangplank, so he doesn't need as much help to get the ball rolling.
Cold now run the top lane Dagda because teleport has been used. Curse walking to lane himself. But my eyes are peeled towards mid here. Cold hasn't been spotted towards his jungler while Icon just has to dodge away from Scatter the Weak. There is still kill threat here, but Mole's going to be walking back towards it.
Just the V5 plays though. Get Mole out of this lane, start roaming towards top. Hacker.
Okay, how does the dive go? Curse a level behind. Barrel taken away. Big minion wave. You're right about Hacker, but not here just yet. They turn onto Curse underneath. Already takes the view. It's not tanky enough at this stage. Hacker, it's gone horribly wrong, and Weiwei now getting 1v1. This is Sora as Mole runs out of mana. Curse takes the chase on himself. Nice Scatter the Weak to save the day, but V5 again lose 2.
That was a great read from Hacker. It's something going on up towards his top side, but bottom, we're still good.
Nice Gravitum with Flay, but OMG, it's still just a better trade. And you talk about better kills. This Olaf is Viking level scary, and it would be great to pair the two together and play that War Druna.
This is the reverse of what we saw in the last game, where OMG are the ones looking to take it easy, looking to make these plays happen, but they're able to turn this one around with the Crud camp here, so they know the Hacker will be pathing towards this top side. They just don't make this play happen fast enough. A Mole, this goes awry, there's no coming back from it. There's no turnaround kills that can come through.
This gives me a flashback like GP top, and these teams would try and dive him, but it would never go the way they expect just because of how GP is as a champion. picking up the kills now. A lot of comfortability on the side of OMG. In the form, this game, this early game specifically, is theirs to take. And for V5, a lot of owners push now.
Well, OMG are actually just going to try and double down on the pressure here. Icon moving down. Hacker is already complete. This is going to be a dive.
And Icon has ultimate. Sam D and PBC. Icon uses the ultimate to get back, and that chrono break saves the day around the rest of OMG. 6 and
Good curse. He's doing a smart job here, backing away, knowing that if we're making the play on the bottom side, right, I can't be at my turret on this top lane. Instead, moving towards, aren't getting plates on both top and mid to answer.
I just noticed Hacker did pick up one of those kills though, Dagda. So it's 5-0, and I have to say, finally, OMG shaping up. Against RNG, horrible. Against V5 and a brand new OMG that I'm sure fans can be pretty excited about, as they also pick next. And this team that scales, this team that, you know, has the bruiser slash tanky man in Olaf, we could be with a mount.
Did lose out on a little bit of golden experience there in the top lane. I thought Icon would have just wandered top, cleared out the wave, and then rotated back towards mid. So a bit of golden experience got 3 of those turret plates in the top lane. So this Crocodile is going to be very large, and there is these aggressive plays, but again, we'll struggle against the likes of this Gangplank to really get on towards the back line.
Definitely turn around in position where View is rather than just survive. Hacker level 6 here on the Olaf, same level as Way, but you know, he has those kills in his back pocket. He can play with this aggressive. That top side leads him to the potential of vertical jungling, but more importantly, the Rift held at 8 minutes in the game.
And this is the problem now for the ones that are taking these early Rift Heralds and snowballing their advantage.
Yep.
Hacker is so far ahead that even in a 3v3 scenario where at this stage you think V5 would come out on top, OMG will be able to...
I mean, Hacker's, he's got all the help in the world. I'm kind of sad he didn't go and change his path to Warriors once he was so far ahead. But still, he's still massive. He's still going to be near unkillable as controlled for OMG. Still that 2k mark is on top of them. 2k gold lead. I'm talking funny. You know what, the bottom lane, but some good warding by OMG spots him out.
To be honest, according to Twitch chat, I talk funny all the time.
Hey,
So.
big games today, sir.
Yeah.
So
But
it's funny when, even when you're not casting, I
still
noticed
is.
Twitch chat yesterday still says legacy you built up here. So.
Completely intentional.
I think a lot of people still don't understand. That's just how you say R.
That is just, that's how the entirety of Ireland says.
Say R for me.
Or.
Yeah.
Or.
No, fair enough. It's okay. I say some crazy things. When I've been calling prawns here, I call them shrimp. No, wait, no. I call them prawns.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Because
Wow.
there is no shrimp on the Barbie.
There is no
Trying to
shrimp
say.
on the bar, but there ain't no shrimp. No way.
And
Oh.
V5 are... Oh, hang on.
Hey, this is solo kill territory. Good go to the week here. Parallel convergence comes down, but Mole's not caught in the middle of it. Icon now showing a bit of strength here in the laning phase.
Yeah, you said Icon was an echo player, but he's doing a damn good job of taking over this mid lane. And you can see Mole is trying to push in and make these plays down towards the bottom side of the map, but it makes it impossible for him to do anything, which means that OMG again are getting this time to scale.
And there's a bit of pressure added with Mole coming back into this lane, but look at this. Don't take down the turret, but it's just more of that snowball being added.
And now you've got a 3,000 gold lead in favor of OMGs. And look, how do you open up the map at all? So then OMG...
Sorry, what is happening?
OMG, at the moment, they've got great wave clear. Icon can clear all day, same with Curse. Even down in the bottom lane, you don't really have the pressure to push in under. So as long as you got this stallmate coming through from OMG where you don't have Rift Herald available, V5 can't do very... Hacker's already so far ahead, it doesn't matter.
So But then we go, but he's just picked up the Chrono Break as he heads on in with a phase dive. How will he get out of this? Good scout of the week, but the wave not cleared. Icon just walking away.
Hackers in this entire area is safe. There's also Bubu who was backing this happened.
Okay, Bubu has used Dominus here. I guess he was scared of getting dove. I'm not sure about that one, Dagda. Just throw it out anyway.
And this is where we're kind of seeing, okay, V5, they haven't got everything together. They're just yet from them now. OMG are doing a good job of slowing down the pace of this game. And as we said, this is exactly what OMG 3-4 items get your Gangplank 2 is the same, but here we go.
So that's why I think there's that 1 minute in front. Sonic Wave doesn't connect from Wayway. Sam D's getting dove at the bottom side. It's going to be much easier here as Moonlight feed. Okay. But can V5 get Kurth up here? Kick into the wall. Scatter the Week unleash power. Bubu picks up the kill. That is a net win for V5 until
Lane is going to go down in favor of OMG as well, so they're going to be able to get the plates here. So 10 plates going over towards OMG. And yes, you can answer in that top lane, but it's not going to be here.
Especially not if Icon finds the solo kill her onto Mole. Parallel Convergence used nicely, and the Scatter of the Week doesn't land. So now Icon comes in with a just on top of this Syndra. He flashes away the mark. Mole survives. Icon has to leave. This is a familiar situation with him in the top lane.
PP God is here as well, so Icon now going to back away. Pressure down, it delays that tower, and it's given the opportunity for OMG to get Theos is right now. SMLZ shoving in mid lane. You've got Hacker, who's now taking the second dragon for OMG and contested. And you've got a Mountain Dragon as well. Now, not going to do too much for the side of OMG, but at least it's against the likes of this all-in from Mole.
I mean, we already had an unkillable Olaf. It just adds to that as well, right? You know, at this point, he's still sitting. Hack has him back, by the way. He might now have to. Whoa! Flashes away into the Dark Passage. Survives. SMLZ gonna get flushed on himself. The Fates. It's now time for the Taric ultimate here, which saves Sam D. Gets his own on top of Hacker. He will spin to win it and gets a massive shutdown. OMG.
SMLZ has been doing this so often, just okay. But SMLZ is constantly getting caught out in these situations, and this game, now we're seeing in game number 2 as well, where he's going way too far forward, and yes, Hacker does get out, baited in, that ends up giving across the kills and giving V5 so much needed gold in their pockets.
I mean, the goal, they're now only 2. You can see the turret plating. V5 did pick up quite a bit, especially now. Icon now going to be meeting, butting heads a little bit. Sonic Wave doesn't connect, and I think Icon has the damage here, but Wayway turns it around, still has the kick available. Parallel Convergence with the support of Bubu, that's all it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to draw your attention. Hacker hasn't backed in a damn long while. It was at least 5 minutes. He went back and picked up a Black Cleaver outright. And now against Mole, the potential is there to kind of be a bit of a nuisance. One more auto. Yeah, there we go. Hacker can't find it in time.
Still playing heavily towards this bottom side. You can have Hacker just go try and start off this Rift Herald. SMLZ and Cold are keeping control of the mid lane for them. Curse is still trying to play push out in that top lane.
Playing with the Herald himself as well. I want you all to note that when we came into this series, we talked heavily about the bottom. All the pressure added by OMG. They haven't had a chance to succeed, bar that last fight. They were sitting 1-3, 0 before, but they've been bullied this game by OMG. And it's been one of the strengths of OMG. Knew the direction needed was towards that bottom lane.
The thing is, though, with V5, with the Syndra, with the Kalista and that Renekton, just because this is where their composition really starts to come online. Black Cleaver will be completed soon for Bubu. You've got those first items coming. If OMG are trying to fight right now, they will lose out. They still need a couple more of these items to come through.
I'm looking towards this and we'll see right now. He's got the Infinity Edge. Also know the Proto Belt in the mid lane. Trinity Force with the GP is going to evolve very soon into components of another in the LPL. It's fun to see a GP again. I think, did we see it in the...
We saw, I think it was Zoom as well. We saw Cat in Zoom.
Yeah, we did. We saw Pirate Zoom. V5 at MSC. Do you reckon V5 would have beaten the LCK?
I don't know. I don't know about that one. I think they might have needed a little bit more time in the room to kind of get to the stage.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Yeah. I don't know why it was a struggle for me to say that word.
Incubation?
Yeah.
No, it's not the hardest
Still,
one, is it?
I know, no. Not at all, but...
No, they're going to start doubting you, man.
I know.
They gave you the RNG thing.
could.
Fantastic. V5, you can see the positioning topside here. That's because OMG were looking to contest, and especially looking around that topside turret. Mole defenders yet. More importantly, the start of the Mountain Soul, the Mountain Rift, in less than 1 minute.
He's also got his Rift Herald here that he can try and put down, and especially as we talked about that, you can use that to create pressure mid, which is why you're seeing V5 shove very aggressively in this mid to try and shove out these waves, get over towards this well. Finishing off that redemption is going to be really crucial for this fight.
The blue picked up on Curse there as well. Okay, what next? He played a crucial role in that last fight.
I'm also looking across the code. The shore of it come through for Thresh. We used to see him go very tanky, but the speed up that you get is going to be super when they're trying to kite away from Mole, Sandy, and Bubio.
Dagda, we're piling up towards this, and the gold a lot more even than it was before. V5 have picked up a lot of resources across the map. We're now only about 1,000 and then some. Mole level 12 with the Luden's Echo plus the Aether Wisp. Herald mid for now the drag.
I'd rather see OMG give this up and just play towards that Herald mid. If they can turn for a fight, here's V5, they're in a great spot.
It is secured. OMG have walked into this. Orange is out from. V5 pick it up, but now the inner track. Still for OMG as the Death Sentence lands from with the pressure on mid.
We'll get the tower. V5 a little bit old. Moving down towards this bottom lane. I don't know if this is the right call. This could be an inhibitor if they realize it's 4 versus 5, but OMG don't stick around to find
as well. Bit of damage onto the inhib turret, but that'll slowly heal up. So Mole cold if he heads in that direction. I think he doesn't feel threatened by Curse at this point, but Cannon Barrage is going to come down. He had the doubloons to level it up. Doesn't have enough mana. Flash away from Curse over the Q, and that's an easy solo kill. Hit hard.
And now you're not only losing out in bot lane, look at the top lane. I5 though, trying to answer in this mid lane, but OMG are collapsing.
I mean, this could be pretty dangerous for V5. Remember, Hacker's pretty icons there as well, and V5 are going to get cornered. Good Fate's call to get them out, but the parallel welcome as the flash forward here with the ultimate. The Cosmic Radiance a little bit late, and the already taken down side of OMG as Bubu is trying to catch Crikey. And he's dead. V5 lose out on the fight, but OMG come close to losing some of their own.
V5 again seeing these hiccups in the bottom lane. You try to make the play in the mid lane, but not respecting that OMG are happy to just collapse. Even need to spend their gold to win out, especially in a 4 versus 5.
Sam, these was a little bit slow. Now the gold goes back up in G. To reiterate what Dagda was saying early on, I mean, the scaling of OMG is there. And every time these G, you think, well, V5, this game's slipping further and further away.
The double TP was great here to the actual execution here, where couldn't get the barrels coming in from Curse over the wall. Though they managed to get the plays. The flash in from Cold sets this up on the ultimate, but realistically that engage came through so fast, you don't really have a chance, and Bew's fights on his loans.
Because you imagine there with Bew in the middle of 4, if Sam D was alive and invulnerable for that period of time, that fight could have gone fifth of OMG. The target selection on Sam D to find that kill before cost on the other 80 carry SMLZ. He's got his 2 items, and OMG are looking for some more. Sam D and PP God have to be ready. Yep, a bit of extra damage now onto the Aphelioses. V5 look.
There's also the opportunity for them to try and Bubu caught out on his own underneath this turret. A lot of members from V5 are not going to be there to
see it, but I'll say OMG are probably winning out in the split pushing war.
Felios, Gangplank, and Olaf against the Syndra, especially when they're this far accelerated.
Now they're heading towards another inhibitor turret. Mole still aboard, but at this point, Mole doesn't show any sign of backing. Okay, they pay their respect.
This is still V5 trading evenly.
That was a good
and
trade.
when they're so far behind, that's pretty good. The problem again is that they don't really have the scaling. Spellbinder coming in from Mole is just okay, we need to try and get something back to be important.
As a found icon, Chrono Break going to be used there by the Echo. And so Weiwei didn't have to use his. That is, we're grouping up mid. Pretty persistent on taking down this outer turret. But OMG again defending quite easily. It will be time to reach Dragon. V5 picked up the last one. And hell sure they want this one as well.
Control down right now for V5, which should help them in maybe trying to find a pick or something before this starts off. And that kind of feels like the only way they're really going to have this game. Use the likes of Bubu, where you can push out bot lane, rotate with Bubu and Mole, potentially find something, but it feels like it's a long way off, especially.
Still grouping up as 5, OMG spreading out. Let's have a look across the map. Everyone here. You have priority through mid, but look at where Icon is. The positioning, the parallel convergence, but he gets knocked back. Nice scatter the weakest. Sam D gets altered, but now without a cosmic radiance. Icon a big threat.
The thing is though for V5,
oh, hang on. Dagda with Rock here trying to get cursed with the dazzle, but he doesn't walk into the open arms of V5. OMG still pushing through mid, sending them back as the barrel set up for way at half health. The death sentence land from Cold as the ultimate from Aphelios is there as well. The have blinking, or not blinking, but full health bars at this point. The death sentence comes through, and even though Sam DC is doing the 200 years thing yet again, a triple kill comes through, and it's only a 1 versus 1. The Penta denied while Curse has to OMG butt heads, and there's only one left standing on each.
What I was trying to say before that fight kicked off, Cosmic Radiance to set up Bubu, but when OMG are just running into them like this, V5 actually have a fighting chance. You haven't quite got the scaling on SMLZ, just 5 kills for his name. Gonna be picking up that Zeal item just after that QSS as well. This is where now OMG can get a little bit more once again. But look, if OMG are going to play into this with the backline, this is where V5 are in great shape. Sam D hitting on to Mo, very hard for OMG to win out on these fights. It ends up going even, but still a little bit dicey.
Bit of a shape of SMLZ there, I will say. Nice flash away from the dazzle at the end. Got his triple. So it's 80 carry galore in that last fight as we reset. And while both top laners were the only ones survived, it was like Baron is being started. And now stopped. Okay, V5, fair enough. That was probably going to lose you the game.
Especially if Curse was able to get that kind of maybe have that chase potential come through with everyone shut down in the pit. A lot of these situations to create the distance and try and keep SMLZ safe in the backline from Bubu. But look, at this stage, they're really just so far ahead. It's difficult for V5.
To the point of this 1-3-1 with the GP and the Echo in the side lane. Icon took... And OMG actually heading back towards the Baron, but there's a lot of vision that's going to save V5 from having health. Right now, that's the job of OMG. Clear it out, bring V5 into their deaths, and move this into a 3-game series.
And this has been a great work from them in the early stage as well. V5 got it in this game. Hacker taking control of this jungle matchup and running away with it. Shutting down plays on that top side, getting plays working for them on the bottom lane as well. OMG looking like an entire...
Oh, something we haven't said so far this split, but now through mid lane, V5 are looking... Has been a bit of a thorn in their side so far. Curse is actually reset, by the way. He's now running out to the mid lane.
They'll take their time with this one. Push in the waves a little bit, get yourselves in a nice position like jungle and get the vision control. Make sure that there isn't a way for V5 to...
Just having a look at item comparisons down the bottom of your screen. It's 80 carry versus 80 carry. It's the 3-item mark for both. You need to hit. We'll be looking for here. The Cosmic Radiance has been pretty crucial. It's a nice scout of the week yet again. Yeah, but they still want this turret. The pressure from V5 is forward. They keep big gods. Cosmic Radiance. That'll save the day. Clear the wave. OMG hold on to that turret again.
At the end of the day, it's not the biggest issue if it drops. OMG at for Icon to push in this bottom side. It does help a little bit on this Baron dance, but not the end of the world. Curse not having his cannon barrage up and available right now, because V5, if they can find an engage, not get out of these dicey situations, can hurt OMG a lot more.
He's level 16 though, so he got cooldown reduction. Of course, he went for the Yomu's go ready. There's a lot of damage here on the GP, plus the BF turning into what looks to be the Essence Reaver coming up as well. Those comparison Bubu has kind of hit the peak of his item point with 2. So Bubu level 16 himself. Top laner versus top laner, the only 2 left standing after the last. They get the mid lane turret. 29 minutes later. Well, you know.
Wei doing his damnedest to get every single one of them. And at this stage, I don't really think the V5 current area anymore. OMG should be able to try and keep control of that area. Play towards it. Just try and draw V5 in. But it's only to buy time for that Bubu. Looking to see if he can get in behind this gangplank.
Both solo laners here. Walk face first into Bubu. Now remember, Orange is available. Flash is there as well. He burns it. Okay.
But this is the thing. OMG, they should have been towards it, just turned directly onto it. That's why we saw Mo with a very quick TP, but they weren't in a position to try and take advantage. Still get the teleport out though, so they can look to rinse and repeat, at least with Curse pressuring bots.
I think Mo was also trying to surprise them through mid and just take the numbers. And either Curse returns to the bottom lane against Bubu, and he's chasing this Renekton. And at this point, why not? Yep.
And now we got 30 seconds until this dragon is over. We're in a bit of a hard spot here where do you try and play towards this dragon, or are you going to use this opportunity to, like they did in the last one, go towards the bar, hurt themselves too much if they don't try advantage that OMG have? I'm not sure they can.
Some good warding. Look who they spot out. Everyone from OMG is towards the bottom lane, and this is in full vision, but they want to rush this or at least bring OMG over.
They're going to get OMG over. Bubu is backing, looking potentially for where he decides to go.
Cannon Barrage is going to come down. He's going to be pretty quick about it. It's 4 versus 5 being used, but OMG can turn on him. Just a horrible TP. He will go golden for now, and Mole dies to Icon while Hackers in the middle of the pit, and the Baron is not an option anymore. At 2k, they're trying to burn the Baron, and they will with the Ren, but can they survive the fight? Sam D flushes over the wall, but so does Icon. But OMG say no.
They were bleeding, and they knew that They were on death's door. It's try and make the Hail Mary play. It's a close out this game.
You can see the V5 comms, they were laughing a bit. That's right, Dactor. Worth a try is well said. Brilliance, right? We finally got what we saw in 2020 spring, which higher up. Now, granted, V5 don't feel like a higher up yet, but they definitely challenged them, and they'll move us to the game.
OMG did an amazing job of all the pressure was on V5 to try and make something happen. Throughout the game though, OMG possible for them to have the strong early to mid game that their composition outscaled entirely.
So much better OMG composition again, and liked it very much. It was very simple. You knew where the conditions lie. And yeah, it was a flip around. It's proactive when necessarily they don't have to. V5 were trying to force, and OMG were always there. Props to Hacker that game. I think Hacker had a very
nice when they saw the Syndra, the Lee Sin, and the Callista, they're just like, oh, okay, look, these guys they want to try and play around this short range composition, so do a lot more when we get to the later stages, and especially off of in the early stages, thanks to Hacker control and got to that late game much faster, the composition strength.
It kind of comes back to what we were saying at the end of last week. It's like the form of Hacker can sometimes dictate this team, because the OMG of the past, fans like if Icon plays well, OMG feel like they're playing well. If Icon plays bad, Hacker's been moved into that conversation a little bit, even though the last games we saw were SMLZ getting caught, having that carry performance that we wanted to see. Well, this time around, Hacker performs well, and so does the rest of OMG. Carry Pants on that game almost picked up a Penta. Had some great Aphelios moments, and I gotta say that game was a lot of fun to watch because we had some big moments.
A couple of times in that game though, where he bent over and got
he
caught.
He brought extras, so
you know?
Man.
So I want to say, yes, SML's overextensions are getting him caught out sometimes. OMG though, we're far back on it, didn't matter too much, but still overall Hacker looking great. Curse's Gangplank looked stellar, and I think that overall as well, pair that with, as you said, the Icon's Echo, this was a recipe for success.
Gave us something. I was getting worried because my concern with the LPL is always like the depth of talent. Not that it's been a concern, but how it shifts when there's so many roster changes. And for a team like OMG that didn't make that many rosters, the only people that have come in and they're subs, OMG should realistically be stronger with the synergy that was shown in the first series. We didn't get that in game 1. So now, with OMG finding form, I think against V5, like, they're going to be tested a lot more and aim to show us who is actually on that bubble of a top.
Both occasions, the team that should be hitting, you know, that 2-item spike and really taking over the game has been the team that really does come down to the jungler. Number 1 did a great job of tracking Hacker and making sure that he's able to match him and keep him at bay and get the lead in favor of V5. But in this game, over him was dictating the pace from start to finish, and I think looking at this counter pick, I think that was really the recipe here that made the difference, was getting that jungle advantage.
And the only mistake I guess he made that game was sitting on 4 Ruby Crystals for about 5-6 minutes and not backing it all from the jungle. But he's so far ahead, he didn't get far ahead, that held control of that game too. We're going to go to a break. When we return and see if he knew their success.
即便是分割战场，而且这个时候这个太自信了，直接从后面切进来，顶着3个人输出，没死，对不对？我真的没有死。他又着了地了，大招放出来，都换到1米，显然能抓死吗？漂亮，生我拿到人头，但是我们自己也要死，小号往后一撤，闪现出炮。 没有
这把到三峡，进来一口，还有机会，还是进，再进场，三下不够，没打出来，最后一下接到了，
想一颗被躲掉，被小白给 W 完被躲掉，逼走了以后端就想用，开始就比谁大个肉，老鼠被突起来死了，没人打了。 输啊！没人打1秒了，被打15秒了，那可以，可以。教练什么降噪？好，现在2个大哥在前面顶着，回到9个，继续。
这边传送过去，然后没有伤害。哎，这里反正打漂亮哇！我的天，这一波又在操作。
秒人的是一个奥拉夫，你是秒不掉，一个在这。
这被又在直接切死，相互这里大招还差一点点的时间，不过1-6 triple kill 上 kill，
完成了一波 ace。
你觉得小狗这一把有什么看好的环境吗？来大轮回来，卡米尔有没有带到吗？卡米尔推上去的，居若没有这边在疯狂的 A 人，这一下招了2个卡皮。 完了，这边感觉小狗要跳起来了。 又在第3场，好久没有看到小炮这样的一个操作了，前秒掉了又在，最后已经有火炮了，这波可以打，对方落单了，有了，看起来直接秒掉，这边打出了逼出的闪现，追闪现，超过哇，小队长好快呀，又遇到2个人，这一波 A， 对，3连，
维珍想接盘，但是想的有点多。 一剑，米的将过把就被炸回来了，但是大招保住了他，戳回去，皇子盖的不错，但这个位置凯南跟艾希的疯狂切前排，九总跟赵鑫对倒，瑞斯延导又在公路有兵线，我们可以过去就过。
而且他开到了，由头帮忙把对方的一个输出给顶走，但是这个点上他鱼在那边挑人家，往后面拉鱼在没有死。 哇，这波天秀了，天秀了！拉到了突破，捕捉这，又在收割了，杀落漂亮！
Well, seems like V5 struggled a little bit. Lost their first game of 2020 summer. Now we're going to see if it goes all the way or if they can finally find their way back against OMG. My name is Hysterix. I'm joined by Dagda here, and we're going into a game 3. One where OMG just showed us everything. And I have to say, Hacker really took the lid off of this team.
Yeah, I cannot believe how strong Hacker looked comparatively to game number 1 versus game number 2. And it really did come down to him just dictating this early game, making sure that there was no way for Weiwei to start this early snowball rolling so that then you could play towards the strengths of this mid game.
It would be a great MVP. SMLZ's MVP, by the way. Yeah. Now, that's fine. I need to have a better performance. I will just say I deserve this as well, but whatever. SMLZ gets it. He didn't get caught or anything as much as he did in previous games, because let's be quite honest, SMLZ in his first 3 go. At least then we got his 4th game and it was a little bit better. So to a game 3, one between V5 and OMG that honestly, I'm starting to love the V5 series now, no matter what.
Like, I'm starting to really like V5.
And it's not even about
interest.
You don't have to get like behind V5. They're a lot of fun, especially that second game. I mean, watching V5 operate happened in the end anyway.
They did it and they died. It was perfect. It was the best way to end that, because really, but it's still, you know, V5 realized, hey, look, we're going to go down here. There's no way that we're going to be able to fight them as this game starts to go on. We have to try and make a play. Come into game number 3 and reset themselves. And I want to look at this right inside it, because so far it's been kind of either side going, okay, we're still going to try and at least have these team fight. The later game scaling that's coming in to be a big,
because we haven't had the most difficult of team competition we saw out of OMG that wasn't successful, but we've seen some OMG. A lot of the scaling elements put out on the board, and then for V5, the onus on them. Just here, of course, I do believe V5 are on blue yet again, if I'm not mistaken. We're into my little ear. So, going forward, what stands out to you?
I think coming into this, I'd obviously like the the likes of these champions. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more priority from either. Seeing that engage could really help either side. We're seeing a lot of the Age, but definitely the Renekton's, and in a lot of to get into these fights. And I think Ornn could just help the squad a lot more.
Does V5 is selected right here, so we're into game 3. And those Graves, you want to side ban there, and the Thresh taken off as well. We got a different first pick, unless they want to go Abelios for SMLZ again.
Fix. I mean, SMLZ looks good at scaling that's coming through. You can still play towards the likes of the Ornn and some of the Reals, and I think that's where, once you start to put the pressure on either of these teams in that early stages, that seems to be...
Dagda, are you ready for the lease in off Weiwei again? Because he didn't have a good game 2 on it, but he has had a good performance on it versus Darius.
I like to see them pick the Syndra and then a support here instead. I think keeping the door open for what you'd like to see in that jungle, especially this 3rd selection. I think you can play around it quite a bit more with V5.
Okay.
Just go, I don't know if you want to heavily go towards like the likes of Nautilus or something like that. But, and as well, the Misfortune does a good job of keeping this Aphelios at bay in team fights. Just that ultimate can make it difficult for the Aphelios with the short range to have fun in these fights.
Seeing you to see how the diversity goes here for his champion pool, and we are getting to see a little bit of it. So the Misfortune, not the most, or the less still one that's looked at by people like Hope, one of the big name AD carries. What do OMG?
I still imagine that this is going down towards the bottom lane. We've seen Set move away from being a top lane champion and Because teams have just reset, even without his items. It's just his base kit. It's so hard to get set, and we can just take a strong top laner on top of it.
At the very least, we have also seen it from Teachama on WE. He brought it to the mid lane too, so there is a lot of flexibility if here for Hacker anyway. And what you wanted to see was a jungler picked up here on that red side second.
If you want here for Weiwei now to go towards the Lee Sin, you do have a good matchup into the Trundle. And then you are very much following your train of thought here with this mid-game spiking team in the Syndra locked in for the bottom lane. This tells me V5 are assuming that set is going to go down to the bottom lane, and you're trying to keep it away from the same and have those big ultimates as the back.
Also, flashback to JDG Game 5 of the Grand Finals. What won them the game was Lumal's Bard, and it was this miss which Bard lays down the ulti in the team fight. Misfortune gets the setup duo.
And look at OMG's composition right now. They are super immobile. It's really difficult for us to operate around both the bullet time and that ultimate coming from the Bard. So realistically, it's a solid pickup against what OMG have selected so far.
So V5, they're like, hey, Icon, you're not getting, assuming that it is, yeah, they are assuming that set support. You're not getting the X. We've got the jungler bans coming from OMG though. Off the likes of the Jarvan, Weiwei's Lee Sin.
I'd imagine so. I mean, you're trying to get rid of the Jarvan for, again, just setting up super well in the fight that V5 are going for. I think the Lee Sin can still work well here because you've already got your engage tool and help set up your team for success in the early stages.
You're looking seriously at the Ornn. Game 5, what did Zoom play? Was it the Ornn? It wasn't GP yet in no, our grand finals of spring, do you remember?
I think it was yeah, we're not going to see it. I think here, if I'm OMG, a bad matchup in the top lane, but I think going for something like the Ornn, the Wukong as well, gives you some really strong engage, which is kind of what your team is lacking so far. You can use the set, but a little bit more difficult for him to get into those positions. It's mid lane. I would love to see something like an Azir here, where you just go all in on this later game scaling, and you've got the opportunity to just shove people back if they ever get too close, and make it a little bit difficult for Azir to play around these fights. But looks like we won't be seeing that. Instead, they're double
all in here from the side of OMG. We'll talk about that in a second, Dagda, because I'm very curious. Now, Weiwei in the past has been a heavy AP jungler. Something like the Elise is fine, but he's also played a lot of the Karthus, which is not popular at the moment. Weiwei has a wide champion pool. Something like the Kindred is
a smart pick here, just because when you see all this heavy engage, it is very much a haymaker, try and kill people ASAP. Kindred just gives you that little bit of moments respite where you can hang on while you're all in that nice Kindred ultimate, give you an opportunity to fight after that Kindred goes down. And as well, don't forget, if you can just delay for a moment, people start to group up the ultimate as well. So this is kind of a disengage, or at least take a step back with the Bard and the Kindred, and Curse, Hacker, and Icon out of your team. But it's so difficult to do because of just how heavy the engage is on this OMG.
It's going to be a bit more difficult to execute, right? So we'll see if they can do it, because game 2 didn't look like making anything happen. For OMG, coming into this one, I talk feel after coming out of a game. They had their best game of the split so far. Because and so for OMG, you talked about it. There's a lot of all in there. There's a composition that can just pile on top of each other. It is the Galio mid for Predator as well, so the also ability to roam here for OMG through mid.
It's unusual to see this style of composition though paired with. You'll see something like the Callista, so that then you can all in and just try and snowball off of that, especially as, you know, Wukong got power situated on that 1 to 2 item spike. But going for the Aphelion on the damage from Wukong, the damage also from this set support to a certain extent. Helios can get to those 2 to 3 items.
SMLC's on comfort here. We saw 2, but we're on to a game 3. 5 OMG butting head to head. Now, did I think this would go the distance? I did actually.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, I don't know. Can't beat that. You know that. Somehow I was right. What'd you do for your prediction of this series?
I think I had OMG.
Did you? I did as well. I changed it last night, and no one changed it on the graphic.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I just, you know.
I'll back you up. I saw the tech button.
Please change it. It didn't have support for Cold. On the phase rush, which, as many of you have seen through the middle lane, he just chases you down.
Yeah, I mean, look, Nimbus cloak, and then you start to get some of the extra kind of very speedy boy, and it's so difficult for you to try and kite away from that. And Set as well in this scenario can work very well and try and pick off people as the Kindred ultimate is used. So in my head, the way I'm looking at this OMG lineup going is you get Cursed with this big engage, you have Icon come over the top, and Cold at the end of the day is used to be Lamb's Respite, so then you can finish them off and it becomes a little bit of a non-factor. If they have the opportunity to try and survive this all in, they can try and turn it around. At least for Bubu's perspective, a lot of the fight is going to be coming his direction, which makes it a lot easier for him to have an impact in these fights.
Idea as well at the end of it. I'm looking towards Icon as we're talking about runes, because it is going to be the unfilled spellbook here for the Galio mid. And, you know, there's spellbook on. There's so many actually champions that are playing with the possibility of that rune.
It works really well here because you get spells, and well, Mole is going to be looking to try and go aggressive or at least kill you as often as possible in conjunction with Wei here, because all you're trying to do is OMG, not worried so much about winning on these lane fights.
Okay, well, you can see Bubu gets a shove, walking down, gonna help Kindred mark, and it's not topside. Well, it hasn't spawned just yet, we'll find out. And as we know is, hang on, Face Breaker in the bottom lane, Cold chasing this up a little bit, but he's been exhausted down now. PP God shouldn't die here, dodges away from the Haymaker, but Coldness, that's a nice trade. PP God might be sent back here.
Big mistake from PP God. The whole point of this Bard is to try and keep this set support at range, but now having to blow the exhaust makes that a lot more difficult. Luckily he didn't blow that flash, because that would have been a wonderful day for Cold, who could have just consistently jumped onto this Bard because of how squishy he is.
See, they paid the respect. Would press the attack. The early damage is going to be insane, and underneath turret now, the respect not paid with the flash away. Sam MD caught under, flashes a little bit too late. The Haymaker comes old though. Will be trade for the second, but now SMLC walking in as Icon come down as well, but Mole is on the other side. Way PP God, and yep, magical journey Icon. Boy, it will be a favorable trade for OMG until SMLC walks into death. He had nowhere else to go. So 2 for 2, I take it back, but first blood.
Gone to Wei though, and this Kindred now can really start to get this snowballing and get ahead like this. It becomes so much easier for you to go in aggressive to the jungle, start trying to get these stacks up and become really obnoxious. So OMG, I'm surprised to see them go for such, and we were talking about can just hang back, wait until they go towards team fights and look to win at V5. Not the best way to start things off.
Kindred has a double longsword and the skirmishing smite available as well. He's back into lane with Boots. Boots also here for Cold as well. So we're just keeping track after what this was a very elongated dive.
To begin with as OMG, because look, Set is amazing at tanking turrets in the early stages because of the massive shield you get from Haymaker, but not really committing a lot to try and finish off these kills. So it'd be interesting to see now as we start to go towards the likes of this first dragon, how OMG are going to try and come back into this because those are now on cooldown.
And they like to flash to teleport through mid-icon, but he's in between vision to start threatening.
I'm looking at as well, managed to keep his own flash, means it'd be very useful if there is an upcoming fight, or even in trying to play on towards PP God or Sam D in this boss mid lane.
Yeah, good scout of the week on top. Icon, Weiwei does have the damage here, but can up as PP God makes the roam as well. Picking up some charms on the way. Okay, so Weiwei now that's where the mark is of this third scuttle.
Yeah, we'll get the mark, but
hang on. Hacker's coming in as well. Level advantage. It's a set support. And he's just taking him on. He flashes with the haymaker. Wei is getting away, but he needs the help of his team as Icon is finally going to ult through until Sam D takes the kill as Icon just wants to kill this jungler, and OMG was so
disjointed. OMG, nobody's able to follow up. Icon goes massive cooldown burn for Icon as well. We would have loved to try and make these plays bottom lane, lock up PP God and Sam D, and try and push your advantages that way. Now though, more at this first dragon as well, and OMG mistakes creeping into the play once again.
And the kills this time went to Mole and Sam. Test again, but Cold doesn't have his flash anymore. Good scout of the week here from Mole. Remember, he has level, going to help out with the dragon. Secured first here by V5. Ocean next. Large and in charge. As we look towards the top side, it's going to be Cyclone used. Otter's been caught out yet again, and Hacker's down here and mistakes galore here in the early game.
Especially from PP God. He's positioning to try and step away from the set. Has not been going great at all. All you want to do, again, we talked about, is survive this lane as the Bard, get into a position, giving over so many of these kills to Code in the early stages of the game.
Stop.
Yeah.
He's got 2 kills, and he was caught out before. He's got 20 CS and 2 plates.
What the usual manner in which this works. Okay, caught out by the X Flash, but still, even
nice.
as PP God, you want to be playing towards the bottom side of the lane, like some Hacker coming in, or obviously Cole coming up over the wall with that Hex Flash. You can still put pressure onto. I think looking at OMG, we talked about Kalista, or along these lines of this mid-game focused AD carry, usually works super well. But if you're going to give a bunch of kills over to SMLZ as V5, well, he's going to get to these items very quickly and be able.
So I take back the mistake point, but I definitely... SMLZ doesn't have the lockdown. No Gravitum available. He plates yet again onto this Aphelios.
And that's the thing. Usually you'd have a punishment for rotating SMLZ and Code up towards the Rift Herald, but because Sam D and PP God had just lost the 2v2, well, Sam D was back in base. He's not able to push on towards this tower, and it's a net win for OMG.
And the first mark actually picked up by Weiwei. So on towards the side of V5, their jungler. He didn't pick up the mark down in that bottom side dagger. I think because of all the fighting, it was Hacker who picked it up in the end.
Hey, he's only got 1 mark to his name right now. Really wants to get towards that 4th one where he will have the extra range that is really crucial. But
hang on, are you ready? Because Mole's coming. He's just flashed over the wall. Oh my god, the commitment.
Outplayed! That's
yeah,
what
apparently is. View now underneath the turret. It is a Renekton with Weiwei alongside him. Dominus going to be popped. Flash held on to SMLZ and Cold.
And again, look at how OMG are playing this. It's getting funds into SMLZ's bank, and he's going to be very rich after this play.
The turret, because they do have the
Icon
capacity.
as well. Icon moving up. Has swapped over towards the exhaust in case a play happens. Does have the ultimate available.
Well, so we'll leave top for now as bullet time's used by the bottom side. Then the wave gets a bit of plate himself, and has actually been sitting with Curse for a while.
Well, hey, look, I mean, initial play with the roam up, OMG didn't lose too much. But SamD is still getting some of these turret plates, getting this gold appearances SMLZ right now. So this is SamD winning out without them getting on towards this turret to try and even out this trade.
PP Gold. Been up. He likes BB as well. He has roamed a lot from what I've seen, and I know we're going to make a better character profiles of our players here, our new players, and it has been very much about roaming early and looking to help control mid.
Yeah, they're getting towards Mole in particular. And I think that's why we're stark, is this is a team that's willing to play towards them, especially with Weiwei doing a really good job of keeping track of he knows he's probably going to have PP God waiting in the wings as well. So overall, V5 are starting to come together as a cohesive unit, which is why we're celebrating that we saw in spring.
But they do have to close this out, even with a gold lead in this game. Again, what we saw in game 2 was the weakness of V5, still putting the pieces together. Great as maybe you would have thought at first.
So right now, V5, you're still waiting on Aphelios items to come through. So as long as they're spread out and not getting multiple members caught up in this combo between Curse and Icon, especially with Weiwei having that Lamb's respite to keep them all nice and alive, Dragon in the next 20 seconds, it could very well be OMG just deciding, look, we don't want to go for this, we're just going to let them have this, and our Aphelios is stronger.
Okay, that makes sense, especially when he doesn't have the Infinity Edge just yet. And we look towards someone like Mole, who's on the cusp of hitting that Luden's Echo. Dragon is going to spawn as well, as Hacker was spotted out towards that bottom side, but Icon making the rotation here might be caught out as well. Good shield of Duran, but Mole's still on the cold over the wing. Perfectly done as SMLZ is going to go for the solo kill yet again. Healed away by SamD as a little turret, and he ticks him.
The
but
cavalry's coming though!
Big on. He lands, and the Moon's down to give Weiwei his third kill.
The god himself sets up the play in the bottom side. Mid lane though.
Hacker knows that Mole doesn't have an ulti after the play, but no flash either. Is a good scout. TP coming in behind them. Curse and Hacker with the dominance now popped. He turns his attention to Curse. Just a flash over the wall. Teleport means he can just walk up to the forward.
And they managed to get this Dragon. They're getting plates again on this bottom side. Incredibly well to what OMG are attempting to do. I loved Mole as well. Not seeing the greed that we saw from him in spring. Just realizing, hey, look, I need to step away from this play. Potentially could have killed Hacker, but if Curse closed the distance and man being Syndra gone, Bubu coming in way too late, and then all would have fallen apart.
Hacker then probably died,
yeah.
right? So, very well said. A lot of change here as we look at the solo kill.
Okay, that's where SamD used the ultimate. I thought he'd just run back and try and catch SMLZ as he's running away, but managed to escape, has to use the heal in the Weiwei. He's all over this map right now. That's, I think he's on to 3 or 4 kills at this stage. 3. Yeah, 3
He's
kills.
with it, but still that'll follow in time. 2 in his back pocket from last I saw. And he said Hacker was leading with before. Is now sitting at level 9 to level 8 on this Trundle, and those kills. So you can see the Berserker Greaves on top of the Phage that soon will be coming across. Weiwei feeling pretty good here.
When you look at V5 as a whole right now, these 1 to 2 items is where they will be of any situation.
Hang on, Cold Flash is going to be returned. He actually missed the face break. And for OMG, what are they going to do? Ultimate again from PP God. And that locks down Cold, but the damage not going to follow through because the TP is. PP God caught against one. He needs a magical trophy. Has it just yet. He's
to go for this. Code is going to have to back away. You've got the TP out of Curse, and it's bought enough time, all this messing around, to get Bubu here.
As PP God goes a little tempered fate, well, not cosmic binding, excuse me. Bullet time's going to come through.
And now you've got the choices, V5, where you can just leave SamD here in the top. He'll clear out this turret. have PP Herald. This is so good from V5, and especially when he game plays, V5 are coming out so far ahead.
I mean, Sam D's going to get this solo turret to himself. For 450 gold in his back pocket, and he's probably the least. Weiwei's going to pick up this. V5 are in a 5k gold lead. And you can see, OMG need to make a play. It's on the Bugu in the bottom lane, but Pillar put on down the slice and but how's he going to follow this up? Bugu's going to get out, and even bully Hacker and Bundle. Probably regretting that a bit.
We hear that Rift Herald scream in the mid lane. Bugu's going for it.
Definitely going to regret it because Hacker's hit him. Oh, the third kill is PP God, says Hacker.
They're still going mid lane. They're going to get this mid lane turn as well. V5.
Turret drops down. Gold goes even further up. The Herald healthy enough to get another charge here. Once the minion wave is gone, as Cold over in the backline with a good little face breaker, but Icon makes his way in a little bit too late. The ultimate to keep moves into it as well. Tempered Fate locks them down. I'm not sure that ult from Pete helped, but now he's on his way out.
So we finally see OMG coming out and getting some kills. V5 overextending, not quite being able to group up and get into a position where they could fight back. The biggest issue when I look at OMG, right, can't really fight toe-to-toe against V5 until, you know, you get the 3 items on this effect. Helios. Icon has already started to fall behind in turns. Hacker as well is going to find it really tough to get onto the carries of V5, and unless this miraculous flank to catch multiple members like he did in that fight, or at least nigh on impossible for OMG to close this gap.
A very interesting game for it. I mean, we got 14. The most interesting part about it is how the kills are coming about, right? V5 a bit over ambitious, pushing that deep into mid. Do anything at the end?
But look, I mean, you've got V5 and Infernal Drake's about to spawn. They're in great position for it, and they're on cue to pick. It makes it really difficult for OMG because you've got to try and fight at the, you know, the 25-minute mark for them when V5 are at their strongest.
I mean, those 2 items you talked about where you said those spikes to come through, we're just on the verge of that with the BF sword, with the, what do you call it, the Oblivion Orb, sorry, about Morellonomicon. We've also got the Cutlass up in that top lane, turning into a Blade of the Ruin King Renekton, as V5 adjust their first. And this time in the bottom lane is going to go down back to 4k gold. You mentioned it's going to be started straight away.
Yeah, I mean, look, Weiwei is able to solo this out. You're getting pressure put across the board. Someone does need to go deal with mid lane though, because that's a lot of CS and experience that's going to be lost to turret, but looks like that might be
Still only got 2 marks, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a bit of an issue for him, especially these collapse that we saw from OMG where Cold got that flank towards the mid lane push. Not having that extra range means he's so much more vulnerable to getting pillar from Hacker, or even just a flash taunt from Icon. So he really does need to start getting a few of these, but even when he's going towards the dragon, he's not was there and just clear them out super quickly and get some of these stacks.
Which, in a way, is kind of good. I think Weiwei in the past, if you didn't watch Tuning last year, Weiwei wasn't... He was a bit... I don't think there was really any dynamic that Suning could play through. He's been very cautious here, which is good while we are talking about him. But note that he's so far ahead at this point, those other 2 marks will probably come from a kill. Feeling too stressed with the way this game's gone, has actually just opted back now. And so... Big item here for the level 11 Kindred, who still maintains that level lead in the jungle.
Still here for a Weiwei. One for the ultimate, but also just having that hop, skip, and a jump up to try and create the distance is going to be super valuable. It's not so much just for the armor that isn't really existing.
We're looking towards bottom lane, but we should be looking top. As these rotations from V5 have been pretty clean so far. No one from Hacker and Icon. And Sam D and PP God grouping up as well. Next wave, crashing in, OMG, make the rotate.
Hang on though, because BuBu hasn't really done anything in pushing in this mid or the bot force to protect this top lane turret. You'll need to see these waves collapse in pushing towards top.
Finally reaches it. We've got a Baron sitting there though. You know what? There you go. Is that his mark?
I don't know. It didn't look like it. No, he's still got Seth there, so no. Wait, hasn't got any marks, but it will. Okay, maybe not. I don't know.
It's view. Hey, probably just leave. Hey, we don't care. We got 280 carries and a Baron. Let's start it up.
Now has got a heap of wards that he can TP to. V5 are just looking to draw in OMG. They turn back towards the Baron of OMG.
Yeah, it's been spotted out there with the lands. Cold is the first one to go in alongside Icon. Curse been spotted out as well. Great scatter of the week here from Moles, doing so much damage. The Baron though, they cosmic, they make a magical journey.
Tempered Fate didn't hit, so PP God's big engage tool is now down. So V5 have to respect that. OMG have to give up that Baron fight.
And we go back to the lull until OMG say otherwise. She's going to be clearing out vision here. 3 of those, so OMG just going to get back vision priority around the Baron. Still 5k gold behind here at 21 minutes.
OMG are pretty happy though if snowballing just by dissuading them off of missed ultimates and the likes of this. Well then OMG can look to get SMLZ with a bunch more items on a cloak, working up towards his second Zeal item.
Yep.
So farm and get to a good spot. BuBu!
I don't think they're going to let him. He flashes away immediately, shows the respect. The showstopper used it in the back. OMG not on the same page on that one. And with that big pick on the support for 30.
And look at all the vision that V5 have around this Baron. It makes it very difficult for Curse to try and get onto the squishier members. V5 are looking really good right now.
Before it's almost back up and available, but doesn't matter. Baron taken down before they can do it, and they're going to turn for the fight. Icon on the backside takes on 3 members while Weiwei and mobs them up. PP God might go down, but the damage still available here for V5. And look at BuBu, he's like, I'm not taking this. That's it. OMG take down 1, but Baron still achieved.
Don't think everyone on V5 had to take that into Icon, who's sitting there taunting. Kills, but Baron still over for V5, and 4 members make it out before V5 is about to spawn.
10 seconds to go here with Mole sticking around. He didn't need to reset, nor does he. He's got the Morellonomic on his up minion mid-wave for OMG to deal with. As V5 are now back on the map. Way behind. They get
trying to push in this mid-wave, but there's no more to try and get the turret. The dragon.
So Cold's still going to flash in though. He says, I have an opportunity, but remember, Infernal as SMLZ learns first hand. Icon comes in, but the ultimate's still up. I think they were caught napping as V5 just dismantle them. 3 people dead. So
that fight was over. The second Icon had to use that defense, or ultimate defensively. BuBu trying to see if he can spot him out, but either higher setup that we talked about with Curse and Icon, and V5 spreading out, making sure that they're keeping all angles of attack covered. And OMG
long. I mean, it still feels like that was the nail in the coffin for V5 to win this series and stay undefeated. I don't know what he's doing. He's going to Hex Flash just to show us how it's done. Inhibitor now at about 8,000 here as mid lane Inhibitor turret falls as well.
And it really does look like V5 now are about getting win in the LPL. We 2-0 hysterics.
That's 2 more than they picked up in spring. Wow. Impressive stuff. And again, I mean, V5, a couple more mistakes here in this series, but what is happening here with OMG? There's 3 people going, we should go.
He's getting caught out on the back line here. PP God and vs.V5 threaten him too much. So Icon has to use that ultimate defensively to try and clear space for the way that you want to approach these fights from SMLG. In the back line. A lot of M's in that sentence. Where you can try and pressure forward, have Curse get on towards the back line to find these magical flanks. And vs.V5 is being enabled so well to these fights to try and play close quarters after Icon and Curse go in aggressive.
Ooh. Look at the bottom of your screen. Mole has actually picked up a majority of what was before the fight, but the scoreboard when it comes back up, everyone's got a bounty on them as well. V5 stellar work as Colt has to be careful he doesn't get caught out. As again, there you go. Mole with a big game. 10 same has been about Weiwei's Kindred. Has been pretty awesome.
And now you got Sam D pushing in this top lane. SMLZ trying to play between both these sides. In the back line,
First flank, and V5 actually separated here as well. The nice temp. But Fade, but will it save the day as the ulti for Weiwei? No! I thought the wall. 2 people die, and there you go.
Big things happen. That's the combo that they wanted to begin with. Nobody there on the side of V5 to protect Sam D and PP God. It's V5. They're still going to go for the inhibitor with minions pushing in boss.
Mole is still quite large and vs.V5 alongside him. So
more auto.
Very inhibitor on SMLZ guarding it with his life.
He's going to be days, and OMG, they do make the play happen, but it feels like it's only the slow death. You've got all the Infernal Souls. You've got the Baron that's going to be spawning in a minute and a half. They can look to put pressure from the minions on the bottom side of the map as well.
Here we go.
Look, this needed to go or even towards that dragon fight, but unfortunately it's too little too late. And Flash to get over the wall here. Not quite thanks to Pillar, able to stay in the edge of that ultimate as well.
I don't think even
not entirely certain,
to
be honest.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have. I think Weiwei was just a bit short on the range.
Yeah, there's no flashes for Sam D or BP got in there either, but now they're nice, and V5 will be able to push in here. That sentence still
5 a winning games.
Yeah.
We're gonna start treating it like it's commonplace.
What a time to be alive.
We'll see. They're still going to close this game out. You can running in 30 seconds, and Cold is waiting. 5 still have control with Infernal Soul and everything, and this game should be in their bag. Talked about how their Wombo works. We talked about the scaling involved game as well. There's still always the chance that OMG could make magic happen.
Well, Secret Agent Code is trying to get that working. We're in for OMG, 5 years on play to hold this game together for OMG.
Look at where the warding is as well, but V5 have no desire right now to start off the Baron at the back, and look at where the Galio ult as well. As the bullet time comes on through, but OMG are getting low. vs.V5 aiming at Hacker as well, but they've already found Mole onto the back line. Just traded off for the Wukong and Icon now stuck into from OMG, and Weiwei and Sam D survive and even flash forward. Wants to take this one, Weiwei with a nice ult. But in the end, and Cold can't save the day. It was a good try from OMG, but a quadra kill of this series as vs.V5 will just walk his way towards the Nexus. Winning series, who knew it would have the scoreboard 2-0.
And they played this so well. They had that more mid-game focus in the early game and managed to hit their mark straight away in this game.
Even though that game was a bit more back and forth, I agree. V5 showed us how stellar they can be. And for OMG, a 0-2 start. OMG have to take a step back and going on here while this roster, Sam D don't script.
He looked absolutely impeccable. BP got as well with some great temper. OMG were going to be able to enter these fights, and it looked like from the get-go OMG were trying to make the hands of V5, who answered incredibly well. Way getting the ball rolling, kills, and then punishing throughout, getting these early Drake setups nice and early, and then not giving the to play any sort of factor in this game.
I just can't believe we're at a point where kind of like the sense of Easter, who is team nowhere they shine. We have Mole as the base. And then what? We're looking at V5 at 2-0. Pure insanity, and I love it. As we go, because they've got some hard matchups coming up. Has been pretty impressive.
Definitely has. I mean, look, see, the beauty of this whole thing was Mo sometimes looking good, and that was it. But this time, BuBu having confidence on this Renekton as well, going in aggressively making plays. Way over standing up. We talk about how good PP God and Sam D have. Feels like we talked about only up for V5, but I didn't expect them to take this big of a step up.
Neither did I. Yeah, the bottom lane is the biggest surprise out of all. Sam D and PP God work really well together. I think that's to be commended. I think BuBu, yes, having a much better side of Suning by far. BuBu is actually quite reliable, I'd say. Talk about here, I do want to jump over to the side of OMG, who almost found a way back into that game. That's the biggest almost I've ever used. But on this roster, Dag, I mean, SMLZ inconsistencies, Cold not always fitting in where he's sure to break down with OMG.
Well, we said already, looking at the OMG series, that the problem OMG have is that when they come to fights, they try to get it to come together. We saw it in that very last fight where finally Cold's able to get in. You've got the lockdown coming just a little bit too late. SMLZ's lagging behind, and he's actually left on his own to deal with BuBu in that fight as well. It just seems to be the pieces aren't coming together. For a team with OMG that we talked about in the midway through our spring split, being the team that's great at snowballing, at getting these early leads and running away with it. Their early hasn't been good either when they get these leads, and there's a lot of mistakes across the board that are coming out. So I think overall OMG need to go back and find that magic that they had through the spring split.
It to me seems like a true shot calling issue there, at least towards the end of, but it wasn't like this where against some of the weaker teams in the league. Okay, granted RNG not weaker, but V5 we still don't know where they sit. OMG were on the cusp of that, and in spring they were the gatekeepers to the top, because upcoming, let me tell you about OMG's schedule. This Sunday they have EDG. Tuesday they have top E, so they have to get through this massive barrier at the start of the split, and then versus the team that should be down the bottom of the table.
That when you're looking at how close our spring split was coming into those playoffs, very surprised if that doesn't even double down now coming into summer with the performances. Picking up these wins against teams that are either the mid to the bottom of the table becomes such a crucial factor.
I want to see Hacker performing better. I think Hacker will leave OMG there. 0-2 start to the split. V5 will pick back up. 2-0 start to the split. Still 2-0 in series is impressive. Their upcoming schedule: BLG on Thursday, Vici on Monday. Not the absolute hardest, not the easiest up to like LGD Vici.
It feels like we're getting this nice gig. Okay, you beat the bottom tier, you beat DMO. Okay, we'll push you up a little bit. Now you're getting
give you the mid tier.
Now we'll go up a little bit more, and just we get that nice gauge.
LGD, there's the potential that LGD are a top tier team.
Yeah.
So that'll test V5 even more so. Then they think against Vici. than the counterpart in VG Gaming. So it is a fun schedule coming up for V5. I think there's a lot of potential in this team, like they have. It's still given us the god, whose names are, you know, and then we have, you know, people like Mole, who was always a good player, but just kind of failed in spring. So V5, there's a lot of excitement going around. I'm sure that fan account's having a great time right about now.
The thing for me is that we can still see a few hiccups in this squad.
A little bit,
There's
yeah.
a little, every so often you'll see a mistake where they go a little bit too aggressive, like we saw in that mid game. You can see the basis and the thought process a little bit here and there, but I think that's the big thing, is they can actually make these really good plays. I don't know why you've lost it.
I just hearing my producers. I'm still not used to it. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is our MVP for game number at least 12 years old, by the way. Hello, PP God. This man has no fear. He exists.
Yeah, he did an amazing job. The Tempered Fates really did come in clutch in defensive plays of trying to lock down a few people, but oftentimes he was that defensive line as well, ulting his own team to make sure that that initial burst, that giving time for Weiwei to come in and join the situation as well. It was a really strong play from V5 across the board.
We got the second time he's brought it out. It looks like PP God really looks towards this Bard. Now, granted, Bard has become a little bit more popular, but still the priority's there. Interesting support has made its way into the LPL. He and Sam D have developed really nice synergy. Is it only up from here? That's the next question, because we saw in this series, Sam D was tested quite a bit. Both of them were tested in this series with a lot of pressure applied by OMG to the bottom lane. They survived. They did come out ahead. And then going up against other teams where that pressure would question.
Well, he did see a little bit of a break from PP God, though, where he was, the position he wasn't quite there. But again, I think that lends itself into the whole thought process for V5, is that, okay, they've got the player skill. We've seen the correct plays being made, but I'm looking forward because they can shore these up. These are very coachable mistakes, and then you can start to look at V5 really push forward. And for once in summer, I'm like, okay, this is picking up 1 or 2 wins. This is a team that if they continue to improve, can push up into those upper echelons.
Find that final spot within playoffs. If V5 did that, that'd be a different story. But we're a long way from that. We're at the point now, it's about whether that they can get past the teams. Again, their upcoming schedule, at least 2 out of those 3 wins. That's when you start questioning where do V5 truly sit. But for now, willing to sit on. That is, I believe, at this point, looks like reserved for my harsh opinion.
I mean, I don't think it's harsh. I mean, DMO did not look great. Their bottom lane is failing quite a bit. LNG as well. We've still him, so yeah.
But not V5.
Not V5.
That's my takeaway here. A 2-1 victory here for V5 yet again when they win. 2-1 victory over OMG. We're going to go to a break because when we debut here in the LPL, we've been waiting for this LGD and technically E-Star roster. We'll find them right after this.
还没有打死，让出来。2W 又把3分给秒了，不知道连没杀。这波的话，剑魔的车队这边打了出来，有先锋能点到吗？点不到。还是塔，但是阿德的位置，这边感觉鳄鱼跑不掉。被反打了，那也没办法。哇，把这个到底哪起来？不是吗？要滑脸了，滑脸了，吸起来了。不有比如伤害是真伤，把2个人打死，但是谁是一个闪现，一技能刷到了人，变成以3人之力打。突然被知道了，大招被水银解掉，哎呀没有。这直接被秒掉，看不出一个3杀。反正。 顶了很多伤害。
找到了3个人，应该是。
大招给急了，不过中路左叶来了。 再来一个飞星，差1分血没有死。鳄鱼及时赶，哇！但是鳄鱼这边有点难受，定住有没有？又被封。大招盖上来，落地金身。哎呦，女强的大招放了一个完美的。
这边的话，迅鹏也是被扫死，换掉。 任何一个人，
绝望呀！一个金身能死，只剩下冷杀了。
但是 Betty 这个位置上面有点远。
Double kill. Kill.
Gotta feel it, keep your voice low. As you bathe in the moonlight, the shadow, make the walls fall. Ready for disaster, heart is beating slow. Words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
Yeah, rumor has it that was V5 after winning 2-1 against OMG. Back here in the LPL for week 2, day number 1. And you get in a beautiful look over the scenics of Shanghai at the nice time of night. You know when you look at your watch, you don't actually look at the time? That was kind of like that. It's almost 8 o'clock. This is Tag Time Hysterics. We're in a bit of a funny mood after watching V, but now on to LGD and E-Star. 2 teams we haven't seen yet, Tactor.
Here with a lot to prove. You've got LGD with a very much revamped roster. And E-Star, after losing Crying, he's gone back with Fun can fill that gap for the squad.
Very, very true. Let's start looking at those rosters. First for LGD, a lot has changed in this team. There's been new dynamics. LGD, it feels like this team made one of the best roster moves. I'll bring that up for you in a second here because we go. It's new top laners coming through Garvey, remember from RNG.
It is Garvey starting here today, though, and as well, Xie coming in from DMO. And overall now, this roster just screams consistency for me. You've got Longxing, who was consistent for RNG in the top lane. Mark was a consistent player of that DMO bot lane between Gala and Mark.
Very true.
And Xie as well is a player that, towards the end of 14.
My biggest takeaway here is experience now added to this roster. You have Peanut and Kramer, who are already the shining lights. You needed a stronger top laner, mid laner. Xie, Longxing, and Garvey. Great additions here with Mark on the side. And I'm excited to see how this roster comes together because, Dagda, I know that you were super hyped up for LGD, considering towards the end of spring, we saw that shining light out of Peanut, and we saw a lot more from Kramer as well.
Yeah, I think that this team is going to work wonders now. Peanut was the player that all good things stemmed from on LGD. The problem was he didn't always have the backup of his team. Now coming into the summer split, though, where you've got consistency and you can play towards all three of his lanes, this is where you should see Peanut step up, and especially when we look towards the meta. This shift towards the champions that made Peanut famous. The Graves, the Nidalees, the Lee Sins. He's going to be in his element this split.
The carry style jungler gets everything there, and we were just watching Longxing kind of get beaten up by his new team. For LGD, there's a lot of excitement there. I don't know, especially with LGD higher into the top 8. You went further than that, LGD. Can they hit Dagda's top 4?
Yeah, I put these guys at 4th place because I think is going to do a lot of work for him. I think Xie, even when you looked at, he needs a team that has consistency there because he works so well when they're performing. So overall, these two members, I think, step this squad, and I had my heart broken backstage when running, and then PYL kind of said, actually, maybe not so much for LGD, but I still believe. I still believe in LGD.
Chinese side casting today, so bit of a shout out to him. Great to see him as well. LGD support is retired. Today there is a lot of, again, to use that word, confidence. They finished 15th in spring. We're expecting them to go a little bit higher. Let's move forward because we've got to look at Easter. Only one big change here that I'll say. We've lost Crine from LGD of 2020 spring to make his way as the starting mid.
And losing Crine is obviously going to be was someone who could take over the mid lane, didn't need a huge amount of resources given to him, and then would shine in that mid to late game fights. A lot of stability offered. He'll be able to play more towards the jungle, towards the support, just like we saw he was on LNG. This is the player that helped LNG reach those playoffs by playing this more supporting, in setting up Wink as the carry for E-Stars, where they play towards fighting bottom side river and have fun, help outweigh and shout.
Because I think he's been done dirty in LGD last year. Last split, where he was the on top. He played a couple of games. He's not a top laner. Fun is a core mid laner who is stability to his team. And when, as you said, he was on the side of LNG, he was the one that carried them to playoffs towards the final couple of weeks when it wasn't Maple. I can't remember the mid laner of LNG. I do apologize. Oh, it was Plex.
Yeah. When
Plex wasn't playing well on that LNG, comes fun and takes them all the way through, eventually to beat IG in.
Was LNG at that time played a much slower paced game, so I'm curious to see how hectic E-Star is in this early game.
Just remember as well, there's a big shout out to E-Star. Let's end it positive. First ever split here in the LPL. That is an achievement in it. So we thought they were going to be 16th place.
Split, look, we did see teams figure them out a little bit, but that doesn't take away not only from just the get-go in their top and support, but how they improved overall throughout the split, trying to mix things up. So in this off season, I from E-Star, because what let them down at the end of spring split was that mid to late game shot calling. If they had during the break, this team could again make it all the way.
because the stars, we're having a quick look at Peanut. The change with Fun, everyone has been saying, in my opinion, with the top of Fun's ceiling, I think it could be a... We'll have to see how E-Star come together. A lot of roster changes on the side of LGD, minimal ones, one key way. And while we're having closer looks at LGD, let's just remember that their 15th place finish was not as bad. They were just outside the bubble from 9th all the way to 14th, but still picked up some surprise.
I think as well, this is our time to start hyping up Garvey as well, because he's going to be starting. Garvey did play for LGD back in summer of 2019 and loved Aurelia, so I'm hoping to see here to didn't do.
Having quick looks at Fun there on the screen, and there's Kramer. It's going to be the force to be reckoned with on this team. Being very towards the end of the split, it was more about Peanut duo.
And here's the thing, we talked to the person I'm watching in this game, not only because I feel like his laners have leveled up, which should help him control. If we're going to see the same E-Star from last split, you know they're going to make sure Peanut's keeping track from try and control these side lanes where E-Star have been putting their main focus.
A lot about the mid 2v2 throughout this series, right? That's part of my expectation ends into our mid lane matchup. And going into this battle saying, let's go Xie. Ladies and gentlemen, we are onto Summoner's Rift, or at least partially. What is this called? Pick and ban. E-Star, this is their debut. Going into game one.
Already though, we can focusing on that jungle role, getting rid of Gibbs, and E-Star paying that respect to the jungler on the opposite side as well. The Nidalee band away, although also Trundle is up in the air right now, so this is where I think E-Star are going to be looking at this jungle picks.
There's already 3 jungle bans, but you got a mid lane ban instead, starting of course on the side of LGD. It's not Lung Xing, so where does that dynamic lie? Trundle going to be the...
Yeah, I think it gives you control of the jungle. Wei could up to E-Star when Wei has gone towards the lead in their favor. It feels like Wei needs to be able to be this hard engaged that doesn't offer that as well for E-Star.
E-Star being a bit cheeky with them. But the Ezreal first rotation on red side going to be locked on in here, and Wei, much like Wei.
And as we said, it'll give him control of this jungle matchup, which is what he wants. Move towards that mid to late game. How does Wei operate on this Lee Sin? Because I wasn't particularly impressed with it. I felt like he was lacking that engage that the rest of the team relied on. But we'll have to see Aphelios, and potentially the first Karma that we'll see in the LP.
I mean, Xie has LPL. If you don't know Xie, go back to WE 2017, a semi-finalist at Worlds, and Xie has been a... We don't know if that Karma's going to be his or is going down a mark in the bottom lane, but we do know that Karma has had a recent rise in priority.
And that's with the draft, top, mid, and support. She can all be played. She's got multiple different modes where you can either move ultimate E, or you can just use it to kite back, poke out. She works in a lot of different scenarios and doesn't really give too much away with draft.
So for E-Star, it's a bit of a safe blind here in the form of Zoe. Fun. Gonna make his debut on the magical 100-year-old.
Different pace that we've seen from E-Star in the past. E-Star likes these early game champions, these mid-game focus, where you rumbles, the Jarvans, have this big team fight mess. But with the composition that they're running, yes, we're still looking at the mid-game, but it is much out and not play as aggressively and into the face of the enemy.
Which means no Thresh, because that would actually annoy the hell out of LG. Going up against Xie. Remember Xie last year on DMO? Keep saying last year. He picked up a pentakill? No, he picked up a quadra.
Cassidy also works very well against the comp that E-Star are running, because you can get the opportunity, just as long as you can stay away from the poke, you have this Cassidy, you can go towards the side lane and get this all-in aggression as well in those team fights, dive towards the back line. Here, with the Bard ban, towards the likes of a Yumi, just go all in on this poke, still have Shell by, go towards the likes want to.
But maybe leaving support for last pick, something that we've seen quite a lot at MSC towards the red side. Wukong going to get locked into dice, because earlier before I said the mid jungle 2v2 and put Xiaobai in Wei's place, but now that we've got our top laner, do we have the counter pick?
There we go.
Hey, with the follow through. So Karma's going down towards the bottom side for Mark. Cher will show us his debut game on LGD in the TF, and Garvey, this has been wrong that a lot of pros have been taking into it, will show us his Hecarim.
Opted to go towards what's essentially a 1-4 composition with Twisted Fate playing off in the side lane. This Heck great engages and have Karma just move the rest of the team in to run them down. On the opposite side, when we're looking at E-Stars, the likes of the Wukong try and come in over the top, set up for some of the compared together. And I like this pick from Chelsea. It's to try and mix things up a little bit, where you want to try and have the LGD with Garvey leading the charge. Blitzcrank can try and yoink even this Trundle in certain situations out and try and pick them off before the fight really gets going.
You know what I see? I see comfort for Chelsea. But you'll remember, as we saw E-Star rising to fame and beating the likes of FPX, putting up fights against IG, some of the best. Saw an E-Star that excelled on these hook styles champions, specifically Chelsea was such a good blitzcrank. So we're returning to that to start.
The likes of Karma and Aphelios. You can, well, sorry, Karma and Aphelios against Ezreal. You can have Ezreal just trying to get this blitzcrank out to roam. So I'll be curious to see how impactful Chelsea is in these early stages of the game.
Keen for this one. LG highs, is it going to be true? Because their roster looks great. Garvey came through last year, if anyone forgot. He was a carry style top laner. Try the Hecarim here. Suits for E-Star. E-Star are the team that made playoffs, and their bunch of rookies, bar someone like Wink, who often came through and filled in from Type PL, unfortunately. And Asians yet again. With the change in Fun mid, with Cry and Lee there against a team like LGD that have big names themselves.
The debut on this Hecarim. So for anyone who wasn't watching MS, but I'm gonna hang on because looks like we're getting invaded.
Ward's gonna come through first for Xiaobai. Not gonna be the end of the world, but they do get some damage and of course some not gold to Mark because he's gone for the shield.
So LGD not quite able to get in and get the vision control they wanted. What LGD are trying to do right now is figure out where Wei's going to Hecarim against Wukong. Is you shove in super aggressively in the early, and Wukong as a champion struggles when he's not, or when he's underneath test. So the whole idea here is, as Garvey, just sit on top of those minions, spin that helicopter every time out any sort of these minions, and you get your advantage that way. Just massively when you hit that level 6 point, because Xiaobai will be the one that always has kill pressure until he can turn back around and actually has kill pressure in Xiaobai. So it's a very back and forth matchup, but one that can be.
Also notice that you've got an Ignite teleport Hecarim. There's no flash there for Garb. Top lane, we've always got the expectation that the Hecarim will feel pretty much right at home. Look at where junglers are. Speak of the Devil Peanut, who has taken phase rush here on this Trundle, is up towards the top side for Wei, excuse me. He started with the red buff, he's clearing down as well, so buff to buff.
He's going to go towards his Gromp and then start working back up towards that top side, because once Garvey has this bounce back happen. There is the opportunity when you have the level 3, level 4 available for Xiaobai, or even just make a play towards Scuttle off of the push that Fun will have in mid lane as well.
Just having a close look at Chelsea, who actually lands the hook. Remember, they've hit level 2. Wing has to arcane shift away, still has the flash and heal. Good trading here from Kramer and Mark, considering that Chelsea's the one
making his way down towards the bottom side, but Chelsea, that hook is still going to be on a little bit of a cooldown for the moment. He is starting to posture aggressively.
There is a lot of damage here. The one out of Kramer, but the turnaround, even in 3 versus 2, they can just walk back to lane. But both summoners used by Kramer, that's a win.
Massive win. But now with the push that's going on bot side, and Kramer and Mark have to play passive, you're going to look towards Wade to try and pick up this bot from Scuttle. Although as I say that, he decided no, just to ping it out and then move back towards clearing towards top.
Here of the runes picked up by Xie. Same as what we saw from Mole out of the V. Teleport, of course, it's taken here on the Twisted Fate. So you got the Demolish, you got the Faker rune set going up against Fun here, who also has Unsealed Spellbook. That's quite fun. We got a little.
Now, Wade again, as we talked about, clearing towards this top side of the map, but Peanut is trying to make some funny business happen on the bottom side. Might be some side and then go back top.
Nice hook. Peanut won't be able to find his way in. There's Gravitum to follow up. Going to get the still great trading. Peanut will show himself in the end. And now we're actually looking towards the top side because Xiaobai by both, but better trade here from Xiaobai.
Garvey can't really trade into that minion wave, and you do have to be careful. It's as you start to.
Sway comes on in. He has a ward to jump back to. All he needs is one more hit as Rampage, or rather, sorry, E has been used. And even with time warp tonic, Garvey, all he needs to do is get hit by a trouble bubble, and he does. Tanked up nicely.
You can take crying out of E-Star, but E-Star is still going to play the same games, operating on these quick moving. They go dive top. I've talked about how volatile this matchup can be with Xiaobai. Already the one in control when it comes to Hecarim v Wukong. That's just
the lost chapter after that as well, as we just keep looking towards the bottom lane. Now seems the weakness of E-Star here in this game number 1 for a reset themselves, but end of the day, the gold lead has started off by E-Star.
Interesting to see Xiaobai going towards the execution calling though, Sheen and Phage. Personally, I prefer the Sheen because the whole idea of this matchup is to try and burst down Hecarim before he can use his E to run in a Xiaobai to get multiple procs of the Sheen off. Going for the Executioners, looks like he's more worried about the healing from the W, but it's not healing coming off total off of the minions and that. So as long as you've got this moment where there's no of the CC from the Cyclone, he actually doesn't heal a huge amount.
You remember as well the Spirit of Dread from Garvey, you know, the longer you stay in combat, the longer he gets noxious. So I'm not totally against it up in that top lane. I will pause though. Jungle v jungle action, and Peanut going to get spotted out first. He doesn't no ways in here with a Sonic Strike. It's some tension down in that bottom lane.
It's Peanut trying to figure out.
Okay. Chelsea wants the hook. Way sticking.
So Peanut. Actually, I'm going to hang on. They're definitely going to.
It's like going on the first date.
Come on. Are they going to do it?
Paying for the check. Chelsea going to be slowed on down. Nice little inner flame there, and being really cautious in this bottom lane. They just back away again.
And well played by Kramer and Mark, because this is not an easy lane to try and play. He pushed it in, but more plays. That was.
I think we've seen him. Have they?
Has it? It may have just been a visual book. I don't think they have.
Means rocket punch into the air. The damage too much. Ignite down, and down he goes with all as Fun decides it's my time to shine. He'll get a nice trouble bubble, but the follow-up not there. Only a Sonic Wave, as I believe the other, unless I'm blind.
Oh, we had both of them TP.
Was Xie there?
Yeah, Xie, Fen. This is exactly what we saw from E-Star in Spring Split, and again, this early game, even with Peanut having an inkling as to where Wei is going to be, he ends up dipping out just before Wei commits to the play, not the kills and the strike.
Cloud Dragon turns into Infernal Ocean or Mountain Rift, which, okay, well, we would want the Ocean if you're both teams here, but we'll have a look at this. Oh, tricky dicky.
Yeah, Chelsea playing this Wampians. We know he's been such a crucial part of E-Star, and once again we're seeing this sort of performance from him where he success.
I guess I didn't look at Shieg because I'm like, oh, there's meant to be 3 people in that bottom lane with the jungler. I apologize about that, folks. But Shea walks down, or teleports down rather, and doesn't find too much. Now comes back to lane with an Ignite in his pocket thanks to the over. Very nicely by Peanut. 2 kills to start this game off, 100. And once we get back to lanes, no big swings in CS leads, but still those items already for Wink, most crucially, versus VF sort of Kramer.
And easily get to these mid games. Those 2 items from the Zoe, from the Ezreal, and from Wukong try and deal with this LGD. The whole reason that you try and pick the Hecarim is, as you can see now, from Garvey. But unfortunately, because LGD have been difficult for them to try and make these plays happen.
At the very least, Rifto might be able to influence that, right? We've got vision control there as the hook lands again. Follow him through, but Kramer just 1v2s, picks up about 10 million shurikens and forces Wink back.
Keep your eyes on mid lane to see if Shea can shove this wave in and maybe come in to the bottom side. You can see Peanut is going to be weighing that bottom side. No camps. You'd know Wei is going to be up towards.
Trend him this early. I don't think anyone wants to be near Kramer though, so we'll look towards other parts of the map. As Peanut's going to be spotted out yet again here on the Trundle. Wei, as she moves up towards the top side. There for now. Pink's actually going down by LGD.
They're already gotten for Xiaobai, so starting up this Rift Tower will be spotted out though, and now Xiaoxi fishing for the hooks.
Yeah, there's Boots of Swifty Sprue here. Now going to get spotted out by the Blitzcrank as E-Stars all 5, and look, Kramer soon to as Destiny will find his mark. It's actually stolen away by Peanut and taken away by LGD. Get out, and that is a big old win for LGD.
The rest of LGD need to back away though. They don't want Destiny there. Does a good job of spotting out what the movement was from E-Star. So strong from LGD, who in all intents and purposes should have lost out on that Rift Herald.
Thanks for the leash, bro.
Yeah,
Peanut just
no problem.
So got a Herald on the side of LGD, so that gold lead for E-Star won't last too long, as we do have a pause. Wei saying,
excuse me, I hit the F button. I tried to smite and it didn't.
He's got it on D though. No, we'll see. We
Everyone
apologize
knows
for the
D for Dash.
We apologize for the inconvenience. Message to you as soon as we find out what's going on there. But we're into game 1 of LG. Not have come at a worse time.
Still though, this game has gone so far because E-Star again up to their old tricks, getting out nice and early, having Wei control is something that we were kind of wondering if he'd still go towards. Maybe he plays a little bit more towards mid lane, but he's still getting Xiaobai ahead, working down towards matchup where I didn't expect him to try and play as aggressively towards, because you've got follow up oftentimes with a huge amount of damage, but Xiaoxi has been so on point with these hooks that you can't over and over for East.
The reason why the Blitzcrank was often banned and away from Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi was a great support on the LMS. A lot of people will remember he was on the side of the Flash Wolves, where he was an okay support, but coming into the LPL, they're like, oh no, another arc. Very wrong. Xiaoxi hit it
first saw him come in. His Leona did not look so splendid. It throwing caution to the wind and throwing a Zenith Blade at anything that moved in his vicinity. Now though, he's really kind of brought back in that more cautious and has stepped up. A lot of them on the Bard, a lot of them on the Thresh, which is why we saw them banned the way in this. It flourished with just outperforming their team in a lot of situations.
An update forwarded an in-game issue, that's why we're currently just there. Hopefully that gets sorted as soon as possible. But you know, coming back to, remember, this is another Young Miracles jungler, and the trend so far, Ning Finals MVP. Finals MVP. 2020 Worlds. yeah. V5. Way. Instant jungler in the form of Way. It's stopped there, like, hang on. Shalom Bao also came from there. Why isn't he get benched for him? And again, Way starting the split off right, arm up and be passive. Way has been a great aggressive jungler that we've seen throughout spring. And now we return to Summoner's Rift. No level advantage here between Peanut and Gold. Just before we went to the pause. We have to find out where he's going to put it.
The beauty of this stage of the game is we already kind of hammered home how they will spike off and ensure that you control the map to play. Because the biggest problem is if you're looking at Xie and he's playing off in this side lane, how do you try and force him out of that fight? Or that you're controlling where the vision is, you're pushing in those waves, and then you can 50 seconds and look to find those fights that can further the gold lead.
I mean, you got to look towards what they're trying to set up right now between the gaps through Xiaoxi.
So Garvey's just TP top for E-Star. This is, we're getting Dragon. This is, okay, LGD are not going to look to fight us, but Xiaoxi.
For the rocket grab goes onto Mark yet again. The burst damage, the kick in mid-air. Because the True Shot Barrage went through a little bit too early, not coordinated from E-Star with a double grab into Moonlight Vigil. That's great, but the TP comes through from Xiao Ba, comes through. Peanut has to flash. The rocket grab was on top of.
E-Star aren't done. Fun is now moving down here as well. They want to make sure they're getting something for this TP, especially lane. So Xiao Ba needs to get something back for this play.
So the play is fixed by E-Star, by Xiao Ba specifically.
Well, you say that, but I mean, the kill still goes over to LGD.
That's true.
Garby's getting an answer in that bottom lane, so realistically, this is a net win for LGD. Especially with Xiao Ba having to move back towards the top. In theory, it could be an even 5 for Dragon, but way faster off the reset, we'll be able to pick up this Dragon.
When you're Trinity Force versus the, you know, Executioner's calling, Xiao Ba then went Tiamat as well. Now he's going towards either. It's going to be a bigger, faster spike on this Hecarim.
I mean, E-Star tried to make the play here, but Wei gets caught underneath the tower thanks to the root from Mark, where it was the, and you get the pillar which shoves him back underneath the tower as well. GD across the board there.
He kicks Mark away, means True Shot Barrage doesn't kill him too. So that was one thing you don't normally see with E-Star is lack of coordination, right? That was kind of prevalent there in that, because we've got Herald down the bottom side. Kramer has a kill. Very soon he's going to have a bit of this turret blood.
Yeah, and I mean, I like this from Felios, trying to snowball him to those 3 items, and then just falling so far behind in the mid game off of the constant pressure that E-Star are putting down.
Yeah. Peanut lives here. Peanut loves this bottom line.
Hold hands with Wei.
Yeah. And they will, because Wink's going to heal. He doesn't have a flash. He does have an arcane shift. Oh, but the pillar, as Kramer picks up one now as well. Aphelios fed. We've heard this story before.
Aphelios is going to do Aphelios Kramer. And I love the way Peanut played that. Held on to the pillar until to go, nowhere to hide. And Now LGD, we're starting to see glimpses of why this roster was so...
That bottom side in the past, it's worked out even without the roster that we currently have for LGD. Kramer is the star performer, and this time picked up by LGD. They have the gold lead by 2K.
And this is massive for LGD. As we said, they want to be the ones that are going towards... Also because it now gives Shie a little bit more of an opportunity to put pressure on this bottle with the side lane split push. And Shie has even opted towards that build that we talked about, going straight for the Lich Bane. He
level 11 on the TF as well, so Destiny, a bit less in the cooldown as we look at turret blading again.
And look at Garvey there. That was all off of that TP from Xiaobai. Yep. That's how one TP, one mistake of a matchup, and you've got Garvey now so far accelerated towards that Triforce, whereas you've only got the Phage completed.
Kramer caught on out here, Sonic Wave resonating strike, and he's dead. Big shutdown over to Fun. A little bit fed. Now, let's over-exaggerate that.
Same mistakes from Kramer in Spring, where you just get caught out in these weird positions. Luckily for LGD, no real objectives on the map when it comes to like the Dragon or... Well, actually they're on the Rift Herald, yeah. But LGD should be...
They will. A little pick off of Fun and Xiaoxi keeps on threatening. Guard's already been started off of camera. Xie heading to the bottom side to add a bit of pressure for LGD. Herald, they're going to say, okay, E-Stars, you take this one. There you go.
And this is the issue with LG's odd positions where he's more likely to get caught out. E-Star is definitely a team...
Time backs in. Garvey is going to be running right for them as, yep, to this Hecarim. Now the chase onto Fun. They're not really threatened. They know that Xiaoxi backed.
They do need to be careful though, because Xiaobai is in a position in the mid lane, but here we go.
Careful, it's not a top laner. Underneath the turret, he doesn't really care. He moves out just in time as Peanut comes through with the subjugate. All they need is one more auto onto Fun. Let's go. It's time to rampage and run into him.
Too many members from East Stars are going to have to back away. Garvey actually might...
Trouble Bubble, Pebble Star. Weiwei's coming in, and he has kick available. Strike, he flashes over. A kick into the wall, easily done. LGD punished.
And this was what I was worried about when I saw that they were going to over upside. Meant that they didn't get that mid lane turret, which they could have just turned towards because it was Stars. And LGD, greedy for that kill, lose out a lot.
They do. We're game one. So far, I'm still not sure. We've had a couple of mistakes from both point as Garvey does go back and gets a quick recall. He picked up Trinity Force and a big power spike on this Hecarim versus Xiaobai, who does not have the same.
And they're going to try and use that now boon for this Hecarim. He can delete Fun if he gets on top of him. And look at the way LGD are spread out here. There's so many avenues for them to get onto E-Star, which is why you're seeing them back up into their own jungle.
Waiting around the skirts of vision as well. With that Ocean Dragon, Troll Ward. They feel safe to push through mid here. And yeah, that classic Rift Herald play on the cards.
Look at where Garvey is. This is a really good spot there where he is, and he's got direct access to.
And he has the onslaught of shadows once again.
Kramer out of position though. So you're going to have to give up this mid lane turret. Good call from E-Stars to use that Rift Herald scenario where he's got to walk the whole way around. So LGD can't burst the towards their tier 2.
Now finally there, but you're right, he's at 2K. He's going to be the ultimate coming through, but stolen away by E-Star again here. And Garvey with a great ulti. Xiaoxi gets flushed on by Kramer, who just win out the fight. They lose the Dragon to E-Star, who are now on Soul Point, but a kill's a kill.
Towards E-Stars, the Soul Point is really what they want there. I think you'll give over Xiaoxi to set yourself up for that Soul Point. Now coming in towards Oak, look for that one pick from the Blitzcrank that can change it all.
I mean, at that point, you're now going to have to go 4 minutes in the game. That's very threatening. As you speak of threatening, this is going to go down pretty quick, huh? Yeah.
It's a gun.
Fantastic.
And here's the problem. I mean, E-Stars right now, we talk about that 2-item spike. They've really hit that. Kramer's not far off of getting towards where he's going to be coming towards, especially with Shie even opting now to change up the build path a little bit. Realizes, look, I'm going to need it because it also means he can play a far more aggressive role like he did in the last fight in securing a go card onto Fun to set up for Garvey or even onto Wink.
Especially, have we been the story of kind of Garvey getting into these fights, also just where is Kramer position. But Shie so far has just been doing not been much to say because there hasn't been much in the ways of limelight towards his TF, but he does have a level lead over, as you pointed out earlier on with the Lich Bane there. The threat starts becoming real as
Fun has also done a really good job of keeping Shie in check, like making sure that he's not able to move around from this mid lane, because if you had the likes of Shie get down and set up on this top lane matchup, we could be looking at a very different game. But either way, LGD now find themselves at a 2k gold lead. Baron is on the card. E-Stars are more looking to get vision and try and bait LGD into this.
They don't. Garvey in the side lane as well. The threat now from this Hecarim, who is going to be going towards Garvey, so a lot more healing.
And the beauty here for LA off into this side lane, you can have Garvey and start to try and bait out the like that teleport from Xiaobai, take Garvey's place in this bottom lane. It becomes really difficult for E-Stars to actually do.
Oh, Xiaoxi with the hook, Mark. Goodbye. As it's going to be a Destiny on top of Wei. It's going to be trade for trade at this point, but Wei is much more valuable as the enemy team. And as you use the Onslaught of Shadows defensively, Wei still goes down in the health bars as Fun and Wing are going all in and all out. Goes to Peanut. As Shie can't re-engage this fight. E-Stars have won it. And even without a jungler, they know they can go to...
Going to keep going here. E-Stars managed to find the pick, and they can now get that mid lane turret as well. This is fantastic from...
Look at what's started that. I know we'll have a quick look in a second, but it was a bit of an explosive fight that came out of nowhere.
So it was Wei who got caught out off on the bottom side, but far more careful in the way he approaches these fights, because you don't have that speed up, or at least to get out of there as fast as possible. Kramer's not in the way. He's now got a TP where he's runned into this AD carry. Has been used in 2 auto attacks onto a Wukong, and now he's back in runaway mode.
I was just looking at myself. Shie flashed over the wall to kill. That was a really cool move. Really aggressive as well. Well, he's got the Zhonya's Hourglass, so he can do things like that. And when he had quicker, as we reset the map, both junglers are alive again.
You'd love to have LGD putting pressure on this bottom side. Now that the TP here is that you can't go over aggressive as LGD, because there's always the opportunity for E-Stars to try and collapse. Towards this top side of the map, putting pressure onto a tier 2, see if you can spread over one dragon. It's not the end of the world if you...
Oh, and the hook's too early. From Xiaoxi, not often you see that one, as Shie will go golden. Cyclone in the middle, Xiaobai goes to the back line as well, and Kramer bullied up. He's knocked LGD out of contention for this fight. It's over.
E-Stars can just move across. Actually was mixed it up in my head. I was saying that LGD would be able to give over Dragon. They're now going to be able to secure that. This is again LGD fights where E-Star with Xiaobai can get access on towards Kramer. They're very way of forcing back Wukong or Wei in these fights.
I mean, Xiaobai in that last fight hit everyone back line, and for E-Star they've already got the soul Walnut take the big purple.
Very happy with this, and now they continue to put their foot down. This is just them snowballing off of the mid game in their stride and just tearing apart LGD.
The lead here in this game. Game 1, E-Star showing up big. Putting LGD in their place, and I tell you one thing, their team fighting is still terrific.
The biggest thing, all committed on towards this right-hand side of the fight, which means that Kramer is exposed towards the back line, and like, look at where Fenfun is positioned. Luckily has flash to get access to ours that are all being funneled straight onto Kramer, who is the main source of damage on this team.
Garvey was in his devastating charge mode and then ran over the trouble bubble and kind of just entered that last part. But we do see who is the better top laner in fights, and Garvey's had some okay moments, but Xiaobai has one major one that could have just in. We got Elder on the rise enough to take Baron buff for another 2 minutes, and we got E-Star who are waiting for LGD to overstep again.
I'm actually surprised to see Xiaobai opt for the black clear. There's not a huge amount of armor that exists to go towards that Triforce. It gives you so much more power in these side lanes, and you have kill pressure onto this Hecarim if you end up in that 1v1 scenario.
Well, I'm seeing E-Star being very passive with their Baron. Which lane are they going to pick? Seems like top side finally. We've got Xiaobai in the bottom side for to go down. That's the first out of, I'm sure, a couple of other objectives they're going to be. Another conversation coming into today was, what is Fenfun going to be in this team? What is this team going to look like losing Cry? E-Star look exactly the bloody same. And Fenfun,
I agree. I mean, we see the early aggression. It's Fenfun left to fend for himself, but has done a really good. I can argue that E-Star still look just as good as they did before. The question is, though, as we start to move on, how do they react if they come to a mid to late game where
we had that for at least the first 25 minutes before that last fight, but as we saw on the top side, the push continues here with Xiaobai sitting mid. A hook coming out just like that is gone.
And this is the beauty of this, and all these turtling compositions where maybe we can hang on, maybe the hook god is putting on a show here.
And flashes and forces one out of Kramer. That's more worth than over Mark as well. Next wave is coming in shortly. Xiaobai's hitting mid. This one just feels over with the way it's going.
Crack open turret number 1. You now have Wink putting pressure on that top 8 for LGD, and they just don't really have the way to come back into this. Unfortunately, Garvey isn't tanky enough to just straight up engage here. You could have, but with how well Xiaobai has been positioning and Xiaoxi playing forward, they're not going to be able to shout Xie's engage.
It's kind of weird that Zoe still has Talisman of his items no longer in the game. I just saw it before in the mid lane. As we're going to look at this again. And just through the minion wave. Nicely done.
And this is surprising to see from LGD. With a composition where you can actually make plays with getting Twisted Fate out and about on the map. You didn't see Peanut put much pressure towards mid to try and enable this play to have match way in the early stages, which has worked for some teams in Spring. Just well, I want to say outthought him. Way just stuck around longer than these plays to work out.
I mean, Way was more impactful in those fights as well, right?
Yeah.
We saw some amazing kicks come through. Way now with a level lead. Gonna make it with Peanut on the verge of this Elder coming up in a minute with E-Star. Oh, Xiaoxi. All in. Elder / game.
All of this is going to be on Kramer to try and carry these fights, but Xiaoxi He's gunning for
Yeah,
him.
Hex Flash and Peanut. He gets pulled in, kick to finish up. One off his TP comes through, and with that movement speed, Xiao Bai weak pass. But I don't think E-Stars are going to let them out. As cornered down. Beautiful Cyclone. Mouse apart. Xie locks him down, but it's already too late. E-Star rising again.
E-Star once again looking immaculate. They will easily take him. Number one is Chelsea.
It's robot versus ponies. And well, the pony is winning, but not in the way you'd think. We got game one over to E-Star here. A great split.
Chelsea going full. Either way, this has been E-Stars looking great so far. Way once again influencing both sides of the map and coming in off of the mid-game spot. Israel and the Zoe, they ran away with it.
Well, for E-Star, there were some smiles on their face. Actually, LGD as well. I could see a smirk, so must not think too much. Dusted at that 25-minute mark. They thought, all right, GG go next. And you have to say that E-Star, man, they look just like
much the exact same.
Better than playoffs. Better than playoffs versus WE, but just how we look.
But this is where I want to go and say, hey, if you're going to try and go clear, well, look, that's all well and good making plays. And it's not like you don't have good setup in that mid lane where you can go to Fate. And even if you don't get the kill on Zoe, it's more about creating, use the Destiny aggressively. I think that would have been trying to match this early game pressure from E-Stars. But fair play to him, and just outthinking his enemy opponent and being able to make plays down towards that bottom side, getting them right. The advantages in that top lane as well with that early roam from Fen. And it really did look again like Cryin had never left the team. It was the same game plan once more.
Yeah, part of the beauty of the dynamic of E-Star, remember, is being able to move to other lanes and, you know, essentially put the FPS. At this point, you have to say that Fen's assimilated nicely. The work they've done in the off-season has been great. Wink and Xiaoxi left on a bit of an island until they...
When we look towards E-Stars at the end, towards that playoff that you mentioned to Steph, so good was they started to play towards top lane, trying to get Xiaobai rolling, but the Renekton wasn't a big enough carry. But Wukong is up the rest of the team for success, and Fen and Wink were able to capitalize on that magnificently.
People are really persistent on this Hecarim rare that we've actually seen the Hecarim do well. I mean, Khan, sure, at MSC was okay, but...
So the whole idea damage that's built into Hecarim's kit with the W, but mostly on that ultimate, so you can bypass the stone skin that Wukong has in his passive, the armor, and you want to just shove in that wave consistently, use the helicopter, clear it straight through, push to the tower, and then have Garvey get out and roam. Garvey wants to be roaming, making plays towards this mid lane. But because he got shut down in the early stages, that matchup goes so wildly in favor of Wukong. It really teeters on a knife's edge. And once that Wukong's got the best, you put a lot of pressure there from Peanut. That was never going to be the case in this game, and that's why I love that early play from Funth. And great, we're going to wander elsewhere.
Well, so we know what Garvey can be. In 2019, I remember seeing Garvey on, you know, likes of Aurelia. We talked about carry top laners.
Yeah.
Garvey is a great carry player, but he needs to be enabled. In that game, he definitely wasn't. I remember in 2020 spring, when the whole world was banning Wukong, we had it enabled, and Xiao Bai would pick it up time and time again. One of the things. It's good to see. Good form from that top lane. I will return to the bottom lane of LGD because that's where the priority of LGD was. And most of the game where Peanut was constantly shadowing that lane. We didn't see this, funnily enough.
Exactly.
Where, who knew? Towards that bottom lane, we saw Xie in some fights, as you mentioned, but at the right time, to just guarantee.
And it felt like Xie had a bit of an identity crisis in that game. Yeah. We saw him get the Sheen going, okay, I'm going to go late. Then the call came through of, no, we need you in team fights, we need you with that Zhonya, so then you can be that engaged tool for us. And it really felt like there was a mixed call in L game, and I think it did hurt them when we got to the mid game. You've got neither item completed on Xie, and he doesn't really know how deep is he going. And Kramer again mispositioning or knocked out mid lane. Hex Flash comes out, you end up yoinking him out from that mid lane position. Shousey, and then they move toward again. Kramer lagging behind the rest of the team, not positioning down, and he's got the entire of E-Star who has access to him in his position.
You're gonna look at LGD, how they improve. That's game 1. We'll see what happens going into game 2.
踢一脚大中环，哎，秦晖夜景挂过去，大圣花火直接炸到了3个人，一血异世界猴子的一个大闹天宫打得非常的好，周梦带走一个 double kill，
Scout 也过来了一个大招撒下来，直接收掉2个人，哇！拉扯一下，做的推山推到2个人，不过后补没有人管，一直在跳。
看一下后续的时候，看到 V 型一个人过去，
做3个人，
哇，那个救梦的一个输出好像没有人在理，
下手为强。我来者不拒。
上单的经济差已经领先了一个大局。
哎，大叔这波直接大队进去啊，技能到，但是后方队友能不能跟进？周二的离过比较危险，开了一个金德拉，先把自己大招交完以后，开了一个金身，但另外一边双门正在黏住了 Light， 而且辛德拉金身结束以后，直接后面，即使是一个盲身在残局里面，也没有人可以撼动他。不是特别的够看，主要
哎，来了，迷醒这波加辽的大招也顺势落下，炸起来，2个人直接被秒掉，双 C 倒下的 ED 好像有点难以逃脱。
准备好。
Nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. Let's get bathed in the moonlight. Ooh, under the shadow. Fall. Ready for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words. I see the ghost of laughter. This is it now, come out of the shadows.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. I have some fun news that I'm going to tell you about after I tell you what's just happened. E-Stars have 1-0 over LGD. They've come in pretty large. My name's Hysterics Stagda. And we have some big roster splaying for LGD. But I think even bigger in a way is CJJ is coming in on E-Star. Whatsoever. E-Star kept the same roster. They never made a single substitution here in their first series of the split. Here we go.
I mean, we haven't seen anything from him. I don't even think he played a huge amount in the LDL, but this guy has now got to step into the shoes of Shout. I mean, to be honest, I feel like this is a move from E-Star saying, hey, look, we don't even need our starting roster to beat you guys.
Okay, well, it's more about play. I think it's also more about play. We've also got Rat on this roster underneath Wink, which is going to be hard to see him, who was also hyped up. We'll talk about Lung Xing here because the dynamic with Garvey was a carry-style top laner. Lung Xing on the side of RNG was built to absorb pressure and almost, at times, especially when Uzi was on the roster. This is going to be interesting because the dynamic of LGD is going to shift greatly.
Yeah, most certainly, and I think from potentially the rooms and this kind of things. So I want to see now what Lung Xing does bring to this lineup, because we already said, hey, look, you've got Kramer, who's kind of didn't have the biggest of performances there, looking very quiet in that mid lane. So maybe that's what you need, is this veteran. How I'm going to control my top lane. I'm going to pick off the waves that I want to start making plays on, and hopefully make something a little bit more.
MVP for game number 1 was Xiaoxing on it. Well deserved here, and you got to say this guy doesn't really miss.
Not at all. The second you give him the blitz, the thresh, or that bard, and Xiaoxing again looking absent, where I didn't expect them to happen when you see the Ezreal, but he was always setting up things for Wei.
I mean, Mark got bullied a little bit here by the end as well. Xiaoxing was just always there, no matter which way you turn. Oh, we're just getting a hook montage. This is great. 3, yep, 4.
I bet you we don't see a miss in this highlight reel.
No. We don't see a miss. I think that's it. Oh no, because we kill some people here.
But this is Xiaoba's engaged.
But then Xiaoxing gets Mark again. Alrighty. Oh man. Mark was so sick of this Blitzcrank. As a Karma main, I relate. That sucks. Well, that really does.
And it was that kind of bait and switch that you see come in from usually. Even we talked about in draft, you see a pair with something like the Yuumi, the orange poke. You never expect to see a Blitzcrank, a heavy, aggressive lane. Like, I am a support main. When I end up playing Blitzcrank and someone locks in Ezreal, I just say GG, got bottom lane. But they made it work with the pressure from Wei, and now LGD have got to come back in game to at least put a win on the board in their starting week.
A lot of high hopes for this LGD roster. Again, because of the roster changes and because of the depth of this side, and E-Star, the team that again still doesn't have as much experience. LGD. Well, with Lung Xing there, that tells my story, right?
I mean, they still look pretty up at all by that last.
I mean, start of the season, you'd
exactly.
hope so, right?
So I'm looking forward to seeing what they decide to bring out and what Lung Xing will bring, because for LGD, and now we might get a taste of, well, I suppose both sides are the better one on the day.
I want to update you as well. There's CJJ making his first ever debut here in 2020. Player who played with Xiaolong Bao, most importantly, was on the winning team of Young Miracles, but of course Summer Young Miracles didn't have these young ones in 2019 LDL. But yeah, we haven't seen CJJ in the LPL yet. This will be his debut. And he's going up against a that was in the top 3 in 2018 in Lung Xing.
See Lung Xing go back towards if Peanut wants to play towards that top side, I think you've got the veterancy, you've got the performance, because I felt like when Longxing was on RNG, he got the rough end of the stick spot, and even when we started to rotate, I want to see now if we can go back. It was Hacker playing towards that top side, and we saw that spark from Longxing.
I just can't believe we have Longxing and Xie on the same team. I mean, these two players who haven't really been joined at all. We've got LGD running in on blue red, and of course they won the first. Still here, and we've got an Ezreal ban to kick us off.
Well, E-Stars will that Trundle ban, I'm wondering, or if they're just happy to continue playing this Lee Sin in aggressively to it, but not a huge amount has changed here apart from that Ezreal ban from still up and available too, which I would.
Okay, the Graves have been banned a lot today. I think we're learning more about this meta, and key jungle bans, the Nidalee wasn't always one, but the Graves definitely sits as an.
So with the Ezreal gone, we could again see teetering towards that Aphelios, or again towards that Trundle coming into this, but again Lee Sin can do very well into that matchup.
You know how this goes.
Flexibility is king when it comes towards draft, and Sindrick offers a lot of that. Doesn't really have any terribly bad matchups. She does reasonably fine going towards Xie's hands, if that is where it's going to go.
Because right now, at the top, right, as first pick flex its way in a little bit, but Aphelios being the other key thing open, and Trundle, howdly doodly. We're back.
I think it's going to be picked up here, so again, I like this. It's trying to remove some of that flexibility, or at least safety, that can come in on the bottom side of the map for
Peanut Lee Sin would be nice. He's thinking, they're like,
I'd be
which one?
surprised to see the kid. It works pretty well in an answer to, yes, the Trundle, but also heavy engage comps. And I mean, E-Stars here are perfectly fine to kind of just pivot aggressive engage. You can start to look towards more long range poke style if you want to go towards a Zoe or something like that in the mid lane, and then it kind of keep up with these fights.
But if this gets logged in, Dagda, I see what they're trying to do with their comp. There is Kindred and Ashe, and there's a lot to designate, especially with the pick potential that's coming out from the 3 picks already.
I mean, you've got some great pick potential coming through with the Sindrick and Ashe long range engage as well, and it's also pretty good at trying to fire that Ashe ult off after you get the Wukong coming in. But you've got, thanks to the Wukong lock-in, where this Kindred is now enabled a lot more thanks to that pick.
It's also kind of funny because Xie's playing with another Ashe main. As you all remember, 2017 W is now over on Afrika Freaks in the LCK. Great. Be any of Spring LCK. But Kramer going to be following in his footsteps, and of course we know Kramer is a great individual AD carry up with the Tahm Kench though. So E-Star starting to ban away some of the supports that can partner well. Also getting rid of Lung.
Curious to see what they will end up picking into this Wukong now, because Wukong kind of has its run-of-the-mill in this top lane, and there's very few picks that can do particularly well against this. You've got the Renekton, who maybe we'd see the Bard not come out this game, especially because you've got long range poke come to be a nuisance and locking down the likes of Kindred, Ashe, even the Sindrick.
But we've lost a lot of supports. I mean, the Galio Flex, of course, the Bard is there, Tahm Kench too. Set even getting off the board as the Echo gets lockbit. Not going to be a flex. Of course, going to go mid to Fun.
This engage from E-Stars is so oppressive. Keep Wukong out of your backline because he's got the invisibility. He can flash aggressively on towards the likes of the follow-up coming through from the Echo. Yes, you've got the Ornn here because that can help with some of the later game scaling to try and get, or at least counter engage is going to be really tough because you've got so many different angles and lockdown that is coming through.
We've gotten all the way to the end of pick ban, and Thresh was still not taken. Nor was Ornn. That was considered a big pick. So first at the moment, Xiaoxi's flexing around. You know he's going to do blitz. Get tagged up.
Well, Xiaoxi's got options here.
There
This
we
is
go.
something, and it is the counter pick support because it can be so crucial in dictating how not only the bottom lane goes, but how you can try and work through it. Said, looking good on the Blitzcrank, and so again, where he can pick off members like this Kindred, the Syndra, the Ashe. He's got a plethora of different champions that if he hooks, he kills.
I will say I look towards these stars, and you know that Wombo you talked about before is quite curious, but also they paired this Ornn in with the pick of the Syndra and the Ashe as well, plus the threat. Shouldn't be too hard to execute.
So the idea here for LGD is either you've got the go button yourselves with the Ornn, where you got the Ornn after you've already eaten up the engage from the Wukong on the opposite side with the Lamb's Rest to engage. But the problem here is that with that Blitzcrank coming in, it makes it a lot more difficult for you to try and find that moment to read around, because Blitz will be constantly looking for hooks, seeing who he can pull out of the Lamb's Respite, and I really like what East have gone for.
I love that our camera went from Xiaoxi a lot last game, and he's probably getting sick of that Blitz crank as well. Is here on this LGD roster now, getting a closer look at Xie, who joined me. There's a lot come together. Can it come together with a composition that can look both ways?
Looking at it, LGD's lineup, this team, I mean, between the Ashe and chance of Crystal Arrow to follow up with the Ornolds, if you find it moving into places that they're not supposed to be, you can very quickly have LG monumental CC over and over.
Return to Summoner's Rift. Game 2. Folks, epic. Easter pretty much slaughtered them in Game 1. That's what we're in OMG, where each game, teams slaughtered each other. Quite literally. Top this series doing exactly that as we return to an invade and we welcome CJJ onto the Rift. Yeah, especially into the LPL. And Lungxing, first time onto LGD. As the top talented names on the side of LGD, but they need to come together.
So again, we're seeing LGD game focus here. You've got some of that can be at least the Ornn, but realistically, you got the Blade of the Rune King and the Runan's Hurricane. You've got Xie as well, who's really well. So if LGD can use these long range before Wink gets to his items, they could be in really good shape.
Looking at mid and 80. I see JJ just trying to track the jungle path of Peanut. Peanut's going from buff to buff, it seems, with a red buff start, while Wei doing the same with Rift. And my thoughts are, we'll look at the bottom lane once again, because Xiaoxi and Wink were all over Mark before, but this time he's got to deal with a Thresh, not a Karma.
But Xiaoxi sees himself to go for that hook, so oftentimes as a blitz you can just hook the Thresh and turn that fight back in your face, and way down there as well. It's a nice little combo that you can work with.
Ooh,
top lane though.
Actually really nice charge here, and the Grasp of the Undying knock. Fun does his own job in that mid lane against Xie.
And it's funny seeing the veterancy term I'll use for Xiaobai after one split, but it's now been swapped over from Garvey being the new guy against Xiaobai to having Lungxing as the veteran.
On himself in Peanut has found an opening through the mid lane. First blood, very early, done by LGD as Mark's been caught out, flushes away, sends down the Dark Passage. Remember, as Wink just can't get the damage off in time. And Easter
is also coming down here, so this fight may not be over. Here's the TP.
TP gonna be coming through. This is Lung Xing, remember. Through, locks down one. He's slowed on down, but they can't get anything more. Peanut even making his presence not, but he does get away.
GA not quite able to get the TP play to happen, but still top lane.
Yeah, this is escalating a little bit, but the searing charge doesn't connect. Now CJJ might have an advantage here.
Will Revolver and CJJ dodging the Bellow's breath. If Longxing gets this build off, though, it's going to bounce back in favor of Long.
Up. Plus, that's the benefit as Wei has quickly made his way up to the top side. CJJ, will he have enough mana to? Yes, his blue buff Wei follows up as well.
Wait.
Bellow's breath under turret. One more shot needed. CJJ over. Clean up the kill who flashes away. Messy dive, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Look at where the wave is, though. You end up going kill back this wave as it bounces off the turret thanks to TP, so you don't lose anything as Longxing. And after has Fin into top lane, so he's missing these waves mid.
Xie gets a push out mid. Yep, that's right. Also, Peanut gets the mark on his Scuttle Crash.
Big win for LGD. As you said, Scuttle now going across. You can move back towards the bottom side here as Peanut, and with Kramer and Bark having a nice little advantage for themselves in the hold on, push and poke aggressively.
Peekaboo, it's Kramer. Oh no, he's gonna get knocked up. Gravitum's available, but it is just simply gonna be a trade here. A nice one from E-Star. Kramer and Mark sick of getting camped.
Just a flash, yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize he's been forced out of so many minions, and he's gonna lose all these as well, thanks to Wei being down here. E-Star is punishing heavily in this bottom lane.
The diversity of going through different lanes, right? Peanut now has to make a response. E-Star and Spring, what they're good at, but they do the same thing, and this bottom lane is so far ahead now.
Yeah, I mean, level advantage, CS advantage, gold advantage for Winkin, who now turn towards this dragon off of the back. Oh, you may see Peanut. Either way, they are in fantastic spot. BF Sword already bought for Wink, and this becomes really difficult for LGD now to deal with.
You can see him now on his Gromp. You can also notice that Peanut is heading up towards that mark that's in enemy territory. Lungxing, and this shouldn't be too hard for Peanut to start stacking up.
And you can see Lyric's prophecy of what do Warren's build in the top lane still figuring itself out. Longxing gonna be going instead towards that, towards the Bami Cinder. So he's gonna be looking more towards those team fight rather than going for the Bramble Vest, which can work well in this lane.
Assassin on! Oh no. But which one is real? Kill, welcome to LGD, honey.
Welcome to the Alp solo kill by the Orn. He's going to get a bunch of plates now, and that armor, that extra damage that's going to be coming through from this Orn.
Complain about Aphelios. It's time for the Orn, because Longxing hit a bucket load of damage. That dude is not a tank.
And he's going to be able to do a lot of work in a force to burn his teleport, which is really big here, especially as we started to talk about the dragons and that. But yeah, I'm not sure what CJJ was thinking. He levels the advantage in the world, slapped, clapped, and bopped back towards the base.
Yeah, CJJ, the turret dive failing, and now getting dove. But that was Orn is big, and that's a 4th stack Dagda. But Peter now has the extra range, and that Q is going to give so much attack speed.
And against Wei and E-Stars is get out and just play your game. You know they're going to be aggressive. Try and at least survive as much of that pressure. But if you can get other lanes like Longxing ahead, like mid lane ahead, and now Peanut, game skirmish.
CJJ is getting zoned out pretty hard here as well. Every time the pillar goes down with the Bellow's Breath, just notice that Bellow's Breath now has 3 points into a Q with 2. So Lang Xing is going to have a lot of magic damage on top of about last game. You know, the Wukong stone skin for the armor, he can't deal with magic damage.
And the thing is, the Wukong has to actually attack you or use abilities. And so when you've got so much CC built into your combo as Lang Xing, actually get any of that armor and health regen before you've got Lang Xing walking away.
And while we're talking about that top lane, it's not the only place that's suffering. While we look at also pushing in, look at the jungle CS discrepancy as Hook does land here onto Wink, but they're going to lock them down. A good flay to separate. It's not has to, it is. Exhaust was the trade-off there with Ignite from Xiao a little bit. While my point was going to be about jungle difference with 2 levels. The lead by Peanut with the mark difference and the...
So, E-Star, CJJ has lost out on top side. You've got your jungle matchup going very awry as well, the mid, but you need Wink now to get to those 3 items and be your carry. Otherwise, you're going to run the risk of when you get towards this mid game just being overrun with long range engage we talked about from Lang Xing and from Kramer.
Starts catching back up, so that's going to be their hope. But LGD, if they've got a Herald for the top side, I'd give it to Lang Xing and Peanut, that does not own those Krugs anymore. They belong to Peanut, and Herald getting a second charge up here as well. I mean, CJJ has to pay the respect.
The thing is, though, they've already lost that bottom lane turret for LG. E-Stars are now able to rotate Wink and Xiaoxi up. With the way that this game is going as well, Xiaoxi is going to be a big factor. Like he did in the last game, you can very quickly turn this game in favor of E-Stars. So don't count out E-Star just yet, even though they are only a mild bit behind.
We'll be keeping an eye on that bottom. Good to see Lang Xing with, you know, a bit of priority here. As fans will remember, especially RNG fans on that team. And to be fair, he's kind of hard done by. As Xie might actually be caught out here, but never mind. You have yourself the phase rush until it was in the air.
And look at where LGD are starting to move around the map. You can see they're thinking of towards that mid lane for a moment to see if he needed to use that enchanted crystal arrow. So just hang on. LGD still looking to see if they can make some.
Xiaoxi's level 6 though, so silence is available. Second time Xie's hit Fun with Scatter the Weak, but there's no follow-up. But LGD saying, hey, enchanted crystal arrows up. We're ready. And Wink and Xiaoxi could be the target. Peanut is crawling up the lane.
The thing here is, though, look at the items that we've got for LGD.
TP.
Look at the TP. Holy
Lang Xing is on a mission.
Oh no, the enchanted
Call the
arrow.
Forge God. Yeah, but doesn't matter. They got a billion bits of CC. Lang Xing is here, ready to party. The Bell's Breath stops the Gravitum, and that's a kill. The commitment from LGD was there, and it's going to pay off. They got some more gold onto that crucial carry, Peanut.
They need to try and get objective, but
okay, maybe baiting them in. But how? No. Okay, pause all the distance back.
So you commit a huge amount here from LGD. TP, Flash, and ultimate from Lang Xing, the ultimate from Kramer. And yes, you get the kill onto Wink eventually, but it doesn't matter. E-Stars in Flash from Wink, that they can now go, and there's no way LGD can try and fight them.
Very, very true. Just coming back out on them when you can get it right now. Now 2k gold lead here for LGD in this second game. We're going to have ourselves a mountain. Oh, I have to say, hey Dagda,
What's
you know,
what's the role? What's the role?
You know, the conversation that's been happening has been about the Dragon.
We got the exciting one. We're okay. We're okay.
I was going to say, because of the conversation that's been going around recently, actually just not get to the 2 dragons to wait for the roll. If it was a mountain, just say, oh god, no. LGD getting 4 mountain dragons would suck, as he's going to go build a new shadow. What are you building, sir? Oh, just a ruby crystal. Okay. Lungqing still terrifyingly massive, but CJJ has caught back up on experience time.
I'm trying to keep my eyes on where LGD are moving, because look, they're trying to get up to a point where they're in a good 1 to 2 items completed and can make stuff happen. But with all the funny business that went on in this bottom lane, Kramer Wink has only got the Bam Scepter and a longsword to his name, trying to fit a little bit more cash injected. But it means that the windows of opportunity that LGD are at their strongest are certainly being left behind.
Pillar put in front of it up. He's taking it up, but versus 3, that ain't it. Thumbs up, and a big condition again has been shut down.
Trundle says, "You call that a pillar?" Just slams one up in his face. And yeah, there's nowhere to run as Longqing, and fortunately getting caught out there. Now funneled into Fun once again. He's getting more. Oh, well, just got another one of those plates before.
Yeah.
Next is going to be Rift Herald on the cards. You've got full control of this topside jungle for E-Stars. This is again E-Star, even though it's not as, they're still getting control of this game.
Because let's talk in broader spectrum. If you look at the scaling across the board, you just sit on E-Star and go, right, I'll pause on that question because we're going to watch between 2 pillars.
And that is an interview he didn't want to take.
That's
is gone for. But I think coming back to your question, yeah, I think when you look at Fun as well, who could do a lot of work, but the big issue is more so how do you try and operate in these job against CJJ's engage and against Fun as well, if he's able to get that ultimate up fast enough. However, again, Xiaoxi with these massive engages or disengages, if you want to, it's orchestrated within these team fights.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question because it warns in game, especially when you
exactly.
have, you know, like an Ashe and stuff. You take out Wink or someone like CJJ, and you are so lucky.
Yes. The thing is that, yes, you've got a little bit more scaling, but still, Wink will eventually get to a point where he's a crit AD carry. He will just do more, but it is. We'll have to see how it goes as LGD will manage to crack open. It looks like this tier 1 in the mid lane.
I never knew I could be so right. Alright, well, turret still goes down in the end. Just look up the top of your screen, folks. I'll wait 2 seconds. Well done, we got there. Then some still for LGD. 16 minutes into the game. There is an LGD have no elementals yet. And much like my conversation with the Mountain, still for the likes of 4 elemental dragons would actually be gorgeous.
And you'll fight for this. You've hit the Luden's Echo onto your Syndra. She really hurts. Blade of the Rune King complete onto Kramer is a... And we're not even touching on the top lane where Longqing is running away with items. So if there's ever an opportunity for them to start fighting for dragons, this is now, and really where LGD should be looking to try and punish E-Stars as these 2-3 items.
Let's look at items quickly before we get to Dragon, because it's going to be important. We've got one almost towards... Yeah,
I love watching Xiaoxi's Blitzcrank. He's always looking for the objectives, because we just said, look, LGD can fight at this objective if they want to, but if Xiaoxi gets the pick now, there's no way you can make it back, because whoever the...
I will say, if Longqing is the one absorbing damage, there's going to be damage that comes through from LGD afterwards. Going to be pretty dangerous. Almost got a Black Cleaver here for Peanut, but won't be in time for the Dragon. Blah, important note here is teleport does come through from Xie holding it, but we're close to the Abyssal Mask on Longqing.
It becomes super easy after this as well, because realistically, if Fun is hitting on you, well then you've got Sheen. So just build up as much armor as possible, become this damage sponge for Wink and for CJJ, and you're...
through his CS in the jungle and his lead over Wade. Dragon's going to be secured, the first maybe of many, as Wei actually might be caught out here, but good pillar on top of Peanut and Mark. Notice here, after the Dragon's been taken, its level discrepancy is still there, and can't remember what stream it was, but I remember a lot of pros talking about once you build up a level lead in the jungle, matchup experience with that taken off the table, really hard to get it back. So that 2-level lead could be prevalent for 50 CS ahead.
It definitely will, especially when you get towards level 9. The experience increase is 150%, so you now just get more. Why it's so difficult for you to catch back up, especially as waves only sit a boon when it comes to the jungle experience, and that's where you can see Peanut is storming ahead here.
Good grab, but just to get the cannon, and Wink doesn't really give it to him, as Peanut in a good position here to challenge Funfun, who's just proto-belted forward, is going to use. He has ulti, just trying to get the ulti out of Funfun himself. Wade came up to Shadow, but the fight.
This little bit of a low state, the ping pong of the waves and all that, because there's not really much on the map right now for people to take. The towers that you'd like to try and scrap over, like those on, and unfortunately for E-Stars, they don't really have any way of dealing with the wave clear from Shie, from Kramer, to try and put pressure on this mid. Position here might give LGD the opportunity to siege here in the mid, but they back off irrespective.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous to still catch the wave. Notice where the next mark is, up towards the walls. Not sure if there has no interest in getting it right now. He just goes back to farming, maintaining that lead. In fact, right now, if you look at Wei, he's still at 8, so that's a 3-level. Absolutely massive here.
Where's this up by Peanut? Yeah,
right.
There is no way for Wei to get in here, and already as Wei, it was going to be pretty horrible in this match, because okay, I gotta get cast long out of the week, and then I gotta deal higher time in this fight.
Yeah.
So Wei was already gonna have a bad time. You just double down on that now with 1, the matchup against Peanut, and 2, how far behind you've fallen in these fights at all. So as E-Stars, you're almost always playing as 4 versus 3, eating a bit of damage that can be avoided by Funfun or Wink.
At least he has Flash Pillar, you know. At least he's
at
least he's got something. It's all down to the kick. He's got Pillar, and he's also got PT, which will help his team, as Lungxing's been caught out here. 2 pillars against the wall, but it doesn't lock him down.
I'm going to say is the other factory will be useful for trying to at least make Longxing burning all that. LGD will be fine. They're able to go and rinse and repeat here, and Longxing sent to the bottom.
Let's go, solo kill time, and I'm talking about his parallel convergence. Actually gets clapped under turret. Funfun goes in for another trade, feeling very confident with the Chrono Break in front.
Longxing might have healed off that trade.
Yeah,
there is no damage from Funfun.
He's
right
left Majora's Mask now in the inventory. The Sunfire Cape there as well. Next level D. So that Gold League 2000 is going to expand. Woo! Let's go.
DJJ well
At least
played.
he still technically hit him. Hit one of them. It disappears as E-Star are gonna collapse.
TP as well. This is everyone from E-Star coming up here.
LGD gonna try and kite into the alcove. Got available is into the corner. Good dodge away from Chelsea's hook. It's 3 versus 5 as goes away so he can hit it. Onto CJJ. Now they can push forward. LGD are so damn fed that they can landing. Oh, Mark. Hello. Chelsea left on his own as the rest collapse. LGD destroy Star in that big old fight.
A great disengage. Kite back. Longxing creating the space necessary for Peanut, and she buys time for Kramer and Mark to get towards the top lane, and you can see Longxing is so damn hard that he didn't even have to use in that fight. It's all disaster for E-Stars.
All Funfun can do is hit this turret and try and get something. Massive gold lead. They've got the Baron in their back pocket. Wants a solo kill. He'll get the turret, but Kramer can just auto him. Balls, but Kramer just smacked him out.
Close, but no Funfun. They're getting stuff across. We'll look to try and at least get this dragon for themselves, but LGD are collapsing as well.
Yeah, Lungxing is a one-man army. 2K, good pillar though. A hit. Sells by, but Lungxing's not done just yet. CJJ and Wei have been spotted out and are being chased, but LGD can't get there in time. So, attention's changed, and even though E-Stars are on Sol for 2 minutes, and this is going to be torture.
And now they're going to start cracking open these turrets around the map. Mid lane will be the first to fall. Top lane is already working with Mark to push in this bottom side. Just give it another turret. It was a very close game, and with E-Star starting off well, LGD have been playing this map perfectly.
And now it's hard to see how
E-Star like
could be this. That's right. You got the silence still available as coming down. Lining up instead goes to Wing. Because Peanut is forced to flush over the wall, but Lungxing now left on his lonesome. But he's Xie are pushing. E-Stars are chasing him, and great what's happening in the bottom side. Lungxing is still drawing their attention. Versus 4. Orn is a tank carry, and he doesn't care. Xiaoxi almost dies, and they should be able to get this turret.
And this is the problem with E-Star, is that if you can't close the gap with CJJ, she locked down members apart from a hook for Xiaoxi, and Lungxing survives for so long. They crack open the you get is the kill on Lungxing and Peanut, but it doesn't mean anything. They're meaningful can come from E-Star.
And it's only going to get worse. After that, Lungxing picked up a Warden's Mail, a Frozen Heart, whichever you prefer. And at this point, Baron buff opens the base against E-Star here for LGD. They got 30 seconds, but notice we got Dragons coming up. We'll have another Baron after that. Seems to be their path into a game 3.
Curious to see now what Lungxing, how he's going to start moving these items around. Level 14 on the Ornn has already given one across the Obsidian Cleaver to look towards. I'd imagine the next one would be onto that blade of the Rune King for Kramer. They actually try and go towards the Rabadon's Death Cap. I think he's a long way from completing it at this stage, and especially when he's got already the Fiendish Codex in his back pocket, he's not going to be his pulse instead.
Okay, well that's not a favorite. I know that on top of the list is definitely Abyssal Mask. God, I must really want to play Zelda. Majora's Mask. Xiaoxi's throwing out blind hooks. Abyssal Mask. Then Infinity Edge. Trinity Force is one of the best upgrades. That's for sure. I mean, it upgrades everything apart from the cooldown reduction. It's pretty insane. But yeah, I love Ornn at the moment. I think Ornn's in a great place if you like tanks that do damage pretty much all game long.
I mean, what does Ornn not offer? He can disengage relatively well with the ult and engage.
Bit of poke with the Q.
He's got damage off of the Bellows Breath and CC reduction, so he can still get away. He just does everything so well.
Climb and solo Q. Play on.
But that's why I'm surprised that it's a little bit more at the forefront of this meta, because he can do so well, especially against...
Oh, hang on. Dagdo, got to pause you. But you're right, at the forefront. Quick, you got about...
Struggles against Ornn. You look at like the Ashes, the Varuses, all these guys can struggle against an Ornn pick to deal with, but now we got LGD, a minute left until that Infernal Drake is up, and with control of this Rift Fort, especially with QSS not available now for win.
Xiaoxi's just hoping that that LGD are grouping up in a brush and he gets a blind hook. At this point, I gotta say, yeah, it's not the worst idea. LGD are doing that and almost finds Xie. LGD were grouping up, and Xiaoxi almost brought the game back to a point.
I love this idea from Xiaoxi of a ward. Who needs it? I've got a fixed members.
And who are you upset? Like, if you pull in Lungxing, that's not good, but anyone else, you're probably okay with.
I think you're still fine You can burst them pretty quickly.
Yep.
Either way, though, that is Dragon now up on the cards. E-Star not able to did second Dragon. And I like the way that E-Star are now trying to use this to get control of this Dragon. Or not Dragon, Baron. He is in the bottom side.
Guess they don't need Chroma. Just let him go back. He's got a Death Dance, by the way. I know that we've been seeing this quite a bit. We are now very happy to optimize into a Death Dance. The stats are just so... even with the bleed over effect for range being changed, the armor magic resist is just so handy.
Hammer here because you just get that Ash ult up like so much more often. And when, especially on a squad like this, where you've got a secondary AD card damage dealer, so opting again for more, a little bit more utility is really, really good. But you still get a heap of damage out of that item.
You're not really sacrificing much. The only difference is BT towards yourself. But again, we've seen AD carries head towards this direction quite. We've got a Baron back up on the field of Rift once again. Fun Echo trying to add a bit of pressure here against LGD.
So, although LGD can do a good job here, you already see that Longxing's moved down to collect this wave. The biggest problem for them is while Longxing is down here, Xiaoxi becomes so much more enabled, and it will stick and cause big issues. So this is why you cannot count out E-Star just having this game, because Blitzcrank is a champion that can turn everything.
As long as he doesn't die first from Xie. What we just saw there, the scatter the weak, does a lot to the Blitzcrank that has minimal, but the reset begins. ECD pretty persistent on pushing this down. The arrow lands onto Wave, but it's close range, so it won't do too much. But the auto attacks coming from the lethal tempo Ash puts him at half health, while Fun's been found out. Peanut failed. Needs to hit this, which does not. Fun has already drawn out an ult. Parallel convergence slows down Peanut, and there we go. Fun now known on the bottom side of the map, while E-Star's are top.
But E-Star haven't committed any Call of the Forge God. Flash is burnt as well. E-Star could get onto LGD because a lot of these key ultimates.
Oh my god.
Key ultimates are down.
Chelsea's just been so close. Xie narrowly dodge a rocket grab as Bellows breath wasn't going to hit him anyway, but Dagda, here he is. Fun being spotted out the deep immediately though, even after the unleashed power. So at half health with the orbs surround, but the rest of E-Star are there. LGD still hovering around the Baron again. It's first date material here between LGD and E-Star.
If it punish what was a nice window for them right here, where you have a lot of those, as we said, the Ornolds, they're going to be coming back up now, and LGD have found that moment to get back to the base, and hooks he's been fishing for so long.
Really rare that the broadcast will bring up runes this late into the game. I'm sure on the Chinese side, which Kramer was able to chase, you could see lethal tempo. Quite an interesting combination. As there we go again.
So the big one I think they're trying to show is that you don't, which is oftentimes what's taken. A more late game orientated carry, because this will help match, as we said, a lot of back and forth between who would actually be scaling better. Gathering LGD here, but it does mean that, say for the likes of Wei, he's not going to be able to get that speed boost that would make it impossible for Wei to run away. Instead, now you've got a little bit more arrows hit.
It reminds me of the start of Season 9 when we saw new runes come through, and when Gathering Storm had a lot more AP and AD to it towards the later game. I remember seeing a lot of AD carries. The go-to was like okay, going to be chased here. Xiaoxi wants to find him. Longxing, Bellows breath locks him up. Versus 5, he has to flash over the wall because LGD aren't here yet, but Chrono to re-engage. Peanut is the first to chase up with the two-man and lock up here from Longxing's ulti, and the damage and range Stars have been fought back, but LGD, an ultimate goes.
Oh, there was just shot. Wink instantly with the QSS though.
And now Peanut locked up against a wall. We saw it off camera as a bellows breath again from Lung. Says at this point is Mark shallow on the hook of CJJ. Funfun hanging around, has Chrono Break again. And this, it's Infernal Stall for E-Star. They're teleporting in on the side of LGD.
This is so tense. If CJJ can find this big, keep your eyes on both the Lamb's respawn.
It's just gone. E-Stars don't want to pick it up just yet. The parallel convergence comes in and too late to the show. LGD pick it up and look, they're heading towards Baron. E-Star are not respecting this.
There's this mid lane. LGD have such a quick Baron take as well with Kramer and Peanut. So this is going to be gone before E-Star even get over it.
With the app done. The pings are going down and you can see they're moving towards them, but it's gone.
And now you just add LGD. That scaling that was potentially on E-Star's side is completely gone. Especially LGD now have such a commanding position that even though we're starting to hit that later stages, LGD will still win out.
Lung Xing, that's been the biggest question for 10 minutes now. And the answer hasn't been anyone. Damage into him before he flashes over the wall and then he re-engages. Knight's Vow. That's a bro. Upgraded to Might of the Ruin King, the Luden's Pulse. Everyone's got an upgraded item, bar Mark. And LGD, they've got a Baron again for 2 minutes in this game.
At this stage, you can see there's no killing Lung Xing. Everything gets tossed into me still fine. Even though it's not your typical tank item, just makes the most amount of sense.
It's on Peanut. It's actually on Peanut, it's not on Kramer.
Yeah, horrible amount of damage as Kramer is. I'm not sure what his stacks are, but I can see his range is at least pretty.
I mean, he's almost got an IE, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Kramer hitting game. It's going to be super interesting to watch. Kramer now sitting at the bottom side here as the Ashe pushing out the way.
Chelsea, who's potentially got that hook to save the game here for E-Stars, but you got the Banshee's Veil now completed by Shie. Can't really get the hook on. You get on Mark at this stage. Well, he's happy to die for the cause because everyone else in their vengeance.
Chelsea close on the hook yet again. A wave burst on out here by the mid laner in Shie as Lung Xing just charges on him by CJJ as the Moonlight Vigil doesn't connect. The teleports come in from Fun. But I think it's a bit too late here as E-Star again getting hung, drawn, and quartered on a prayer. 4 dead in the blink, or should I say the wink of an eye. LGD charge. Go. Talented members in a roster come together and then drops the ulti. Wink tried to do some Aphelios things this game for a while, but now they take it by the horns and drag it to a game 3.
And we finally get to, as the capabilities of LGD, Peanut controlling the early to mid game. This Kindred to try and find these aggressive trades, and as we start to continue Drake's, made sure that LGD were going to continue winning these fights.
And that man on your screen, Lung Xing, alongside Peanut. At the start, what is Lung Xing going to show us? The dive from CJJ went wrong. Lung Xing, the LPL player of E-Star. We got to this point where Lung Xing was unkillable. And there you go, seen on RNG.
And it meant that the terrifying, you had all this that could maybe find picks with Chelsea, really never came to fruition. They were so far behind by the time that they got to the mid game that you just had LGD roll over. LGD ran away for a little bit and they just turned that fight around. And now looking towards this next, figure out a similar style of composition where they just stand back, they don't know these engages. I think they can do something similar.
I mean, the respect shown, like Wink had to burn the QSS slash side because Kramer was throw out an arrow, or then Sheer would get a follow-up from Peanut or Lung Xing would be so deadly that he has to burn it, otherwise there's the fear of death. So there was GD.
And that's one of the biggest problems when you're in Aphelios and you see the likes of Ornn and Misfortune, anything along. Difficult for you to approach the fights because you've got to contend with so much CC that can come your way. And in these fights where CJJ on top of LGD, you're kind of lagging behind, not really able to get your auto carry of Aphelios. So overall, it felt like kind of a mismatch between what the team was really hoping to do.
New top laner coming through. I don't know what the level of practice is with CJJ. Xiaobai has been the top laner for E-Star throughout the regular with, so it's curious that now would be the time to bring it in. I would expect that CJJ would not be playing game 3. They'll go back to Xiaobai. I would expect they keep Lung Xing.
The Kindred and the Graves are two very good answers to this. Pretty open pick of the Trundle early just gave the opportunity for Peanut to go towards this Kindred, but then double was a big mistake for me. E-Star in the draft, where what results do you expect? You just get the Lamb's Respite coming down, and then they're dealing damage on towards the likes of this Aphelios, who can't get in because he's got to worry about Ornn. He's got too much survivability there that you can't get this big wombo off. And even though we never saw it come to fruition, much control in how he wanted to use the ultimate, how he wanted to control the early game. I was surprised to see E-Star with the draft that they went for.
I mean, I was just thinking, I saw needed to use it. He was always on the aggressive. It was a good game from LGD. Much game 1, and also hits our expectations. We're at 1 apiece here. We're going to another LGD in E-Star right after this.
这波可能就比较安全。
杰斯没卡住那波线啊，这里要被越了。
可能能换啊。
过来，卡米尔交一个闪现，塔姆过来，一口是把杰斯给喊，杰斯砰砰2枪将其带走。
马老师这波
抓上单的剑魔，背上这个 W 应该是没能踩中，有大招的，要不要回到过去呢？旧梦在旁边，这一剑是命中了一个远距离的恶危型的啊，这个催眠器方面的命中，但是南向一个大波的直接将其收掉，这个伤害太爆炸了，梅森自己不好走啊，一个正义冲拳往左边去冲，自己又开始减速了一下，但是没办法，虽然说嘲讽了一个3个人在等他，南上一波 double kill。一个王者板甲拉一下骚蛋的，骚蛋这个阿拉互动开钻过去吧，哎呀，自己没过1换1，女枪已经被秒了，艾克想做英雄，1000块钱拿到真男人，来波大战，骑着马上一个王者板甲，他能走掉吗？交出了一个死亡闪现，他还是没走掉，两边战到了一个弹尽粮绝。但这个时候巨魔跟皇子还是有一些等级差的，11对12，悲伤这个时候血量不好，苏尼有可能要先秒皇子了，那就是陷在地上，摩根也被打残，摩根也倒了，龙还是被 Sofa 给抢了下来，这波 W 是要溃败了，又是一个大招。看一下苏尼这波一波追击之势，掉16，马上进入他的收割节奏，
马上就到。
算是他们一个正义荣耀加王者板甲的双加速风。放着去开团，一个大招卡斯内收到了卡莉斯塔人头，双 C 已去其一，红四方已经不太好绝了。卡萨琳一波 double kill， 再找第4头，卡萨琳已经在人群当中来如风雨，去死围城，再一个闪现，仿佛骑如青云蔽月，飘摇兮，流风回血。这个卡萨琳帮助队伍拿。
胜仗。是一次。
last forever. Keep your voice low. But I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. Hear the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow.
See, representatives we've yet to see. We've given them a bit of a break after representing the LPL so well. That this region is still the best region in the world.
A liar.
This is Dagda. If you want to get angry at us, our Twitter will appear at some point down there. So go for it. DMs are open. In my opinion, a series that is just spiced up with LGD bringing us to a 3. Lungxing MVP. Well deserved. Well deserved. Honestly, Xie had some pretty stellar moments too. The bottom lane absorbed pressure. LGD came and put their roster where their mouth was.
And I love the way they operated in this game. We saw Wei again trying to get up to his early game antics, but we're going to have Longxing just clap people in the top lane. Peanut's going to see marks, end up picking up the 4 marks. A crazy tanky Orin, and they're just able to complete. He forced back E-Stars at every point in time.
He do no damage to him at all, and he pops out a ton of his own. He's still just absorbing.
He's half health.
Look at this.
He is tanked 5 members of EO, maybe just below quarter HP.
I love all. I actually think Orn's one of my favorite champions to watch because his kit is very well made. I think he has one of the most well-made kits in the league. He just got a lot of damage on the brittle, even after it got nerfed. So, yeah, you know, apples and oranges there. Aphelion. It's a great day for the humanity. We're into a game 3 now. LGD are on blue, I believe, if I am not mistaken. Coming back in here for game 3, as expected. CJJ got his debut in the LPL, and he went up against Longxing.
Yeah, I mean, no one's surprised to see Xiaobai coming back into this team, and now the LGD I expect to see in my head versus the E-Star that you'd expect to see as well.
True.
So this is now the actual matchup
on your screen there, returning back to the top here for E-Star. It was really strange when we got the call that CJJ was coming in. I was surprised. Big number ones. So they must have felt
problem. I think E-Star were like, okay, you can probably do okay against Garvey. Let's pop you in. And didn't realize Longshing was coming in. Incredible end to this series. But both these teams showing what they're capable of, but also some of their weaknesses as well.
I think seeing Longshing again is a good sign, right? As you just mentioned, this is a roster you expect to see as individual talent, but Longshing being in the roster for RNG for quite a while. Before that, Suning and Xiao many times, and on a team like LGD, that's what you need, the experience to come together, as it will here in Game 3. E-Stars on red, no difference in bans, bar the Trundle.
It's real here. Expect to see the Graves banned away here, still by E-Star, but very similar style to what we saw in the last game.
Yep.
If that Graves is left open, it's going to be...
Okay, Syndra fell ill instead, because that has been the go-to,
I think that would be a is very good, but definitely locks his composition into a certain stall. Amazing mid and late.
Oh, well, forget them both. Let's do Ezreal.
I'm surprised to see this come in. As I was already saying, I want to see the Graves, but this also means that potentially we're seeing a very different style come out. And you can go for that 2-odd, and that's why on response from E-Star, they're going very heavily on this early to mid game style with Kalista champion and making sure they're getting into the enemy's face.
You know this is a blessing in disguise. Rift. That's great. That's all I care about anymore. We get a change. Leave him where he belongs, in the bin. Let's go. Outside of E-Star as they cement their bottom lane, but Peanut on Olaf. And Olaf goes with what, Dagda?
Yumi. Because you've got Ezreal there. Okay, we've got super strong poke in the bottom lane. They can still go for the likes of Zoe if they wanted to in the mid lane. Potential for Longshing to take a step lane as well, which could be fun, but Graves locked in for E-Star. Look, this is such a strong pick.
Yeah, you're waiting for... So, we got Olaf versus Graves. None of these Lee Sin shenanigans as we head into the second ban phase. For E-Star, it seems like we've got... The way Ornn was last game, I wouldn't be surprised.
I know it fits super well. Well, actually, E-Star had the potential here to take the Ornn. Because you're trying at least play back. The Olaf can struggle a little bit against Ornn as well. Thing in the kitchen sink at them. Force hard engage if LGD tried to go for a poke. Or you've just got something that can keep Ezreal a little bit more honest.
You know what's sad? We lost our Team Rocket. Has been banned away from Longshing, so they have no priority to pick that one up. We know what Xiaobai likes to play. The monkey's still there. What the LGD...
E-Star now are signifying with the Ornn ban, they're going to go for the Wukong, and you've got crazy strong engage with the Wukong. You've got some, at least the Graves that can follow up very effectively on top of that. And hope to just close that, to give Ezreal and this Olaf room to breathe.
Banning away the Kassadin is a very different direction. So they have that option to just lock in.
The Wukong could work really well here, and the other option is Kassadin is they are going to go for this very heavy poke style where they're trying to play at least away from E-Star, but as we already said, I mean, you've got a heavy amount of engage coming through from the Wukong there. Pickup is going to be for Xia.
Longshing wants to opt into the Hecarim versus Wukong matchup. The one we're talking about in game number 1. Though, do you want that LeBlanc? Oh, I kind of want the LeBlanc.
LeBlanc works very well with what E-Star are trying to do, because it can make it a little bit more, well, sorry, with the rest of what LGD are trying to do, but I think the Twisted Fate to spread out the map, make sure that you're not trying to actually deal with E-Star in the game engage that they've already drafted for, and you've now got a Hecarim that can do reasonably well on the side lane and at least play alongside the Yumi and the Olaf to set up for these really strong games.
We got Galio versus Twisted Fate.
So E-Star
2020.
right now are all in. Get these first few fights rolling in their favor. Looks amazing. They're going to do fantastic. But if they're not able to get this combo between the Wukong and the Galio up and running, they will fall off after two items, and that's where we'll line it in their own.
Got the real power of skirmishing on both teams, but also the pick potential added in small little doses here. Because around objectives, which E-Star played towards Dragons, with those sixes that come up is going to be massive. As our camera angle, gotta check on that cameraman. And I feel like he fell over.
He definitely tripped up.
He's setting up for the shot, but he's fallen down. Back to my point of around objectives, this team flourishes.
And both teams kind of flourish around objectives. Yes, 100% you've got this crazy take with the Callista, the Graves, and this kind of style play. LGD as well, not so much on just clearing out those objectives, but definitely in these objective fights where you've got some great poke that can come in from the likes of the Ezreal. Like this is, and even then Xie teleporting into the back of this Graves and set up Longxing. There's so many.
I think this is an exciting comp to round out the night, to finish off. We got them at the heart of it with a Game 3. Place these teams. E-Star LGD, who finds their first series win here in the LPL. Week 2, day 1. As we look up in the night sky. Now we didn't even know where we are. Well, in the middle of the rift. He fell upwards again. Alrighty. Guys, welcome back as E-Stars are taking us into this fate.
Trying to get the vision control down and spot where Peanut is going to be. So Peanut will have his work cut out from us. It looks like Wei is just trying to get jungle, and definitely with the Graves he will have the advantage. Peanut approaches this. I personally would like to see him start up lane and a little bit of a tendering towards a more full clear back on this top wave. He can actually look for a gank onto Xiaobai.
Okay. Watch for that topside roam as E-Stars are throughout, and now they're back. Ward going to be taken here by Wink. So small XP advantage, but of course not really time for a leash, while Invade here on the red full way.
Kramer and Mark will have him, but definitely not wanting to push this in because you have the opportunity for Wei to come down. Xiaoxi can play for RDC, and there's always a threat of Wei coming down to the bottom side now.
I guess for Yumi and Ezreal though, you feel okay. We'll touch on that in a second. Notice we have the item cooldown, item CDR cooldown here for Fun. There's this bit of transcendence there for the cooldown reduction at level 10. I like this because in the LPL, who was Mr. Old doing be? And you pop Predator, hold down W, and run into the enemy team. And it's a nice little interaction to look forward to, folks.
And it is very much about playing. We will. We'll get spot on the word there, but it's more as soon as possible onto LGD. But it's more about getting onto the likes of Xie, because Kramer's going to be fine in just arcane shifting away from lockdown Longxing and Xie and see if they can be a nuisance in that.
Hey, nuisance is way in the bottom lane, right?
As
Civ
well.
1 is crashing in. Yeah, doubles actually on the side of LGD as Weiwei has to back away. It's only a red card as the hook lands onto a minion, unfortunately, and both mid laners say hi.
Back off, but look at where Peanut is right now. He's shoved in that mid lane, so now you get the opportunity to at least get a bit more of that lane experience onto Peanut, push him ahead in a CS or experience advantage, and you're not going. You still get back to your wave before Fin can push him.
Dodge away from Kramer there in the bottom lane as well. First seeing this bottom lane, and Kramer right now just surviving. It's going to be a bit of pressure added, but still so hard to kill this bottom lane.
But again, it's LGD surviving this early game pressure, which is the key thing against E-Star. We saw it in spring. They'll get eaten by Hook.
He has the flavor. The Arcane Shift comes out first. Good trade back here from the Ezreals. Mark's like, I need a bit of mana. Who can I... He just needs to auto a champion.
So, I'm looking back towards this top side of the map. LGD, Longxing has managed to get a cheater recall off here, where he's going to get back in towards the lane without Peanut. Now, because of the pressure Longxing had created to get this Scuttle Crab on the top side, which oftentimes can be... Now he's in a really good spot where he soaked some of that minion experience in the mid lane and on that top side. So Peanut is actually off to a little bit of an experience advantage. Usually doesn't happen in this matchup.
We can see what his first purchase will be. Should be the Skirmisher Smite coming out. No, in fact, goes for the Ruby Health Talisman alongside the Machete. So no upgraded item just yet. Well, we keep going bot because Xiaoxi keeps throwing out hooks left, right, and center. And this guy throwing a Q. And Fun is on his way. Predator enabled, but Peanut's here as well. They're just going to be running in. Who has to flash himself? That's worth for Xiaoxi.
Yeah, they clear out the wave. V-Star can't do anything, and Xie's pushed in mid again. So, Xiaoxi actually taking...
Here's a potential Dark Passage going to be put down for the shield. Wink jumps on in as well. Peanut's still here. Undertow connects, and as the poke follows through, E-Star now definitely have to lead.
And LGD now have complete control of this top side. Xie has got the level advantage, the CS advantage.
Yep.
You've got Longxing as well, who's dictating the pace of this top lane. So I wouldn't be surprised now to see Peanut turn his attention towards this top side and try and set up Longxing, or vice versa, Longxing move towards this mid and try and help out Xie.
I mean, at the very least, you wanted to see him move, right? Well,
yeah.
Here he is. He's adding pressure, and missing top side means Fun can't really follow up with a trade, nor does he want to.
Matchup very differently from what we saw in game number 1. It's about shoving it and about to hit that level 6 point. That's when kill pressure will come on. Damage that this Wukong has, thanks to the 2% tick from the ultimate.
Also notice that what Lung's red side. Dagda, I'm about to sneeze, so you're going to have to cover me in a second.
I gotcha.
But we're about to find out. We saw Wei spotted out on the ward top side. In fact, now walking through multiple layers of vision. So LGD here. Turns out my sneeze has disappeared. So you have the likes of Xie and Longxing, who you said wants to roam, plus has the TP. LGD know where Wei is all the time. Equals.
Guys, though, the Wei is going to be on this bottom side. So going to be fighting once again for this dragon. They'd use the E-Star would like to use the pressure Wink and Xiaoxi have right now to get that objective, but again, we already talked about, look, Xie's got that push, at least in the mid, he's controlling that pace well, and
now he starts doing some tracking of their own. Red's going to be secured here by Peanut. Now, same level as the hero's entrance going to be coming through, and Peanut is just dead here, first blood.
He's doing a very good job, even if he's not able to get the dragon straight off the bat. Guess Xiaoxi, and now they get the kill. They will get this dragon for themselves, and Wei doing good job to understand how to punish this match.
You know what the vision toggle is about? It's because the ward's right on the Peanut's control ward. I don't believe spotted out the control ward of E-Star.
And I think that's why he thought he was safe.
Oh, interesting. Cleanse is going to be coming through here from Kramer, though. We're going to engage with the Fate. It's call being used as well. It's onto the Yuumi, who's blocked some of the damage. This is pretty smart from LGD, because now she had to teleport right in the middle of them. 4 versus 5. Now enabled to TP a little bit later. The Hecarim has Onslaught of Shadows. Hasn't used it just yet. Comes into Spirit line here with Cyclone, but he's got dangerously low while Xie is throwing out cards left, right, and center. Xie walking forward, has the gold card. He's taken up a bit too much. But it's a 2 for 2, or 2 for 1 rather, in favor of LGD.
Longxing not getting to use the onslaught of Shadows, though, was a big mistake towards the squad. Caused that fear give a bit more CC, and actually though that ultimate wasn't enough to just take down the very low health bars on E-Star. So 2 for 2, still
Well,
LGD turn
jungle, so this is how it started.
Yeah, you can see here, okay, Kramer getting caught, but a good play from Xie to set this up. Peanuts here, wards in the bush. 4, needed to just lead. Oh, he actually got hooked straight off.
Wow.
I thought Peanut might have tanked that hook, and then he could have led with it, but great hook from Xiaoxi to just...
From top laner there.
And look at the health bars on E-Star. If you get onto anyone with that onslaught of shadows, you're going to end up killing them. But
will he use it? Well, he's going to charge him back, and he kind of misses the ulti, but still gets the fear off his way. Just gets poked down here. It is at the cost of the Herald as he moved
everyone up as well as E-Star though, so it's not like we're going to have a trade across. So we'll have to see how much pressure E-Stars can get out of this Rift Herald to even up for that kill.
I'm going to take you a step back. She picked up the double kill and Rod of Ages. Very early in Rod of Ages. He's
as well, because this Twisted Fate, you really need to start getting rolling.
Yeah.
Your CC, you're not so much damage, so if you start to fall behind, you really start to fall behind. Off to a 2-0 start means you can have way more impact off of these roams, and that's what I want to see Xie start to do. He's kind of been a little bit of a step behind Fun, which is complete, and also having used, I believe, a lot of those minion dematerializers. I think he started with as well. Yep. To start clearing out those waves and get those plays started nice.
I mean, Xie is 20 plus CS ahead at this point as well. And the damage he's now acquired is clearing out these waves pretty damn quick.
And for anyone who hasn't kept the buffs towards Twisted Fate, really push him over the edge. So now that blue card is doing 0.9% AP, so it's really starting to hurt a lot more. Even the red card got buffed to 0.6%, making it a lot easier to clear your waves. So with these kills that have gone over, that early Rod of Ages, you're really in a good spot.
Blue card now, just that 0.9 is massive. E-Star's moving through the mid lane, wave pushing up here, but what are you going to do? Xie says thank you. He's got 100 CS at 11 minutes into the game. E-Star's their option right now is moving towards the bottom side, looking to get some more Herald in hand. And E-Star, the pings are going, or rather LGD, the pings are actually going towards the top side. We're looking to trade this turret.
Longshin's seen this before though. There's that experience, that bottom lane turret, cause there's a play happening towards the top side. Rift Herald though would mean that the tempo advantage is in favor of E-Star, which means they might be up towards this top side to make sure that the tops...
Instead, they just want to double down and go towards inner bot, but this is going to be Destiny placed by Xie in the bottom side to get here. Remember, he has so much wave clear, a lot to get this turret, but with 3 members, that'll about do it. But
yeah, you can't try and go in overly aggressive, because they can turn, kill the tower, and then get the double kill afterward. So 2 towers, and you're still, think about it, you've got you haven't even got the Sheen complete onto Kramer, so this is a very slow tower.
And that's Xie with a gold card available. Xiaobai is going to ult on the spot, delete it immediately, and Peanut survives. So LGD now ill, but again, E-Stars still have that tempo swing working now on mid.
And a lot of turret plates are starting to be shared across the map now. You've got those on the bottom side. Fun now. When we look at the grand scheme of things, and we talked about how E-Star want to be utilized, making sure that they can set up for these big engages with Xiaopai and Fun. Having these turrets down is going to make such a big difference to them. Massive gold injections in towards Fun and Wing, and Dragons to boot. E-Star can look to make fights, and LGD will be forced to go aggressive.
I mean, he's still going top. We've still got 1 bit of turret plating holding the turret there, and Xiaobai's got 2 turrets in the bottom side, including inner. That's 2 plates mid, defending top and the dragon here for E-Star. Gold pretty much even. LGD's early aggression towards the bottom lane, and the lead that Xie built up.
And E-Stars can exploit this super well, because you can push in very far as the likes of Xiaobai in this bottom lane, and to move down to help out there to potentially get the kill on towards Longxing, and or just vice versa, have it create pressure mid, so then
Towards the setup for the next objective. Right now, Baron up on the way of eventually. Dragon's not going to be up for a while. The Death Sentence does land here with Box over the side. Ragnarok to get out top of him. So Mark keeping him healthy. And that's the ultimate down from Xiaoxi. E-Star's still looking for that pick.
we do see Xie right now though, where he's going to be super useful. Zonya's Hourglass is well underway. He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard. He's going to start putting pressure on these side lanes now. Unfortunately, Lish build going instead away from that, which means that he won't have as quick of a terror taking these side lanes, but can still be pretty useful pressure on Easter.
Alright, Dagda. Moving into the official quote-unquote mid-game. Alright, I still don't agree with it. Early game, mid-game. Yeah, does feel like one thing. Does E-Star need to force and keep the ball rolling?
But they're doing a great job of doing that right now, because either way, you might as well try and make these plays in the mid lane. At least create pressure so you can move towards this Rift Herald.
You know, I'm asking because I keep seeing Xiaoxi and Xiaobai on the edge of their way in. There's going to be a true shot barrage. It does a lot of damage on Xiaoxi. That's because Rift Herald has just spawned, but LGD not in position. They let this one go. Give it over to E-Star.
You can just play towards this Hecarim instead and try to just trade aggressively, but with how low... Ooh.
Maybe they want the fight afterwards, and they might have found a great fate. Sport and Xiaobai is out as well. Wink, you genius.
It does buy enough time for RLG. Was E-Star just walk mid, throw down the Rift Herald, get the mid lane turret. Now you've bought enough time though, where E-Stars have to back. You've given the potentially now making a play on mid as well.
Xiaobai looking to defend it, but he gets poked down, absorbs some damage with Fun there clearing the wave. That's it, the play tonight.
With this tower going down, Longxing, such a big boon for this team. And that's where we can potentially see if LGD can get a really strong engage, that they could fight, but really strong right now. LGD will still arms up.
I'd like to pause and note that we have a serrated Dirk on wing. And that turret is gone.
There's no way that was going to survive, especially after the work Funfun had already done at the early stages of this game. Now we've got E-Stars moving towards this top lane, but will be spotted by LGD.
There is still available. Last chapter, I should say. And with Peanut following up like this, and a good dodge away with Ragnarok used a little Mr. Peanut. What was that? Well, last chapter finally coming through, and now for the lockdown. Peanut follows it up with a two-man shield of Duran from Funfun is onslaught up, and LGD now have the advantage, but with the spin from should be massive from E-Star. Another shield of Duran from Funfun, and this fight not as easy as they thought. Kramer and Xie the only ones left the team. Gold card, light wall. Kramer won't be able to get the arcane shift, but LGD still win out the fight, if only just.
He got engaged from LGD to win a fight, and that's exactly what they managed to find there. Getting on watch early, which means when that lantern comes in, there is a whole spew of horsemen riding. Fantastic play from LGD.
And let's watch when we get that replay, babe.
And this looks super funky to begin with, but managing to just about get that final chapter on towards Wing shuts him down. That Triforce proc coming in as well for Long. Longxing tears apart everyone. Really doesn't work in these fights because you have to try and dodge away from.
Yeah, another fight over the wall. Funfun getting caught out. The person that carried the last fight for E-Stars is getting poked on down, while in the front, it's Ragnarok Olaf watched here. Xie for the poke down, still chasing over Funfun, but now he might be caught on out. E-Star's turn on him, but Golden just in the nick of time with the resort of this coordination we haven't seen now. And Lungxing forces them away. LGD take it again.
And E-Stars run for the hills under the might of LGD. Double Sheen items are coming online. Scrap. Not able to get the dragon though, which means E-Stars will find themselves on that soul point. Still them every opportunity, and E-Stars just haven't found that really strong engage that they were hoping.
Because every time we get to this fight, the Ezreal starts picking up more kills on the side of Kramer. She to this.
But it's also over the place. Funfun's trying to keep people out of the fight, and look how you trying to get this big engage on, because you get onto Xie, well, he's completely separated from Peanut. You can't get multiple people grouped up, and it's LGD playing both from E-Stars.
Bounties on the 3 core carries. Magi Soul Stealer picked up on Xie. E-Star down in gold, but still picked up this top lane turret. But we're 20 minutes into the game where fights, they've got a Xie who almost has his ult back up again and available around a Baron buff. Opportunities for LGD to keep this snowball going.
And you can have Xie wander towards bot lane right now. You have the teleport available for the Twisted Fate. You've got Destiny as
Oh, the poke! Well, I'll tell you one thing. You will get Lich Bane as well for the extra movement speed. That's rough.
and we behind. They are really going to struggle, and that's now what we're seeing in this game. LGD have found a couple of good fights. E-Star haven't got the dagger, and you were talking about the dagger going for Wink. It looks like potentially going towards the Sanguine Blade. But
maybe could be sitting on it. I have seen have been sitting on the
the other one is just to try and double down.
Yep.
That means now they've gone past that window, and LGD are really starting to come into their own.
Controlling mid right now, looking between the gaps and vision towards the top side. There's an inner turret vision with his Dark Lantern, considering how dangerous it is. Like Fun here, he's broken. The Baron, so much available here for LGD. Pulled on back. He does have the Ragnarok available. Hasn't used it yet as the onslaught up, and Lungxing is rampaging around like a goldfish out of water. He'll get burnt, getting something in this fight. The Galaxy Stars now have four members. The death sentence needed to land, and LG don't lose their position.
And they're just rotating up towards this top side as well. So there's very little here that E-Star can do. LG, but still, E-Star finding a bit of a fight in them, able to really get into this fight. He was stuck over the wall, couldn't fall from Lungxing, but still LGD looking strong in this game.
Let's just say one thing. Fun fight of E-Star. Fun's taunts, Fun's engages. If this Galio goes down,
it's a multiple of different things here. You got a lot of damage between the top, jungle, and mid, but Peanut nearly getting caught out gauge. But look at where Kramer is. He ends up getting caught out by Funfun and by Xiaobai. He goes over the wall. Seen from this fight, and there's not enough when you've only got Peanut. Noted that Xie, even though he's a far ahead, is a Twisted Fate. Doesn't have the damage to carry this. So as long as E-Star do have a chance, even with Wink going down, because the E-Star side of
they
things.
might be caught out here, Dagger. I mean, Xiaoxi in a bad position. Take Arcane shift forward, and Kramer showing us how big he really is.
And it guarantees over 10 seconds on that. Means that there's no fight from E-Star, from Kramer, and from Mark is becoming obnoxious for E-Stars to deal with.
I mean, E-Star Again, this is just like game 2. They were on the, I think it was an Infernal Rift last game. They never got there. Dragon, they stacked the same element. They have a Cloud Dragon, Dagda. They have the ability for 40% ult CDR. On a Shadows, yeah, that'll also get buffed. He has to deal with for now, but help with the extra 10%.
It's not even that much of a cooldown and build that's coming out from Longxing going towards the Steric's Gauge instead. Usually we see the Death Stance build because obviously you've got that built-in sustain into the kit, the 10% CDR. Honestly, I would have preferred to see it in this game, although, yeah, I'm not sure why he's gone for the Steric's here.
You know what you wanted? You wanted the Yomas, right?
I wanted the Death Stance.
Nah, you wanted Moose. That's true. Man.
And then you just put the Yuumi on him for the zoomies, and you just...
Every time Yuumi presses E, he gets AD, right? Because of the mounting... What's it called? Mounting Dread?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
you just...
Because it's just to... Yeah, right. Just to move the conversation away.
Warpath is his path. A revision of Hecarim the other day.
90s the entire time.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. That and watching a Jin as we found Xiaoxi caught on out. Now, Destiny has been used once again, but to where? Used whatsoever as TP's being used. Look at this flank that's been set up here. Xiaoxi in a great position, but on top of the Olaf, he's just going to heal on up as Kramer's poking from the side. In the backline, the pwned by with a suboptimal ulti. And at least, but the problem is now Xie's joined in. And Fen is going to die. That for LGD Baron and could be the game.
You still have Wei alive though. Versus level 11 for Peanut. There is the opportunity for Wei to make the hero play, but
where
he is so far over.
Not going down as quick as it would with Lycan Aphelios. And even that Hecarim alive. But no contention here for now. Over a control ward. We spotted out, but Xie's on zone patrol.
And he's got the getting into this pit. Actually, it feels like the chances of E-Stars in this game are slipping away with this.
Oh no, he couldn't back. There we go. Finally. Watch this one again, because E-Stars initiated it.
Xiaoxi, and really, an uncharacteristic mistake from Xiaoxi. If I was to put my play, it would have been Xiaoxi. And not quite able to make it. Longxing does a great job again of disrupting this backline, even throw an auto attack. And then you've got Xiaoxi straight in with the Destiny to follow up on the play. This is LGD. The coordination in these team fights so good in securing these victories.
The roster's finally come forward. Never mind, because he's got support. Steric's Gauge going to come in handy, but with a nice taunt. Death of the game. So a big pick here for E-Star, but Baron's still on the hands of...
It's Longxing overextending. You can see Xie wasn't quite in a position. Now, they will answer for the mid, but...
TP. Looking for Kramer in the mid lane. Fen still hasn't been spotted out, but now predicts where Kramer's going. He'll cleanse out of the way, but still way. And Yuumi, another champ, as a double kill already goes over to Kramer. And for LGD, the nail in the coffin. Let's get a quadra. You know they'll give it to him as no, Mark. That's your new 80 carry, brother.
You're friends right now. You're not supposed to be taking away the quadra kills, but LGD will end the game off of that play.
I mean, as Longxing is back alive, he'll TP in. The death time is quite short. Look at the push coming through here. All 5 members running up mid. The chase on Wei, the chase on Xiaoxi, the Golden goes Golden, buys a bit of time, will die in the end. Pushing against the turret, maybe it won't end here, never mind. Peanut gets low as Nexus, the game somehow goes on.
No shit
Lord.
again. And I love the way Mark just abandoned ship. It was like, look, you're on your own with this one, buddy. You've gone to. Oh, it'll hold on for the moment. Actually, this is pretty big because E-Star now can move over and get this. I mean, you do have the TP, but they can just clear this out before you get an opportunity.
Off of that would be very, very embarrassing. At the very least, Kramer's going to try and damage at this point, so. We'll see. The Shalcy lands.
Oh, he stole it!
He actually takes it away! Kramer will get the Cloud Soul. He'll go down, but Mulway, who's ignited Peanut, slams him down with the Viking on it. My wrongs. From 0 to hero. Back down to 0 to finish on the hero mark here. Cher's going to end the game and the series.
Oh, okay. Well, that was exactly the way I wanted this game to end. Looking very strong. Not able to control the early game as heavily as they did in game number 2, but definitely as this game progressed, great coordination in those team fights. That is exactly what you'd expect an experience of this.
And this is the lineup that I think needs to go forward. Lungxing staying in the top lane. A 2-1 victory here for LGD to kick some. It was a bit of a slug, but game 2 and game 3, that's the LGD you want to see. That's the LGD that can hit the top 8.
And it's Lungxing. We talked about him getting unchained a little bit after moving away from OMG. Well, you look at Peanut as well, looking fantastic a little bit. But as well, Mark, okay, how does he perform when away from Gala? Don't forget, Mark has played with Gala the entire time throughout his career. Boy, now moving out of the house, and he's found.
That was a great way to end the series, though, I gotta say. Yeah. It was I don't know, because I'm like, hang on a minute. Xie's up. Where is?
I mean, I don't know how he managed to steal. I don't get the TP regardless onto the minions, but still. Oh.
Series, but I mean, Kramer on his Ezreal, man. Like, Kramer has these moments of brilliance, right? Getting caught out on his failures, the issues. That's the Kramer you want to see, the one that is the carry. The into my top 3 of 80 carries, even in spring, even last year. I would still more of this.
And on the opposite side, for Wing, not have a series where he was enabled.
Really, no.
And I don't want to say, like, I don't feel like it was Wink overall playing horrifically. It was, as the Aphelios well catch up, as this Kalista, he's got to be short range. Well, even the Hecarim, I'm assuming it, but Lungxing was making sure that he was able to just dive this backline over and over. No hope for Wink to even get aggressive in these fights. And we said it from E-Star falls behind, it will fall off a cliff. And I mean that this one works, but still, this is just LGD.
A bit of celebration in a sense. I think for E-Star, the hope was that they would come back and after losingly, that this season, even with Fun coming in, they would show us that they're still a contender team. Game 1 was a great example of that. Game 1 was games 2 and 3, LGD just is running with the new mid laner. Because I don't think Fun is a problem, but I will say for LGD again, you know, it's been a party night. It's been a party night, vs.V5, but LGD deserves it as well. LGD, the team that finished 15th, can they hit top 8? Biggest question of the season.
Look, my prediction's still in check. Top 4.
Clean that up.
I'm going to have words with Pleep.
Hey!
They look good!
We told him backstage. We thought a lot of the casters in the English side think LGD. Essentially, the translator said, "Real." So, yeah, I'm sure PYL was impressed towards the later half of that. Again, seems to be the way to go. Mark and Kramer syncing up quite nicely because remember it was either Mark or Killua. First on Rogue Warriors and now in this team for a little bit. Mark looks good, and you'd have to see. You'd have to think.
And again, I think time will start to come together even better. Consistency across the board for me looks pretty good. I mean, there's not a member on this team that I look at and go, apart from maybe Kramer getting caught out sometimes, where I go here. So I think overall LGD should be able to continue this ride forward, and you can see as well in the pick. This is why you've got to be careful about this meta right now, because Peanut can run away with it on his champion.
Would you like to talk about upcoming for LGD?
Ooh.
But that's the next matchup. LGD versus V5 is coming on Saturday. Great series.
Yeah, I mean, why not after this one?
You know, like Peanut versus Weiwei and Sam D versus Kramer.
Yeah.
PP God versus, I don't know why, but all of a sudden I'm excited about that series.
I think it's super interesting. Under Ruler, back at the time when Kramer was still over in the LPL, so it's kind of interesting to see. Like,
I guess
this is going to be the two of them.
3 degrees, yeah. Also for LGD, if we're just talking about their schedule, a success, DMO after that, then top esports. So they are really warming into the split. They've had a bit of a late start considering today when they're picking up their first match. Coming back to Easter, DM against that, they need to find a win there to show that they are a top 8 team. BOG, then LNG. So again, a relative if they are a top 8 team.
Well, I mean, nothing here today was kind of me going, okay, these guys are getting off to a great early game start. The problems were more so in the draft and the way that the composition was going to function, but I think you can go in towards teams that aren't going to be at the caliber of LGD, like you'd imagine coming from DMO. And that, I think they should be doing all good.
I would be looking towards here that, yeah, Game 2 and Game 3 felt like they were outclassed more so than making mistakes, but there were a couple, as you mentioned, you know, the draft was a big factor there as well. Coming in as well, Xiaobai is just a better top laner, because I've seen Xiaobai in this team more. So, CGJ are parked to the side. Where did you rank them? Coming in
I actually had them pretty far. I don't think I had. I think I had them about 9th. I think I had them just outside.
Okay, I had them 7th on top of WE, which you know,
maybe this is a team that could still get
at the very
that
least
top 8 spot.
Yeah.
Like the LPL is so damn stacked this summer that it's really hard to call when you do get out of that top 5, 6.
And you know, each time when we get these roster changes, it's all about synergy at the end of the day. LPL synergy is so underrated because synergy here is so much about who fits well. Of last game, by the way, fit really well together. And just coming back into this game, Kramer's Ezreal was sick. This game, he was absolutely sick. He didn't.
The amount of pressure that was put towards that bot lane, Kramer and Mark did a really good job to take over, and you can see here his positioning so often he's given the opportunity, but also just being able to free fire. So
also we're getting a bit of a Lungshing highlight with that engage as well. Alright, it was him thinking he should have died.
Well, where's the follow-up damage is the thing. Like, Wink is again trying to chase in, is late to the party, Fun gets exhausted, he doesn't have the follow-up damage, so as Kramer, you're able to cleanse, get out of there, and then turn that fight back.
You get to watch Mark steal the kid, no reason whatsoever. So, attempted quadra there for Kramer, a great way to finish. Where, what were we talking about? Something about LGD. Damn,
LGD. Okay, well look, I think LGD definitely. This is a for me. Shie, I want to see a little bit more from him. I was hoping early stages of the game. When I see Twisted Fate, I want to start seeing him get out of lane and start to have these big impactful moments. It's more when you compare it to Xiaohu and how good he was able to. I wanted to see him come in and have a similar performance, try and get out. Now I know to do so, but still, look, if that's the only if that's the only fault that I can have for LGD in this game, I mean that says more than anything else.
I think that was good.
I
think Share
100%.
kicked butt there in that last game as well. However, that's it for today. Let's have a look at what happened if you missed out, because we did 3 series today.
Oh, God.
Remember when we had 3 games? Today, we get to end on a more comfortable note here. LGD and V5. To say, we had some pretty nice series.
We had some great series. I mean, both of them were super entertaining, really down to the wire, and I had to laugh. You caught it as a distance.
Yeah. You look at the matchup of the teams. V5 and OMG right now look like they're at similar positions. I mean, V5 is meant to be a bubble team coming into summer. So where do V5 go from here? They've got 2 victors of today. Their next matchup is against each other. So we get to the pinnacle to find out, are V5 a bubble team themselves? And are they potentially a top 8 team? Am I too much? No, because V5 could be going to Worlds.
I love how they win 2 games, and we're already like...
Triple, no, infinite. Anyway, tomorrow, here's what's happening, because the LPL English will be going 5 days a week as usual. FPX LNG will be your Tuesday start with Rogue Warriors and Top Esports. An interesting matchup. We got our MSC representatives, our 2 finalists, once again returning to the Rift.
And we're bringing them in what are kind of a little bit of an easier match, I'd say. You expect FPX to be able to take on LNG, but Rogue Warriors are always a team that can upset. You never really know what you're going to get with this squad. And when we talk about LGD being consistency, Rogue Warriors is coin flip every single damn day.
Yeah, every damn day. It's fun. We got some roster swaps between those teams as well. LNG playing their second series. Rogue Warriors making their debut too. Rogue Warriors and Top Esports could actually be really bloody.
Yeah, I mean, Rogue Warrior game is entertaining nonetheless. They are one of my favorite teams to watch, just because you don't know what's going to happen.
Definitely agreed. So good to see Top Esports, 2020 Spring Champion.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, I'm sorry, guys. JDG. Dagda, thank you so much for being with me. It's been a crazy night, apparently. Thank you to our production team. Not thank you to me. We will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'll see you with Lyric tomorrow. It is bye for now.
answer. I was like, well, yeah, what I'm saying is you've done the whole thing, and right now, I think it's time to raise. Yeah.
It's time to what?
So that it's time to do something right now. So I decide myself that I'm gonna increase your income. I was like, holy shit, motherfucker, you just screwed me, man.
Really?
Well, I said thank you, but yeah.
That's cool.
Yep, double increase.
Double?
Yeah, I increase when I get inside the academy, and right now it's increased again.
You mean your salary? Increased again? Well,
Like, what I'm saying double is, like,
yeah. I got it.
like 2 times. Interesting, like, So yeah, let's talk about your subtitle.
Oh wait, I'm doing another thing now.
What you doing?
PPT.
What you doing? The PPT? Well, which PPT? Like for the work?
Yeah, for the work, of course.
Or yeah, which PPT? Tell me.
I think I have ice cream too.
Let's go. Go and check it. No. You need some sweet. You need some sugar. You need some, like cold icy thing in your mouth so that you can
I'm
chill
just
your
thinking
house.
about, like, the first slide that we've been talking about. Like, should I leave it like this or?
I cannot see you.
You can see now.
Well, you can just leave it if you want in that way. Well, press F5. It's kind of weird, right? is the color. So you can just change it. Like let's make it, you know, a little bit, a little bit darker. I think we can adjust it. Like you can just adjust. Like you're the one who's making it, so you can adjust. You have to adjust it.
Like this?
You can just adjust it like as you want. No, you don't have to touch anything. It's nothing. Like it's not. I mean, like it doesn't work like anything. Okay. Okay, so click that one aspect, and let's do something with that one. So click that one aspect. By the way, you have a low battery right now. You have to charge it. Save it first before it dies. Save it first.
Yeah, I
Save.
did.
Control C if you don't want it. Very stressed face. It's okay, I'm teaching you so that you can learn. So, click the one expert and let's give some
Wait.
LGD. Okay.
So?
Click the one expert.
I did.
Can you see the pink toolbar on the top? No, the top. On the top, like this thing. There must be a shadow. Like, drag your mouse a little bit right below. That's not a shade. Next to the frame icon. I believe there must be a word shade in Russian. Yeah, you just pressed it. You just pressed it.
Where?
Where's your mouse? Okay, go right. Stop. Down. We can choose it there. Just look like, you know, it's simple, but it's not simple. It's like, you know, you can make your one expect from a little bit, you know, bigger and more active.
Like this?
Let's see.
Lexus is best, I think. So leave like this.
Something is lacking. Something is like lacking. Click 1x and press your down arrow twice.
Down arrow.
Like you're moving arrow. Good. No. One more down.
I don't know.
Because
It's
if you
weird.
put like parallel line, it's gonna make it like a little bit more neat, and it seems like it's on the board. And this is a reason why we have to choose the shadow, like the one that we didn't choose, because if you want to make that effect a little bit like impacted, like we're gonna make it this picture, this slide is the one that we made, like we just made because so let's explore.
I like this one.
Pass. No. And no. Follow the same category. Let's go with second category. And then you can play it.
Like this is fine, no?
No.
What do you want?
Let's go to second one.
So,
Second.
I already opened it, so
Third one.
here?
No, I mean category, the big one. Like big category. Yeah. Can we search it in here?
No, it's bad, it's in here.
We can adjust that.
I think, like, why do you have to use mirror?
Because it like it has back to the phone be a little bit like fat and
No, it's not. It's a mirror effect. If you do it, there will be like the copy, like mirror.
yeah, so we can adjust it. Like we can edit it, but it's gonna be really complicated. So let's choose another one.
We can do like this too.
Let's click it. Let's see. Well, let's go with the original one. Let's wait. What do you think of one?
Original what? Home, photo, logo, original what? Что опять на кухне скатился? Can you see me now?
Your screen is not moving. Can you turn off your camera and turn it on again?
Now fine?
Chill.
Now fine?
Nice one. Yeah. Can you come again?
Okay.
Oh, wait, no. So change the font style.
I told you I don't have suitable font style for Korean letters. Can you help me to translate the presentation? This one. Yeah, in English.
So every single thing has like different, you know, bonus.
为什么他那9가 부스를 돌리고 집단을 거치는?
It means that on the roulette, dealer is gonna roll the marble, and like while he's circulating it, he's gonna get a mana. It is a game